Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If the Son of Light Yagami and Misa obtained the Death Note and took over the world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 81, Ferryman. July 22nd, 2044. Los Angeles. Anthony Apollo Stonewall was not a happy camper. After having to pay out the last of his savings on that ticket just to avoid going to court. It's been a while since he made contact with the police, and apparently, he had been out of shape because he was full of adrenaline when confronted by that traffic cop. After paying the ticket, he began driving home but decided to make a stop at the Starbucks Cafe on 115th Eastern Street and buy a large coffee. He sat in a corner booth and began taking careful sips of his coffee cup before he accidentally spilled the beverage on his pants. He grumbled and quickly left the shop in embarrassment, especially when a crowd of girl teenagers showed up with their phones and began snapping photos. He drove home to change his pants. Now dressed in a new pair of slacks, he checks his emails from his superiors, and nothing, no orders, nothing. He had a list of details recorded from his investigations at Dixon's house but decided not to send said information yet. Growing bored, he suddenly emailed Cronus and Oedipus, telling them to come to Anthony Stonewall's house. After he sent the email, he went into his closet, pulled out his crossbow, and shot himself in the eye. Knight Yagami entered the house not too long after, Apollo having kept the door unlocked as ordered via the Death Note, and he carefully walked through the front door, accompanied by Iris, Rain, and Archangel. "I've seen a dead body before," Archer said. "The ones I kill are the best." "You are a sociopath in the making," Rain said. "Takes one to know one," he countered. "Quiet," Angel urged. Knight nodded. "Quiet." Knight quickly checked the small two-story house to find it completely empty. He couldn't help but wonder what a man like Apollo was doing living by himself in a two-story house, which led him to conclude that he must have a family, or the family owning this place was on vacation and this wasn't his legal area of residence. Regardless, the house was empty, save for one body that had a crossbow shot into its skull. "That's it," Iris confirmed. "That's Anthony Stonewall." "Of course it is," Knight said nonchalantly. "And the crossbows he uses to kill his victims. Looks like he really is Apollo." Knight went over to his computer, which was still on. With his glove handed, he moved the mouse before the computer could go into shutdown mode. He carefully avoids the camera's field of vision before taking out a piece of duct tape he brought with him and putting it over the camera. "Now then, let's see what we got." He checked Apollo's most recent emails, one sent to someone named Crow. Knight tilted his head and realized with the incorrect usage of an email address, it couldn't be real. He panicked slightly at the thought of the email not going through to Cronus and Oedipus, hopefully, before a message replied back. "Sharon Mill, why should we? Where are your fucking reports, Pollo?" Knight quickly typed into the computer. "It's better I tell you in person," he announced as he typed. "Come immediately, Sharon." "This better not be a fucking waste of my time," Knight read in the reply box. "Wow, Sharon types fast." "I guess you can say he's skilled with his fingers," Rain snarked. "Maybe, maybe not." Iris looked into the computer. "Check for his reports on me." Knight began digging through Apollo's computer. He opened up one tab that had Iris turning Rain and Archangel away. "What's wrong?" Angel asked. "What's on the computer?" Knight pressed the mute button. "Nothing you need to see." This bastard had rape tapes on his computer. Fucking bastard deserved to die. Knight found Apollo's files on a Word document. The files consisted of Apollo recording observations of a red-headed woman stalking near Kuroki and Dixon's car. The document talked about how Apollo was trailing her, ran a red light, and got a ticket. The observation notes end from there. Knight checked his emails once more. "I'll be there in 30, he read Karen's latest email. He checked the date the email came through. 5 minutes ago. "Everybody set up. We're going to have a little reunion with one ferryman to the underworld." Archer smiled. "Good, time for a little payback. That bastard is going to die." Knight pulled out his Death Note. "You guys have the honor of killing him with the Death Note." "Knight," Iris scolded. Knight sighed. Never mind. Now, I want to kill him. He slapped me. I want to kill him, Iris said. We're going to kill him after he tells us where Cronus and Oedipus are. Iris thought of something. And Kuroki, she reminded. Her too. Iris looked up at her husband. What about their other associates? If they had Apollo on their side, and he wasn't present in the underworld, then they could have more guys on their side. We should use Sharon to try and give us the names and faces of everyone one of their associates. And let's not forget about Rook and his cannibalism crew. Knight smiled. That's what I was thinking. Whatever happens tonight, we'll kill Sharon and force him to answer all our questions, one way or another. He claps his hands together eagerly. Everyone set up, we have a ferryman to catch. Several minutes later, Sharon arrived at Apollo's house and quickly walked up to the front door. He banged on the door a few times before noticing it shift open. Realizing that the door was slightly ajar, he pushes the door open and closes it behind him. Apollo, you getting senile or something? Why is the front door unlocked? He called out Apollo's name once more and began walking around the house. Apollo? You didn't die on me, did ya? Sharon reached Apollo's bedroom and found him dead on the ground, a crossbow through his eye. What the fuck? Knight snuck up on him from behind and wrapped his arms around Karen's throat in a rear-naked chokehold. Sharon struggled and tried clawing at Knight's strawberry blonde hair, but he was unable to get a firm grip and his vision started turning black. Good night, sleep tight, and most important of all, let the bed bugs bite. Knight gently rolled him to the ground after putting him into unconsciousness. Rain and Archangel stepped into view and looked down at the man. They titled their heads curiously. That's him, Rain said. Same shirt, same shoes, same watch, everything. The only thing he's not wearing is his mask, but I can tell by his hair color and skin color that he's the same guy. Perfect, Knight smiled. Now then, let's prepare for the waking up of our guest. A few hours later, Sharon awoke strapped to the dinner table. When his vision and mind came rushing back to him, he remembered his current predicament. He had been caught in a rear-naked chokehold and went under, and now that he was awake, he was strapped to a table by some sort of invisible material he couldn't see, but he could feel a weight being pushed down on top of him. It felt like 4 giant hands were pinning him down to the table by his arms and legs, and he couldn't move. Shit, Sharon cursed. Howdy, you're awake. Sharon turned to the voice and sneered at the man standing above him wearing Rook's face mask. Who are you? Sharon demanded. You better let me go or else I'm going to dash. Do what? Knight interrupted. You can't do anything, not while you're strapped to that table. He smiled. Well, you're not strapped down in the traditional sense, but you're not going anywhere unless I give you permission to. You're my prisoner now, Sharon. His eyes widened, as did his smile. Or should I say, Christopher D'Angelo? Sharon ceased his struggles and narrowed his eyes, attempting to appear unfazed, but Knight immediately caught the glint of nervousness in his eyes. Am I right? That's your name, right? He put on a pair of leather gloves and drummed his index finger on Karen's forehead. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I'm Kira and you're fucked. He said it so seriously and without any hint of drama or enthusiasm that Sharon almost missed the words the first time. You're not Kira, no fucking way. I am Kira, in the flesh. I'm flesh and blood living God. He drags his index finger down Karen's face until he reached his chin. You are a criminal, a no-good criminal. And you're going to die in about 5 minutes. He pulled his finger away. However, if you can indulge me in telling me a little about your employers, Cronus and Oedipus, I may consider allowing you to die from a painless heart attack. Do you want to die painfully or painlessly? Fuck you, Sharon snapped. You're not Kira. I refuse to believe you're Kira. You can't believe what you want, but you can't change facts. Ignorant worm. You can claim to be righteous or not, or justify your motives or not, but your opinions can't change the fact that you're a kidnapper who worked with dozens of kidnappers over the years. He curls his hands into fists. What do you get out of kidnapping people, especially children? Quid pro quo, Kira, what do you get out of killing people by having them slaughter their friends and themselves? A better world, and with you gone, the world's going to be a slightly better place. He pulled his list back over his teeth and smiled at Sharon. Tell me everything about Cronus and Oedipus. Go to hell. Knight's smile vanished before it returned half a second later. I know all about hell. I am from hell. You wouldn't like hell, but I'm going to send you there if you don't cooperate. I got nothing to say. You're not going to get me to spill my guts. No, I won't spill your guts. I'll just make you spill your own guts. If I tell you to pick up a knife and disembowel yourself, you'll do it, no questions asked. But that would leave too much of a mess, and I just bought these new shoes. Tell me about Cronus, Oedipus, and everyone else who managed to survive the underworld. Cerberus and Hermes included. And how many more associates like Apollo are there? As I've said before, Kira wannabe, I'm telling you zip. Ooh, zip, my favorite soda, but no thank you, I'm not thirsty for soda. You got 30 seconds to talk to me, or else I'll have you die a slow and agonizing death. If you're going to kill me, then get it over with and kill me already. I'm sick of this suspense game. You'll be gravely ill of blood loss if you don't give me an answer. Fuck you. Knight looked at his watch. Okay then, I guess you asked for it. He made a swiping motion and the weight on Karen's chest pressed down on him, making him squirm slightly. He shifted uncomfortably in his position and let out a soft scream that gradually grew into shouts of pain grunts. I'm not going to kill you, but I will have the force upon you, crushing your body until your soul flies out of your body. He made a swiping motion upward. But you're in luck, because I'm in a good mood today and I have patience, and besides, being crushed to death isn't gory enough. The invisible force that had been holding Sharon down by the ankles and wrists was Gilth and Massey. Because Sharon had not yet touched a page of the Death Note, he could not see them, but he could feel their fingers moving across his arms and legs, holding him down while Gilth pushed his hand into his chest. Due to Shinigami law, Gilth and Massey were forbidden from killing Sharon without a Death Note, so they resorted to only inflicting severe pain on him and just barely managing to not kill him. Gilth and Massey eased up on the pressure and allowed Sharon to breathe properly. Knight was growing impatient and he whipped something out of his back pocket. You see what I got here? Sharon looked at the device in Knight's hand. My phone? Yep. He rotated the phone in his hand and looked over it. I have tried going into your phone and opening it, but it's password protected and has a 4-digit requirement. Now, I may know a lot about computers, but I know how easy it is for someone to hack and track. If the Japanese police find out from the Americans after they've arrested me for hacking, they'll grow weary and suspicious. I can take the heat nor the blame, so I'm going to need you to open the phone for me. Never. Sharon turned away and closed his eyes, picturing himself being anywhere but here. You're going to have to crack my skull open and look for the answer inside. I'm considering it. Good. Knight laughed before looking back at the phone. The fact that you're considering it is proof that you opening the phone is something in the realistic limits of what you'll do. He smiles wildly. Perfection. Knight put the phone down on the table before pulling something else out. A notebook with the word Death Note written in English. You see this thing here? He taps his finger against the Death Note cover. This thing is the deadliest weapon of mass destruction in human history, and it is within my possession. This is the godly weapon given to me by the Grim Reaper, who chose me to be his successor and take over as Kira. This is the tool Kira uses to kill criminals. All I gotta do is write that person's name in the notebook, picture their face, and they die. He opened to the next blank page. If I write something like, Christopher D. Angelo writes down his password to his phone and personal computer on a whiteboard given to him, then that's what you'll do, Sharon. And then I write something like he picks up a knife given to him and slashes his own throat, that will be how you die, Sharon. It's just you and me here, no one else. You're lying, you're a fucking fake. Am I really? Knight smiled gleefully. He flipped back a few pages. Anthony Stonewall withholds all information from his boss and dies 3 days later. Stonewall heads to the Starbucks cafe on 115th Eastern Street and orders a large coffee before accidentally spilling it on his pants. He leaves the cafe shop and drives home. He leaves the door unlocked as he emails his superiors come to Stonewall's house. He dies by shooting himself with a crossbow. He smiled proudly. I had to cross out a few words or so because the death note doesn't work with aliases, but you get the idea. The glee in Knight's eyes disappears. It's time for you to die now, Sharon, and you will die painfully. He leaned down to whisper in his ear. For kidnapping my children. Fuck you, Sharon cursed. All of a sudden 3 pairs of hands slammed right down on the table beside him. No, you, Archer said gleefully as he stared Sharon in the eyes. Remember us? Oh my God, Sharon gasped, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and little orphan Esther. Glad you remember us, Archer said. We are going to kill you. Sharon looked up at Knight. What kind of person allows their children to kill? Knight thought back to Iris. Parents who are gods and goddesses. He tapped Karen's forehead. Get ready because in 30 seconds, all your secrets will be revealed. You're a horrible person, talking about killing in front of your children, allowing them to get away with killing and dash. I'm going to kill you, Knight threatened. Be patient and dash. Karen's phone rang. Knight took it out and held it up. He checked the caller ID. Oh. He immediately looked at Angel. Your time to shine, Angel. He tossed the phone to Angel. Angel caught the phone and answered it. He cleared his throat before putting the phone to his ear. Hello, he answered, perfectly mimicking Karen's voice. Knight gagged Sharon with a washcloth before he and Archer cover his eyes and ears. Rain stepped up in front of Angel and began using Japanese sign language to communicate with Angel. Angel kept the phone to his ear by using his shoulder and began using sign language back to translate what Oedipus was saying. Rain seemed to be taking in every note and word that Angel translated to her, and she narrowed her eyes in a suspicious-like manner. What is going on? Oedipus asked. What do you mean? Angel asked again. Apollo went silent and then you went silent. Well, I'm talking to you right now, aren't I? Despite having his eyes and ears covered by hands, the words from Angel's voice and tone still made their way to him, and he gasped in shock, horror, and amazement that a 9-year-old could perfectly mimic his voice. He groaned into the washcloth and tried to struggle, but Knight and Archer continued to hold him stationary. You're supposed to be the go-between, Sharon. Why aren't you going between Cronus and I? Something came up with Apollo, Angel quickly answered. As soon as I'm done with Apollo, I'll dash. Did you get the message I sent you? Be patient, no need to get your panties in a fucking dash. Angel covered his mouth as his eyes instantly went wide. He completely forgot for a moment that his father was in the same room as him, and he cursed in front of his father. When Knight sensed his son's discomfort, he nodded, letting him know that he doesn't care about the swearing for the time being. Bunch? Oedipus finished. Okay then. By the way, Sharon, what's wrong with your voice? Angel hesitated. What do you mean? I heard you clear your throat earlier and then your voice cracked a few times. Don't tell me you're fucking sick. No, he said, then paused. He used sign language on Rain to let her know what Oedipus was saying. I just dash. He stopped after reading Rain's hand signs. A lozenge. Still downing them cough drops? Whatever. Look at the message I sent you and then I want you to meet me in Hermes. No problem. Angel put the phone down after Oedipus hung up. Why didn't you ask where Kuroki was? Archer asked. I forgot, Angel said. I'm sorry, We'll find her and kill Cronus and Oedipus, Knight promised. But for now, killing Sharon will do, after he gives up all his passwords. Knight walked away and returned a few minutes later with the death note and Iris. You don't have to do this, Knight warned Iris and looked down at the open death note. It's inevitable, Iris said, and I want to see him suffer for kidnapping our children. She reaches into her pocket. She saw the shocked expression on Karen's face, knowing he expected the worst. She pulled out a black marker. "Archer, go get the whiteboard," Knight ordered. "Okay." Archer raced into Apollo's bedroom and brought back the dry erase board laying on Apollo's work desk. He held the whiteboard up for Sharon to see. Knight handed Iris the death note and took the marker from her. He freed Karen's right hand and put the marker in it. Knight quickly looked at his watch and smiled when 20 seconds passed. "Tick-tock, your time's up, Doc." Karen's eyes go wide and the soul leaves his brown orbs. Originally planning on throwing the marker away, he held the marker to the whiteboard and began writing on it. Knight quickly saw the problem when no marks were being left behind. He uncapped the marker, quickly solving the problem. Earlier, when Knight was interrogating Sharon, Rain and Archangel were in Apollo's bedroom and writing various items down on the whiteboard, namely electronics. They wrote computer password on the top left of the board in fat and bold letters before writing underneath phone password. Seeing as they only needed access to Karen's computer and phone, the death trance Sharon knew where to write the password to his phone and computer as ordered. "That's it," Knight encouraged, "keep going." Sharon finished writing the password to his computer and was in the process of doing the same thing to his phone password when Knight's personal phone rang. Knight checked the caller ID to find that it was a number he didn't recognize. "Who the fucking hell are you?" the caller asked before Knight could even say hello. Knight's eyes widened and a memory came back to him on instinct. He did sign language to Iris, telling her to begin tracing the call. Iris quickly took off her backpack, pulled out her work computer, opened it, and began tracing the call. "Who the fucking hell are you?" Knight responded back. His hair and eyes turned dark red. "The code we came up with when we use criminals to communicate with each other is that we have them ask 'Who is this?' just 3 words. When we have criminals speak to us on behalf of one of us, we look at how many words were said in their 'Who is this?' question. Because Kuroki owns the 6th death note, criminals talking on her behalf use 6 words. Archer and Angel own the 4th and 5th notebooks, but because they're twins, we have them use 5 words. Rain uses 4 words and Iris uses 2 words. I, on the other hand, use 7 words because I'm the 7th Kira. Since this criminal is using 6 words, it means that Kuroki is having this guy to us on her behalf. It means she managed to write his name down or she's manipulating him with threats. Either way, I think we can track her location." After Iris was done tracking the location, Knight quickly hung up. He had the number saved in his contacts should this person call again. And that's when he got another notification on his phone, an email. Knight quickly opened the email thread and found a list of people with their names and pictures listed. Not only that, but each person had a name related to a Greek mythology figure like Chimera and Hera, to name a few. If Kuroki truly is behind this means she managed to manipulate her captor, get us to trace her location, and give us the names and faces of all of Cronus and Oedipus's henchmen still alive. This is more than enough information to find and track Cronus and Oedipus down and kill them sooner rather than later. Knight looked over to Sharon to see him finish writing the passwords down on the whiteboard. Archer pulled the whiteboard away and ran away. Knight grabbed a knife he pulled out earlier and handed it to him. "Die." Sharon stabs himself in the heart, severing his carotid artery. He gasps and tries to pull the knife out of his chest. Well, he wanted to, but he found no will in him to do it and let himself simply drain out. His pupils dilate and they stare off at the ceiling. "One down," Knight announced, "4 to go." He held up his phone. "And 52 associates the next to bite the dust." He looked at the whiteboard and smiled. "Now then, let's see what secrets Sharon is, or rather, was hiding on his computer." After gathering everything they needed, Knight and his family left the house, and the bodies of Sharon and Apollo left inside, attracting the smell of flies that happily flew around their corpses as maggots soon began to make meals of their bodies. Chapter 82, The Upper Hand. July 23, 2044. Hotel room, Los Angeles. It had been exactly 24 hours since the death of Christopher, Sharon D'Angelo, and Apollo. It's also been 24 hours since they unlocked Karen's phone and got the email and phone call from Kuroki's proxy. They traced Kuroki's position and had written the address down on a stick note, but before they could do anything, they worked on looking through Karen's computer and phone with the passwords they recorded. That, and they also had been going through the email their proxy sent them. Rain and Archangel distracted themselves in their room as Knight looked over Iris's shoulder as she sat down at her desk and went through her emails. After closing Karen's computer, she pulled up the full screen of the list of people attached to the email file before leaning back in her spinning chair and looking at her husband. After doing a little research, I can safely conclude that everyone on that email attachment is or was associated with Cronus and Oedipus. Knight folded forward and looked at the computer. After looking at the screen for about 10 seconds, he took a sip of his coffee before handing the mug to his wife, who took a careful sip herself. "Anything on Hermes, Cerberus, or Cronus and Oedipus?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, that was the first thing I checked up on. But there are dozens of people on here, like Tantalus, Fortuna, Nemesis, Mars, and worst of all, Jason." "Yes, because Jason is such a threatening name." He put his hand on the desk and narrowed his eyes. "We have their names and faces, but our key players are missing." "What did you find on Karen's computer?" Iris closed her laptop and opened Karen's laptop. "I couldn't find out anything on Hermes or Cerberus, but I did find out something when I did a cross-reference." She pulled out Karen's phone. "Impress me, Iris, that's all I ask for." He stood straight up and crossed his arms over his chest. She pulled something up on Karen's phone. Upon closer inspection, Knight realized that she pulled out DMV files on some kind of car. According to Karen's files, one guy in his group drives a 2040 Altima and the license plate number is her_MES. The person the guy is registered to is a man named Louis Godwin, a structural engineer. There's no picture of him, so I can only assume that they either deleted this photo or this guy is registered to a dead person and Hermes is driving it. "He obviously got the plate changed," Knight said. He opened Iris's computer and began typing. "All we gotta do is check the DMV for any records of a license plate change. And if you see here..." He typed in a few words and a site popped up. "A person named Louis Godwin got his license plate changed 10 months ago, but all pictures involving him were gone. He's gotta have a picture somewhere, unless he has connections to the police that deleted all his photos. With the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if the cops started trashing police IDs, especially American cops. So how are we going to find Hermes?" Knight sighed, which gave Iris the hint that he was coming up with a plan. While he was thinking, Iris was remembering. "Why can't we just save Kuroki yet?" Knight looked at his wife. "Not yet. If Kuroki is getting messages out, it must mean she's in a position where she can give demands. She's manipulating her captors, and as long as she is doing that, we can worry about her later. Plus, if our theory is correct with the Shinigami twins looking to change their fate, then they'll keep Kuroki alive after seeing her vanished lifespan. First of all, though, if we want to beat Cronus and Oedipus and cripple their network, we need to make sure that all of their assets are out of play." Knight rubs the back of his skull. "But there is one thing I do know. Hermes is the god of travel and thievery in Greek mythology. He's one of the few people to be able to get in and out of the underworld." He rubs his lips after he licks them. "Hermes, or Louis Godwin or whatever his real name is, must have gotten his name from the Greek gods because he was a thief. Then again, a thief is a very broad term as it can describe anything from petty thief to cat burglary to even identity thief. Maybe he's an international thief." Knight and Iris turn around to meet Rain. "I did some homework," Rain continued, "and Dad said that Hermes goes in and out of the underworld and was the god of traveling or something. What if he was a traveling thief?" Knight nodded with a smile. "Good idea. It's the names that will give away their identities." Iris turned back to the computer. Sharon did note that Hermes was a traveler and a translator. If we look into the backgrounds of people who fit Karen's criteria and the criteria of Hermes from Greek mythology, we may find a match. That's the plan. In the meantime, forward me Karen's file on my phone. I'll do some investigative work." He looks at Rain. "Rain, I want you to do some investigative work on Greek mythology and Roman mythology. I couldn't help but notice that the people Mommy mentioned earlier were the names of Roman gods. Everyone in the underworld had a Greek name, but there were little to none who had Roman names. There's got to be a reason for the names. Same network but different locations? Iris suggested. Those working in America use Greek names while those working out of the country are using Roman names? That's only a possibility. Iris pointed to the screen. Not really. I've done some background research on these guys and most of them are of British origin. Or, at the very least, they're American but operating in Britain. According to Sharon, their leader, Neptune, is sending some of his Roman warriors over to help Cronus and Oedipus. Holy shit, Knight cursed under his breath. It's an entire network of human traffickers. Greek, Roman. Hold on. Iris begins surfing through Karen's computer. After 10 minutes of searching, she gasps and covers her mouth with her forearm. There are at least 4 leaders in this network of human traffickers. Well, 5 if you count Cronus and Oedipus as individual leaders. Their names? Cronus and Oedipus from the Greeks, Neptune from the Romans, Fenrir of the Norse, and Shiva from Hindi mythology. Knight narrowed his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Based on the names I'm hearing, do you think it's possible Cronus is actually the leader? Oedipus is known for the Oedipus complex, not his role in Greek mythology. On the other hand, Cronus is a titan who ate his children. Poseidon, Hades, Zeus had to make him upchuck them and he silenced himself as a thought crossed his mind. I would say that Cronus got his name from eating his children, but I doubt he's a cannibal. Unless Rook fed him, Rain suggested. That's a possibility, Iris supported Rain's idea. Knight smacked himself upside the head in frustration. We're getting too caught up with ourselves. We'll worry about Neptune, Shiva, and Fenrir after we kill Cronus and Oedipus. First thing first, Hermes. We find him, we find Cronus and Oedipus. What about Cerberus? We'll deal with him later, he's a guard dog, muscle, brawn, a bodyguard. Above all, he's the brute of the group and only dangerous in a physical confrontation. He snapped his fingers. In fact, I think I got an idea of how to draw out Hermes. How? We have his license plate and false name, all we have to do is figure out where he works during the day or night. After that, we find his location, track his car, and confirm that it's his. After that, we get a group of people to smash his car to pieces in the middle of the day and it'll draw him out. He's a man, men care deeply about their cars, especially in America. Rain looked up. And after Hermes comes down, complaining about everything, we'll know what he looks like with our Shinigami eyes. Exactly. Knight smiled. This is going to be child's play. If we find Hermes, access his phone, computer, and everything else, we'll be one step closer to finding Cronus and Oedipus. What's the difference between Sharon and Hermes? Rain asked. Sharon is the ferryman, the one who transports the people to and from the underworld. Case in point, you and Archangel. Hermes is the messenger god and the god of travel, and based on what your mother told me from reading Karen's computer, Hermes is like Cronus and Oedipus's aide or secretary, which means he's Cronus and Oedipus's right-hand man, Rain finished. Right. Everyone, get to work. July 24th, 2044. St. Gabriel's Law Firm. Another day, another dollar. Herman Ramirez dropped the manila folder on the table as he sat down at the conference table. He sank into the leather chair and resisted the urge to put his feet up. He waited patiently for his 2 clients to take their seats in the leather seats beside him. When they arrived here, did the 2 lawyers part of this place come in to talk to Herman's clients? One of the lawyers looked at Hermes suspiciously. What's your role here, buddy? I'm a translator. He turned to his client, a short Hispanic woman with a nervous look on her face. Mrs. Soda here knows no English, only Spanish. Soda's lawyer spoke up. We're grateful to have Mr. Ramirez here. Now then, let's get started with this divorce deposition. And this was how his day went. Being a translator wasn't his favorite thing in the world, but there is a certain reward that came with it. He could hear everything that went on around him, like an all-hearing God. He could speak almost 10 languages, maybe not fluently, but as far as his clients knew, he could speak, read, hear, and write every known language on the planet. There were even some rumors thrown around that Herman was an alien sent from another planet to learn about the human language. Nope, Herman Ramirez was just a perfectly ordinary human being, at least in the physical way. His kleptomaniac behavior wouldn't be considered normal, even by other kleptomaniacs. Unlike typical klepedos, he didn't steal whatever he came across like a vulture scavenging dead carcasses across a desert. The things he stole were intangible. For example, the first thing he stole was Herman Ramirez's identity. The second thing he stole 1 year later was Herman Ramirez's identity. Another year after that, the identity of a third Herman Ramirez identity. Of course, it raised one simple question among his colleagues: why steal the life of someone who has the same name as him? Why would Herman Ramirez go through the trouble of stealing the life and identity of someone else named Herman Ramirez? Herman would laugh and answer the same question: I don't like the idea of someone having the same name as me. The only Herman Ramirez there can be is me. After his job translating for this non-English speaking woman was done, then he had a 4 o'clock appointment with another non-English speaker. He's got to practice his Arabic to ensure he's not out of shape or rusty. After 30 minutes, the deposition finally reached a conclusion. Mrs. Soda striking her husband was in self-defense. Well, that was the story she was going for, and Herman flashback to his parents. His father, the domestic abuse, no one deserved it. His father may not have been the best of fathers, but he didn't deserve to be put through what his mother put him through. Herman gathered his things and walked back into the waiting space as he waited for his 2 clients to finish up in someone's office. He checked his phones to see if there were any updates from Cronus and Oedipus. So far, nothing. He figured that Cronus and Oedipus must be busy or having a laid-back time. Whatever the case, it didn't matter. His job was to translate and be a personal aid to the 2 leaders. As long as they gave him his money and promised that he would live a long life, he could care less what happened. He did, however, care what happened to his car. He was prompted to get up off the comfy sitting chair and looked out the nearest window after hearing some kind of commotion outside. Upon looking out the window, he saw a small group of men, roughly 4 guys, smashing a car with golf clubs. Herman was mildly amused until he realized what car was being destroyed. Leaving his stuff behind in the waiting room, he took the nearest elevator down to the lobby and sprinted for the parking lot outside. Hey, you fucking bastards! Herman stopped just 10 feet away from the violent car-destroying men. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing to my car? The car had been damaged in the windshield when the guy holding a pitching wedge smashed the window pane several times. The second guy was holding a driver and he used it to smash the headlights. The third guy had a putter and was breaking the windows on the driver's and passenger's sides. The last guy had a baseball bat and was playing home run with the tail lights and license plate. The 4 men looked at Herman with awkward looks. They didn't have their faces covered, which allowed for an angry but controlled Herman to take a picture out and snap photos of their faces. Get the fuck away from my car, he threatened. I'll fucking kill you. This is a horrible car, the guy with the driver said. And out of date. Oh, you are so fucking dead. Herman vowed. Any normal person would have called the police, but he was still nervous about contacting the police, especially since he had a criminal record he just barely managed to expunge, but he didn't want to risk any officers potentially noticing him. That's when he got another idea. He dialed Cronus and Oedipus's numbers and put the phone to his ear when he suddenly felt tempted not to do anything. He didn't push the end call button, but when the 4 vandals ran off, Herman chased after them. They cut down an alleyway and they stopped when thump. All 4 of them dropped dead of a heart attack. Herman's initial shock wore off almost instantly and was replaced with fear that became amplified when he realized that he was standing out in the open and his face was exposed. Before he could do anything, a forearm wraps around his throat and his lights went out faster than a night light. With Cronus. Fuck you, Hermes, calling me for no reason. Cronus hung up his phone. Let's try this again. His patience wavered with each passing second. Still in the same room as yesterday, the room where he's interrogating Dixon for information, he pulled his chair out and sat in, sitting 3 feet across from the bound Dixon. What is your connection to Kira? Cronus asked one more time. If you don't talk, I'll have Cerberus come in here and break your knee bones. He's built like a truck so he can do that. I told you, Dixon said, shouting. I don't know. Cronus thought that the blindfold on Dixon was unnecessary, but he didn't want to take any chances, and he knew Dixon was shouting because he couldn't hear his own voice clearly, despite his vision being the one sense that was actually cut off. Cronus sighed and gripped the back of his hair violently. He couldn't take any more of this broken record crap and stood up and kicked his chair back against the wall. He pulled out a revolver and put a single bullet inside. Listen here, fucker, we're going to play a game of Russian roulette. I swear to God, if you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll pull this trigger. You have a 50-50 chance of telling me the right answer or wrong answer, as well as a 1 in 6 chance of dying. But you can avoid that 1 in 6 chance altogether if you just tell me what I want to know. He inserted the bullet in the cylinder and spun the cylinder twice before he slapped it into place. He held the gun near Dixon's ear and made sure to pull the hammer back as loudly as he could. Alrighty then, let's get started, shall we? He dug the barrel of the revolver into Dixon's forehead. The man nearly shit himself in fear and broke down sobbing. Kira wrote me a letter. Dixon cried. He wrote me a fucking letter. Cronus's interest peaks and he decides to push the hammer back into place. He removes the barrel slightly. Tell me of the contents of this letter? Yeah, sure. He told me to just go on the news and make a public announcement. I swear to God, that's all I know. He just told me to make a public announcement, nothing more. All I had to do was make a public announcement. If I didn't, he said he'd kill all of us. Please, you gotta believe me. Based on the desperation in the man's voice, Cronus concluded that the man must be telling the truth. Then again, in a time of crisis, when a man is desperate, he'll do or say anything to make his captor satisfied. There was a part in Cronus's brain that told him that the man was telling the truth, but one couldn't be too careful nowadays. He pulled the revolver away and tucked it into the back of his pants. Alrighty then, I believe you. Now tell me where this letter is. I burned it, Dizon answered, sighing like a man who just finished a marathon. Kira told me to burn the letter. Why would Kira tell you to make a public announcement and then burn the letter? I don't know. Did you meet anyone suspicious when you got the letter? No, Dixon panted heavily. No one. Completely anonymous with no return address. Interesting. Okay then, I believe you for the time being, and I will have one of my associates go to your office and look for evidence that this Kira note exists. But I burned it and dash. You read it to anybody? Dixon nodded. Yes, my coworkers. Then I'll have one of my associates go down to your job, interrogate one of the workers, and if they verify your story, you'll be set free. Set free from this world. Please, Dixon begged, not my employees. They may be jackasses, but they're my jackasses. Ah, how cute and adorable of you to try and defend your coworkers. Like I said, I'm only having someone meet your coworkers to confirm your story. After that, I'll figure out what to do with you. Until then, good night, sleep tight, and don't let the bed bugs bite. Cronus pistol-whipped Dixon in the head with his revolver and locked him inside the room. After making sure the room was locked tightly, he went to check on Cerberus. He was standing outside Kuroki's imprisonment door. Cronus folded his arms and looked the muscular giant in the eyes. Tell me, guard dog, anything new on our beloved prisoner? Nothing, Cerberus answered in a calm and collected voice like he rehearsed it dozens of times in his head. Still keeping a tight lip on things. Ah, good to know. He checked his watch. Well, I'm going to get one of my contacts to head over to the place where Dixon used to work. After that, if he verifies his story that he's just a pawn and follower of Kira, I'll... He stumbled to find the next set of words. "You'll let him go?" Cerberus suggested. "Negative," Cronus answered. "I'm curious to know if I really can change or reshape or break free from fate. As long as Dixon's lifespan is gone, then I'm keeping him here. I'm going to be killing him sooner or later. Don't you understand, Cerberus? I have to know if I can do this, if I can change or break fate." He grabs Cerberus by the collar. "For Penelope." He lets go and heads down the hall. Cerberus watches Cronus retreat and looks nervously at the door he's guarding, wondering what Kuroki is thinking and planning. The one thing still lingering in the back of his mind is that if he sent a message out to her comrades as ordered by her, why haven't they been responding? The thought made him nervous, but at the same time, relieved. If he sent a distress signal to the enemy and they weren't responding, it must mean they've abandoned Kuroki. The thought made him smile, and almost all worries had suddenly vanished. He remembered that he had to keep a careful eye and ear sound her because she proved to him that she has Kira's power. She may have the upper hand over him in his life, but he too has the upper hand in something. He wasn't going to waste this benefit and decided to play Kuroki a little while longer, doing whatever she says when she says, but in the back of his mind, he'll always remember that he's a guard dog. He was named after the guardian of the underworld and he was going to live up to that name. As Cronus got into his car, he took out his phone and gave a little assignment to one of his Roman allies named Pluto. He drove off in the car after he finished snapping orders and turned off his phone. He put on some old music he used to listen to with Penelope and gently nodded his head to the beat of the music, making sure not to get too caught up in the moment, for he didn't want to risk crashing. He pulled up to the hideout where Oedipus and Hermes should be stationed at. He parked his car and immediately ran inside. He kept a spare key to this place and he found his fraternal twin brother sitting at a computer talking on the phone to someone. "No way," Oedipus said a little too eagerly. He stood up and turned around, flashing the cheekiest and biggest grin he could flash on his face. "No, thank you." He turned off his phone and held his hands up in a purr fashion. He looked up into the sky. "Thank you, gods of death." Cronus approached him. "What's got you so giddy, brother?" "That was our old colleague and he gave me something very juicy on this Kira battle we're doing." "Which one?" "Our humbled friend." Cronus laughed. "He is anything but that." "Whatever. Anyway, since Hermes is busy at his day job for the time being, I called in a few of our connections concerning my research of one Knight Yagami. Remember, you called me and asked me to look this person up?" "Yeah, and?" "Well, it appears that our dear friend, Knight Yagami, has been involved in more than one Kira case a couple of years back. In fact, he's been involved in 4 of them. There was one case involving a group of Americans that he was involved in, another involving those enemies of Kira's making people commit suicide. And a special mention to the Kia killer, and the 4th case, the 10 lost children." "Oedipus, what is this leading to?" Cronus demanded. Oedipus grabbed his brother's shoulders. "Our friend told us the real name of Kira." "What is it?" "Kira's real name is Knight Yagami." Chapter 83, Messenger. July 24th, 2044. Los Angeles. Herman Ramirez woke from his sudden slumber. He grumbled before sitting up. He quickly realized that he was lying on the concrete ground in the alleyway he initially lost consciousness in. He remembers someone putting him in a rear-naked chokehold after his car was destroyed by 4 guys, and said 4 guys dropped dead from sudden heart attacks. He quickly jumped to his feet and checked his pockets. Surely enough, his phone was still there as well as his pocket. If this was a mugging, it was suspicious. He hastily checked his wallet and found all his money was gone. So a mugger had put him to sleep, but as for the 4 men, dropping dead from heart attacks nearly made him drop dead from a heart attack. He quickly went back to his workplace and gathered the rest of his things and called for a tow truck. After the tow truck towed his car away, he took a taxi ride home. His place of dwelling was a duplex with the owner of the neighboring house away on vacation. He lived on the top floor and he made no attempt to slow down as he checked his living room. His TV was in place in the living room, his desk was still in his bedroom, and his fridge remained unopened. He couldn't explain this paranoia going on about him, and it's what made him shiver. He was grateful that the mugger that put him under didn't steal his wallet or phone. Phone! He removes his phone and sighs, paranoia making him forget about the fact that he already checked for his phone on the drive home. His personal laptop was set up in his bedroom on his desk, and that's when he realized that his paranoia wasn't completely wrong. The last time he checked, his laptop was unopened before he left for work, and now his laptop was open on the locked home screen. Rough day at work, Hermes? Herman snapped in the direction of the voice. Rain was standing in the hallway leading to his bathroom, and his eyes went bulging and nearly leaped out of his skull. Rain! Hermes shouted. No, it's clear skies tonight, Rain snarked. A forearm wrapped around his throat once more, and he went unconscious a second time that day. Night-night, father of Luke. Knight carefully laid Hermes down on the ground before looking to the side, where Iris and the kids were hiding in the hallway leading to Herman's bathroom. It all worked out well, Knight told the others. Our plan of luring Hermes back to his place of dwelling was easy and simple enough. He called me Rain before I said hello, Rain pointed out. He's Hermes. Yeah, Archer said, appearing behind Rain with Angel by his side. That bastard was with Cronus and Oedipus when they called us by our real names. Knight reaches and yanks out Hermes' phone. It doesn't have a lock screen, so he is able to open the phone immediately. Talk about lenient security. Unless that's not his real phone, Angel suggested. Genius, Archer praised. It's kinda like the diary and false bottom, Knight pointed out. When people open the drawer, they'll see a diary and their curiosity will be satisfied. But once they open the false bottom, they find the real notebook. He held up Hermes' phone. This phone is a decoy. To avoid leaving our fingerprints, we'll have Hermes give us his real phone and laptop. He pockets Hermes' decoy phone before he drags the unconscious Hermes away. Let's set up for when he wakes up. They spent the last half hour setting up for when he woke up, which included making a noose out of a rope they found in one of his supply closets and setting up a chair underneath the ceiling fan. But they didn't have to worry about getting the noose around Hermes' neck right now, not when they had their invisible Shinigami hoisting him up in the air by his hands. Hermes coughed when he finally woke up and looked around, telling himself that he wasn't a fan of chokeholds putting him to sleep. He struggled and kicked his feet, which seemed to be the only movable limbs of his when his arms were hoisted above his head by an invisible force of some kind. What's going on here? Hermes asked, still looking around confused. His gaze focused on the ceiling for a brief moment before his gaze landed on Knight Yagami standing before him. Knight smiles mischievously at Hermes. What can I say, Hermes, this is most certainly unpleasant. For you, at least. He put a hand on his chest in a dramatic way. My name is Knight Yagami and I'm Kira. What? Hermes' eyes went wide. No fucking way you're Kira. Yes. Knight hissed, I am. He got that look in his eyes like an angry lion, ready to attack and devour a younger lion. You're dead like Sharon is. Or rather, Christopher D'Angelo. And I've been meaning to ask, do you prefer Hermes, or Herman Ramirez? Fuck you, he cursed to hide the fear of his identity being figured out. You know nothing about me, so don't try and scare me, bastard. You're Cronus and Oedipus's right-hand man. Tell me everything I want to know and you'll die of a heart attack rather than stabbing yourself or hanging. I'm not telling you anything. That's what Sharon said, but like before, he gave in and gave me what I wanted. After I deal with you, it's only Cerberus and Cronus and Oedipus that I have to deal with. What are Cronus and Oedipus's real names? If you don't know, at least tell me their location. I don't know Cronus and Oedipus's real names, but they somehow know all of our names. That's because they have Shinigami eyes, a type of eyes that gives you the ability to know a person's name just by looking at their face. I'm betting Cronus and Oedipus surprised you and said your real name before you could get a word in. We did research on you, Ramirez, while you were unconscious. You're a kleptomaniac of intangible objects, which is a first for me. There are at least 5 other people named Herman Ramirez on this planet, and you went after them and stole their identities. You're a kleptomaniac identity thief, very original I will admit. I've seen this trick before with Hideki Ryuga but it's not going to work on me. You won't get anything out of me, Hermes snapped. And I don't believe you're Kira. Those 4 guys who trashed your car then suddenly dropped dead from heart attacks, who the hell do you think sent those guys after your car? It was me, dumbass. And how do you think we figured out your residence? When we put you under in the alleyway, we checked your wallet. We knew that you would be suspicious if nothing was stolen from you while you were asleep, so I stole all your money. I don't like getting my hands dirty, but it's just me and my family here in this foreign land, no backup or cops to control. We're on our own, and I gotta say, it's nice to get out and get my hands dirty every once in a while. Hermes laughed. You must be proud of yourself, getting exercise and whatnot. I'm in perfect health, but you may not be. I'm going to ask you one more time, where are Cronus and Oedipus? How many times? I'm not spilling my guts. Is the information in your computer? Hermes went silent before he wasn't. What difference does it make? Whatever information you want is locked away on my computer through 3 levels of encryption, and I'll never give you the passwords. Hermes laughed at the top of his lungs in triumphant. Shut up, Knight ordered. Thank you for making this easier for us. I can easily manipulate you into giving up my password. I can write something along the lines like, Herman Ramirez logs into his phone and computer and unlocks all his secret files, and you will do that. I am Kira, and now that I know your name and face, your life is in my hands. He took out a pencil. I can easily write your name down and kill you in whatever way I imagine. If I want, I can have you cut off all 4 of your limbs and have you run over by an SUV. Make this easier on yourself. The more you cooperate, the less painful your death will be. Nope, I ain't saying nothing. Then perhaps I can persuade you another way. How? Louis Godwin. Hermes tilted his head. What about it? If you don't talk, I'll expose to everyone that you're not really Herman Ramirez. Hermes's body jerked as he struggled to move. No, I am Herman Ramirez, the one and fucking only. I'll tell everyone else that you've been stealing the identities of other people who share the same name as you. I can't stand the idea of someone having the same name as me. Don't you fucking say a word. And no one will believe you. This is America, boy. Whoever speaks first, their word is the law. Then again, I can just manipulate you into saying that. If it comes from your mouth first before it comes from mine, your word is the law. I am Kira, and if I can make people commit suicide, I can most certainly make them do less desirable acts as well. I'll resist your power. I've told people that they will commit suicide and they try to resist, but they always fail. Make this easier on us and you get to keep your sacred identity to yourself. Hermes shook his head. Show me proof of your power. Of course. Knight turned around and looked at Rain and Archangel. Go get Mommy. Yeah, Archer exclaimed. He and his twin ran off to signal their mother of something. When they came back, a familiar face was with them. Hermes instantly recognized him. Tantalus? Terry Hotman, Knight said, that's his real name. He's a serial kidnapper who abducted dozens of women and would then starve them to death by trapping them in a well, but that's not all. Like the story, the food he would hand them would always be out of reach. An apple, a grape, or even an orange, just dangling inches above their head, just barely out of reach until one day, they couldn't reach anymore and died. Tantalus looked at Hermes with a blank look on his face, not responding to anything, almost like he was in a catatonic state. You've done horrible things, Tantalus. Now, kill yourself, Knight ordered. Tantalus absent-mindedly climbed the chair set up from earlier, wrapped the noose around his neck, and then proceeded to kick the chair away and caused himself to drop. He was suspended 3 feet above the ground. Nah, not like that, Knight said, die of a heart attack. Thump. Tantalus clutched his chest and began convulsing. He gasped slightly for air, but it was no use, for his heart attack had already killed him. Knight set the chair up and helped get Tantalus's body down. The human trafficker's body flopped to the ground like a dead fish, and Hermes was left trembling in terror as he was suddenly lifted into the air by the invisible force gripping his hands. "It's time for you to go next unless you tell me what I want to know." "No," Hermes cried as he was set up on top of the chair against his will. His hands were bound behind his back as his hands reached for the noose and put it around his throat against his will. He was shocked and horrified that his body was acting against his will, and it made him believe that the people standing before him were indeed Kira and his accomplices. "Wait!" Hermes cried, "Please don't fucking kill me. Then tell me what I want to know. Tell me the passwords to your computer and your personal phone. I'll do it. Just, please. We won't spill the beans on you stealing other Herman Ramirez identities. Tell me where your personal computer and phone are." "Dresser, bottom drawer, false bottom." Knight looked at Rain. "Stay here, I'll go verify for myself." "He's not going anywhere," Rain promised. Knight went into Hermes' bedroom to check the drawer. Iris moved beside him and they opened the bottom drawer and managed to pry the false bottom off without setting off any trap or alarm. They come back into the living room where Rain stood watching Hermes. "Passwords?" Knight demanded. Hermes gave them the password and everything else they asked for. After having Archangel write down the passwords, they gave the passwords to Rain, who quickly looked over both of them before handing them to their parents. Knight and Iris verified the passwords by signing into Hermes' computer and phone successfully and without incident. They managed to get past several secret files that had the same security measures Hermes mentioned earlier. The problem was that the files were all written in different languages. Knight counted at least 7 different languages. "What's this?" Knight exclaimed. "Why is everything written in a different language?" Hermes managed to smile at them, thinking he managed to get one up over them. "Didn't think it was going to be that easy, right? I'm a translator, and in order to access those files, you need me to translate." "We have Google Translate," Rain said. "Drop dead," Knight ordered. "Without warning." Thump thump. Hermes gasped and bit his tongue so hard that it separated at the halfway point. Instead of spitting out his tongue, he forced it down his throat but was unable to swallow it as the noose got in the way. Now Hermes was choking on his own tongue and being choked by a noose, but it was the heart attack that killed him 10 seconds later before his body went limp. Just before his body went completely limp, he kicked the chair out from beneath him and his corpse was dangling from the noose by the ceiling fan above him. Iris looked away from the sight, still sometimes unable to stomach someone dying right in front of her, but was shocked and somewhat relieved to see that even Archer, the ruthless one of their children, looking away. Angel, being the nicest one of the family, stood in front of Archer to block his vision and patted him on the shoulder. Angel was the older twin, so he felt obligated to protect his little brother. Rain was standing there with her permanent expressionless face, looking in the direction of Hermes' dead body but not responding to it in any way that Iris could see. On the other hand, Knight was too busy looking through Hermes' computer to be concerned by the dangling dead body. After finding something on Hermes' computer, he smiled before turning off the camera. 2 down, 3 to go, he declared. "If we keep going at this rate, then that means Cerberus is the next one to die." "These guys are dropping like flies," Rain commented offhandedly. "Nobody likes flies." "That's right, righteous Rain." He begins to gather his things before he turns to Iris. "Pack your stuff, we'll get out of here." This could have gone better, but everything went according to plan, Knight thought. Like Sharon, we use one of the minions of Cronus and Oedipus to prove our power and get their information before we kill them. We're lucky Tantalus was in the area for us to demonstrate our power on Hermes. Hermes Ramirez's death was already written in the death note, but I made sure to give some leeway to create the illusion that all I needed to do was wish death upon someone. Not too bad, but not too good either. Overall, pretty good. July 25th, 2044. With Cronus and Oedipus. "Are you sure about this?" Cronus asked as he grabbed Oedipus's wrist. Sitting at the dinner table in their home, Oedipus had served hot tea for the both of them, maybe a little too hot as it nearly scalded Oedipus on the tongue. After dropping a single ice cube inside, he took a long sip before acknowledging the fact that his brother was grabbing his wrist. Of course. Why would I ever lie to you, sweet little brother? Oedipus asked. Cronus, I dash. Oedipus interrupted him by saying, We're in my home, there is no Cronus and Oedipus when we are in my home. I am Maki's and you are Saki's. Sorry, Saki's apologized. But, about what you said, if Knight Yagami really is Kira then dash. It makes perfect sense, Maki's claimed. I looked up an old picture I found of Knight Yagami and I saw that he still had a lifespan floating above his head. Once I shared my suspicions with our dear beloved and humbled friend, he told me details concerning Kira. In particular, a notebook of exponentially amazing proportions. Talk like a regular person. Our ally told me that Kira's power comes from a notebook. If you write a person's name in it while thinking of their face, that person will die. These notebooks are called death notes. These death notes come from a realm of beings called Shinigami, or as they're translated to English, gods of death. Saki's held his hand up, signaling for Maki's to slow down. You're saying that gods of death are real? Yes, and apparently, they live by taking lifespans. My friend told us that if a god of death writes that a human who lives to be 50 and dies at 30, the 20 years they have yet to live are added to that god of death's lifespan. And here's the interesting part, gods of death automatically know the names of any human they gaze upon, and you know why? Why? Shinigami eyes, Maki smiled. Apparently, the eyes of a Shinigami allow them to instantly know a person's name just by looking at their face. A human owning a death note can have the Shinigami eyes, but only after they trade half the years remaining in their lifespan for said eyes. He pointed to his eyes. Our eyes. Our Shinigami eyes? That's right. But, we're not death note owners. No, we're not, but our friend said that his father knew of a serial killer named Beyond Birthday who was born with Shinigami eyes, just like we were. Beyond Birthday? His eyes widened. I remember Beyond Birthday. Good, Maki smiled. And there's another thing, apparently, ownership of the death note can be transferred. Those who own a death note will have their lifespans invisible to those with Shinigami eyes. Apparently, gods of death only need to know the names and lifespans of their victims and not each other. However, there are two types of ownership of a death note. There's actually owning the death note and there's borrowing the death note. The difference lies in the lifespans. So, if you own a death note, your lifespan is invisible? Maki's nodded. And, you can trade for the Shinigami eyes. On the other hand, there is what is known as borrowing. If you borrow the death note, you can't trade for Shinigami eyes and your lifespan will be visible. So by that logic, with Knight Yagami being Kira but having his lifespan be visible, it means that Knight Yagami gave up ownership of his death note and gave it to someone else. Saki snapped his fingers. Like Robert Dixon. Precisely. So, Dixon was made the owner of a death note, but Knight Yagami's the borrower of his death note. So, if we want to find this death note, we have to lure Knight Yagami out into the open. Yep. Maki sipped once more from his tea. If we threaten to expose his identity, then we can get Kira to comply with whatever we want. He hasn't seen our faces, so he's at a major disadvantage. He drummed his finger against his temple and stiffened when he realized something. Speaking of which, where in God's name are Sharon and Hermes? Saki's furrowed his brows. Yeah, I haven't heard from those guys in a while. And they haven't tried to contact us in a while as well. Those bastards, I swear to God, if anything happens to them they're going to regret it. Unless Kira already got them. We're going to have to bring in backup, Saki's claimed. Maybe we can bring in our friends. Maki shook his head. I don't know, I don't like the idea of working with that cannibal. 6 months ago, Cronus and Oedipus didn't like the idea of inviting these outsiders into their home, or rather, Oedipus's home, but it's not like they were violent or out on a mission to kill them. Standing behind them were Sharon, Hermes, and the bodyguard, Cerberus. And sitting across from Cronus and Oedipus at the dinner table were Alpha Beta, Humble, and Jester. What point is there to coming to work with us? Cronus asked. You know what we are and what we do. Human traffickers, Alpha Beta answered. We know exactly what you guys are and what you're capable of. We're looking for someone on your side. Someone on our side? Yeah. All of us, sans Humble here, grew up in an orphanage and we've been trying to gather as many of our former comrades as possible. I believe that there is one in your group. He calls himself Poseidon? Poseidon? Oedipus narrowed his eyes. Yeah, I remember Poseidon. Back in Wammy's house, we named him Fish. That's a stupid name, Humble said offhandedly. Why did you call him Fish? Would you prefer Poseidon or other stupid names like that? Alpha Beta asked. My sincere apologies, Humble rolled his eyes. So what's with this guy? Poseidon is my best friend, Cerberus said. He and I do a lot of arm wrestling matches. We considered naming Cyclopes, but Poseidon seemed like a better title. Or Titan. Alpha Beta leaned forward in her chair. You guys are human traffickers who love to trade and buy people so you can have your little death matches. Surely, if someone is making you an offer to buy someone, you wouldn't object. We want to get Fish back on our side. I don't know, Oedipus mocked. Poseidon is one of the strongest guys in our group. He's not for sale, unless you have something to offer in return. What do you want? People with long lives to live. We want recruits and people to fight to the death. We want money and to get rich. I can easily pay you in dash. No, not that kind of money. I always make my own money with these death matches. Send us pictures of people you would be willing to sell to us. If we determine that they're valuable, then we will take them off your hands. This is wrong, Jester said. People are people and you're forcing them to fight to the death? Life is cruel and crapsack, Cronus grumbled angrily. This world deserves to die, or at least destroyed so it can be rebuilt. So what do you say? Oedipus asked. We'll give you Poseidon, or Fish, in exchange for sending us candidates for us to buy or abduct, and Fish is yours, permanently. Looks like you got yourself a deal, Alpha Beta answered with hesitation. She held her hand out and Oedipus eagerly shook it. Did anyone tell you have a beautiful name? His eyes lingered on the name floating above her head. Ah, thank you and no one knows my real name. A few seconds later, Rook came in from the backyard holding a plate of food in his hands. After settling in, he served up food for their host. He served a plate for each person, sans the 10 lost children, and waited eagerly as Cronus, Oedipus, Charon, Hermes, and Cerberus took a bite of the meat. This is good, Cronus said. Thanks, I own my own restaurant, Rook said sheepishly. Is this steak? Nah. Chicken? Pork chop, lamb? Nope. What is it? Without warning or any telltale signs, Rook burst out laughing a split second later, laughing hysterically at the top of his lungs in the loudest volume humanly possible. Makis cringed at that memory and took out his phone once more. He dialed a familiar number before putting the phone to his ear. You answered on the second ring, Makis chuckled after hearing the person on the other end pick up. How humble of you. Anyway, how is Poseidon holding up? I hope he's doing well. Anyway, I've been sitting here with my brother and whatnot, and I was thinking about how much you owe me for finding your lost child. What do you want? The person on the other end asked. How about a second shot at taking down Kira? This is it. We're going to have our dear old friend whom I sold Poseidon to come and help us out on our mission. If he's been after Kira as Rook told us, then he most certainly will help us out. Especially after losing the first time around. Kira won't know what hit him, and when he least expects it, we'll. No. Makis' back stiffened and his smile vanished. What do you mean, no, humble? Chapter 84, Competition. July 25, 2044. The suburbs, Los Angeles. Makis' back stiffened and his smile vanished. What do you mean, no, humble? What part of no do you not understand? I'm not going to be working with you guys on this case. You guys will just want to tell you what to do and leech your victory off of me. Guess what? I'm done taking orders from someone else, and I'm done having people leech their victories off of me and giving me no credit. Maki stood up in his chair, his free hand clenching into a fist. Then why did you spill your guts on everything you know about Kira? His brows arched. Unless, you think we're not going to get one up over Kira, right? The only person who will be taking down Kira is me. Have fun coming in second place, you get used to it after a while until you're in first place. This isn't some competition. You know what, fuck you, Humble. Speaking of which, where's Alpha Beta? I didn't kill her if you're asking. But she is indisposed at the moment and up the creek. Up the creek, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? And where's Poseidon? Fish is dead. And Rook was eaten alive by pigs. I'm all that's left of your customers. I don't need any of those kids. I will win this battle on my own and you will be eating my dust. I'll see you later, Oedipus. And tell Cronus that he should thank Rook because of him, he got the name Cronus to begin with. Don't remind us, Maki's warned before the call was dropped. He clenched the phone so hard in his hands that it almost cracked, but he didn't have enough strength to cause a phone screen to crack with his bare hands. Looks like we have competition, he told his twin. Saki's leaned by in his chair all nonchalant-like. Really, what gave you that idea? Humble is going against and he wants to take down Kira for himself. If he takes down Kira, who knows what he could do with the Death Note. We have to find Kira first and get his Death Note before Humble comes and wrecks everything. We got to get all of our associates, Saki said. And we got to draw out Kira somehow, but how? We know his name is Knight Yagami and his children are Rain, Arc, and Jewel Yagami. We could expose his name, but doing so would make it even more difficult to track him down. He could easily go into hiding and stay off the radar. Even then, he could easily give up the notebook to someone else. So far, the only thing Knight's got going for him is that no one knows his real name. He held his index finger up. But, if we threaten to expose his identity, then he'll do something. Kira has never backed down from a challenge from other opponents. L is a prime example, along with the other people I've listed over the years. Saki spoke up. So we publicly declare that Kira is to go after us, then he'll track us down. We have the advantage of our super eyes, or Shinigami eyes, to help us identify him, so anything out of the ordinary, a living human with no name or lifespan visible, or just an invisible lifespan, they'll be outed as Kira. He stroked his chin. We can use Dixon to our advantage. And as for our employees, we get rid of them. All of them have lifespans to indicate they would live long lives. If we hire people who die within a few days, then we can use them to our advantage. Humble told me that the Death Note can't kill people who have less than 12 minutes of life remaining. If we use these chess pieces correctly, we can frustrate Knight and force him to do something drastic and desperate. Saki's got out of his chair and began walking to the front door. I do have a faint idea of what to do, but one idea I have in mind is we figure out what hotel or house Knight and his family are staying in. According to Hermes, Rain, Arc, and Jewel have yet to return to Japan, which means they're still here in LA. If we can find them, kidnap them, then we'll have our advantage over Kira. He smiled. We'll blackmail Kira into giving us his death notes and forcing him to forego his memories while he's at it. He snapped his fingers. We still have Yuri Kuroki in our hands. Maki smiled. Perfect. The solution to our problem was right under our noses the entire time. Kuroki and Dixon are going to be tools to take down Kira. With Kuroki. Where the fuck is Knight? Kuroki was getting anxious, tied in her chair, unable to do anything. She may have had Cerberus come in a few times and give him orders and demands, but she still felt uncomfortable that she was still in the presence of the underworld's giant guard dog. She whistled and summoned him into the room, only for someone else to enter the room. Kuroki's eyes went wide. It was Cronus and Oedipus. Why aren't you wearing your blindfold? Cronus demanded. He felt pretty safe and secure, especially with his mask donned on him, and he casually went over and put her blindfold back on. I hope for your sake, Cerberus was wearing his mask the entire time. You're going to go down hard, buddy, Kuroki declared. Kidnapping a cop, that shit's not going to fly. Especially a cop from overseas. Your English is perfect, Cronus commented. Good English. You're Greek? Kuroki asked. I can tell by the slight dialect in your accent. I am. What does it matter? Why are you doing this? Why the fuck are you kidnapping me? Because you're Kira's accomplice. That's right, I know everything about that. He watched her body go limp before it tensed up a bit. Obviously, she reacted horribly to the news but was trying to cover her body language by acting like nothing happened, but Cronus saw right through it. Shinigami eyes. Cronus whispered in her ears. Do you possess the Shinigami eyes? This time, Kuroki didn't make any effort to restrain her body language. Shinigami? As in a god of death? Didn't peg you for a dash. We know all about the Shinigami eyes. You are going to tell us everything you know about Kira. He's a mass murderer and dash. We know about the Death Note. We know that Dixon is a puppet. And you want to know the best part? We looked up a picture of a police officer from Japan, well, a group of police officers from Japan, taken a little over 10 years ago, and they all had lifespans floating above their heads. But, when I put a bullet in Dixon's head, the lifespan floating above one of the officers' heads vanished. He smiled. And do you know the name of that officer? I'm going to go out on a limb and say me? Kuroki hoped her nonchalant came off as genuine. Knight Yagami. Kuroki tried her damned hardest to keep her body language restrained, but it was almost like she accepted her defeat, with the greatest reluctance of course, but still accepted it. Her shoulders went limp and her head hung lower than before. And I did some digging, and you were working with Knight Yagami for almost 10 years. You were working with Knight Yagami, who we have confirmed is Kira, and like Kira, your lifespan is absent, so it stands to reason that you are his accomplice. Not only that, but Rain, Ark, and Jewel Yagami are the children of Knight Yagami. He walks behind her chair and leans down to whisper in her ears. What do you get out of this? Do you have the Shinigami eyes? You must, because it's always Kira's accomplice that has the Shinigami eyes rather than the OG or main Kira. He grabbed the back of her hair gently. Tell me, do you know what it's like, being born with these eyes? His grip tightened on her hair and caused pain in her scalp. From the moment I turned 6, all I could see were the dates of death for my parents. My mother. Penelope. I could see the dates they were to die, and I was helpless to do anything about it. Penelope meant everything to me back then, and when she got struck by that truck. I'd never felt so helpless in my life. He stands up and looks down at his feet. All my life, I've devoted my entire life to finding out if I could have done something to save her life if her death was preventable. No matter what I did, no matter what I said to people to did to them, they always die on their predetermined death dates. These super eyes aren't so super after all, they're fucking curses. Do you know what it's like, waking up in the moment, knowing when everyone's time and grain of sand is about to run out? And you. He hissed and pointed at her. You traded for the Shinigami eyes just so you can kill people. You traded half of the years remaining in your lifespan just to get these Shinigami eyes, and you use them to kill people. I know that the Death Note kills people prematurely, and it utterly pisses me off that you waste everything you could ever have on killing people. People die, Kuroki said simply. Even if you saved this Penelope character all those years ago, she still would have died. But she would have lived a long life had it not been for me. Had it not been for stupid fate. Without thinking, with all the strength he had to offer, he slaps her across the face. Kuroki fell to the ground on her side and bumped her head against the ground. I couldn't help but notice that you only slapped when I was restrained. Afraid of getting your ass handed to you by a girl? You don't deserve to live. I'd give up all the years in my lifespan to get rid of these Shinigami eyes so I can enjoy the presence and comfort of people till the end of time. I can't stand people like you. These Shinigami eyes are nothing but a curse. That's not true, Kuroki thought. These Shinigami eyes saved me and gave me a new home and name. Had it not been for the Shinigami eyes, I've come up with a plan to make some use of you. If you're lucky, Kira will kill you before we show you what we have in mind. Cronus turned to his brother. Oedipus, I think it's time to call Jason and have him bring us our golden fleece. Oedipus smiled, but since he was wearing a mask, it didn't show from Cronus's point of view. Jason will be very happy, Oedipus said. Jason likes his golden fleece. Yeah, Cronus agreed. Jason deserves a promotion. He looked down at Kuroki. Are you familiar with the golden fleece from Greek mythology? Yes, Kuroki nodded. What are you going to do? Beat me to a pulp, then have a golden blanket heal me so you can beat me up again? Our golden fleece is anything but a healing device. But don't worry, Lady Fortuna is on your side because you won't get to experience the golden fleece firsthand. But you will see it in action. On Dixon, after he sees it on action with someone else. Kuroki flinched. Cronus smiled. I lied about Dixon being dead and Knight's lifespan being invisible. But your reaction told me that without a doubt, Knight Yagami is 100% Kira. Thank you for giving me your input and confirming our theories and speculations. You've saved us a great deal of trouble. Now get ready because we are going to usurp Kira's power. Cronus and Oedipus left the room, but Cerberus came back in and helped Kuroki sit up. As she sat back uncomfortably in her chair, a memory flashed in her mind, one of her earliest memories involving Kira. But that was a story for another time, a time when she planned on telling her story to someone worthwhile about how her Shinigami eyes were not a curse but a blessing that found her. Kira is a blessing that found her, but since actions speak louder than words and she has only a memory to recite, she hopes her words are impactful to whomever she tells her story to. July 31st, 2044. Hotel room. After endlessly writing in his notebook, Knight finally put down his pencil and paper and slumped down onto his hotel bed. All of Cronus and Oedipus's assets had their fates set in stone. It took a hell of a lot longer than expected, but the deed was done, and given that Kuroki's name was still visible in the photo Iris had of her, Kuroki was still alive and still kicking. It was time to go after Cronus and Oedipus and put them down, once and for all. But it seemed like fate had other stuff in store for him when the news station suddenly had an alert that a live broadcast was being played all throughout Los Angeles and demands were being made that Kira was to watch. Of course, there was no way to know for sure if Kira was actually watching, so they decided to play it regardless. Knight called for his family to come into the room as he turned on the broadcast, and they all sat patiently on the bed as the broadcast played out. A woman on the screen, an elderly woman with wrinkled skin and sea-blue eyes, looked to the camera, a pair of thin glasses hanging from her nose as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Hello, Kira," the elderly woman said fearfully. "I hope you're watching." Knight looked in the background of the broadcast, nothing but a black wall behind the elderly woman with a white sign hanging above her head with red writing that said "Dear Olympians." There was black wording written underneath it that spelled out, "Gods of the night and knights in shining armor, Ragnarok has come." "Kira," the elderly woman spoke up again, "I really do hope you're watching because I have a message for you." Knight leaned towards the screen. "I know who you are, Kira," the elderly woman said with determination. "And I know the name of all your allies. I can easily expose you right here, right now, but I'm not going to. Outing you means you have nothing left to lose, and I don't want to piss you off yet. But I do have a plan, and it involves you." Knight's eyes widened. "Iris, what's her name?" "Bella Thorpe," Iris answered. "She must be Cronus and Oedipus's puppet. Listen carefully to what she says." "That goes double for you, Rain." Rain nodded. "Aye aye, Captain." "Kira," the elderly woman continued, "I know exactly where your power comes from and how to wield it. If you're wondering how, a little Tweety bird told me." Knight's eyes go wider. "Kuroki, did she betray us? And no, it wasn't your accomplice who spoiled your fun. We had another little Tweety bird snitch and pointed fingers at you. These are our demands, Kira. Give us your power." Knight tilted his head with curiosity. "You want the Death Note? We would expose you and all your secrets, but doing so would make it extremely difficult for us to get what we want. But if you don't comply with our demands, we will get violent with you. We will force you into a situation where the only thing you can do is force you to give us your power. Make this easy on us and we will leave you only. Your secret will forever be safe. This is a one-time offer, and if you accept it, all is forgiven, in spite of what you did to the underworld. If you wish to comply with our demands, then we will broadcast a list of locations to you. Of course, they'll be hidden and encrypted and exclusive, so only a person with your power would know about it. You will get the list tomorrow. Your competitors, out. The elderly woman was about to sign off before a hand reached out and yanked her to the side. A man wearing a black bodysuit with a clown mask stepped onto the screen. Based on the male figure's body, the man had a stocky build and a large set of shoulders. He kneeled down to look directly into the camera. Anyone with a fear of clowns would be shitting their pants at the sight of the clown-themed mask staring into the camera. Oh, and just a little motivation to encourage you to comply with our demands. This is what will happen if you refuse our demands. I'm curious if you have a heart, Kira, or if you see your accomplices as a dime a dozen. The clown stepped off the screen. An elderly man was wheeled out into the center of the camera and a noose was set up on the ceiling fan before him. The man who wheeled the elderly man out had a Hannibal Lecter-like face mask, and he wrapped the noose around the elderly man's throat, offering little resistance, right before he took out a pill from his pocket and popped it under the man's nose. The elderly man jolted and fell into his wheelchair. The pill popped and pulled the wheelchair out from under the old man, and the old man was left hanging by his neck. He was hanging by the noose, but he wasn't dangling high above the ground for the noose to do its job, given that the old man could still crouch and kneel on the ground, even stand if he was told, but he opted to try and force his body to go as far down to the ground as possible, making no attempts to free himself of the noose. As the man struggled to put his forehead to the ground, his eyes suddenly began bleeding bloody tears down his cheeks. The saliva in his mouth suddenly took a dark red color and started to flood the inside of his mouth like a cup being filled with fruit punch. When it became too much for his mouth to hold, the blood poured out of his mouth and the man's eyes became bloodshot before the irises became milk-white and cloudy. A few moments later, the man's body stopped struggling and he became limp. The clown-masked man blocked the view of the dead old man and looked into the camera, smiling behind his mask. This fate is what awaits your accomplice should you not comply with our demands. He looks to his left. And what's this we got here? He pulled the elderly woman back into frame, only her eyes were closed shut, almost peaceful-like, and her head went limp against the man's arm. It appears Miss Messenger here was so scared that she had a fucking heart attack. Not your handiwork, Kira, I know, but this woman is a demonstration that we understand the limitations of your powers. Aside from needing names and faces to kill, we also know who you can't kill, even if you do know their names and faces. He gently pats the back of the dead old woman's head. All angles are covered here, Kira. The ball's in your court. He saluted the camera. Toodaloo. The broadcast ended with a message saying that the news crew was experiencing technical difficulties. Oh my god, Iris gasped. Cronus and Oedipus, they just... Public executions like that demand serious business, Knight told. They're upping the ante. They know who you are, Rain pointed out. They weren't lying. The banner said gods of the night and knights in shining armor. They were practically spelling out your name on live TV without actually spelling it out. How did they find out? Archer demanded. How did they find out you're Kira, Daddy? Knight shook his head. I don't know. I would guess Kuroki, but he said it was someone else. Who else knows you're Kira? Angel asked. What a question indeed, Knight thought. His hair and eyes turned a dark red color. Think, Knight, who in the world aside from your accomplices knows you are the world's deadliest mass murderer? The simplest answer is that Cronus and Oedipus saw my lifespan invisible when they looked up a picture of me, but there shouldn't be any pictures of me in America. And not only that, but I am still not the owner of any death note, and they never should have figured out my identity. It's possible they made the connection when they saw the similarities in my name with my 3 children, especially with the kanji spelling. But I can't leave any stone unturned. Think, who else knows that Knight Yagami is Kira? Anyone who knew my name died, except for my accomplices and... His eyes opened with shock. Humble. It actually makes sense. Humble and Rook are connected to each other via the 10 lost children, and Humble's father, Mello, had connections to the American Mafia, and on top of that, Rook has connections to human traffickers around the globe. It's not a stretch to assume that Humble met Cronus and Oedipus and he snitched my identity out to them. He clenched his fists. Humble. I should have killed him when I had the chance. I'll never make that mistake again. But on to more important matters. Cronus and Oedipus know your name, the Death Note, and its limitations, Iris said. Both the old man and woman on screen were destined to die that day, from some kind of intoxicating pill for the old man and a heart attack of terror from the old woman. It's because they were less than 12 minutes alive that they knew you wouldn't be able to kill them. She folded her arms over her chest. They know your name, power, and weakness, and on top of that, they have a huge advantage of the Shinigami eyes, and with them, they can easily select any random target. And Kuroki is still in their possession. And Humble is back in the picture, Knight pointed out. He looked at her with a glare. That mother-fucker snitched on me. He told Cronus and Oedipus my name and the powers of the Death Note and its weaknesses. Think about it, out of all the 10 lost children, he had the most knowledge and he nearly got me beat. That bastard is working with Cronus and Oedipus. He points to Rain and Archangel. Rain, Archangel, I'm giving you a homework assignment. Look up everybody with the last name of Buluk that was born almost 31 years ago. If his mother is Hallie Buluk, then chances are, he has the same last name as her. Only orphans and castaways are allowed at Wammy's house, and given that Humble has a close relationship with his mother, he obviously lived with her. Find out everything you can. Archer and Angel flinched, not used to seeing their father bark orders at them so irrationally and wildly like an animal. They nodded nervously before running off into their room. Knight rubbed the back of his head before sighing. Iris, Rain, I need you guys to look up that video on every online platform you can and look for as many clues as you can. We're going to need everything we can in order to find Cronus and Oedipus. He clenched his fists once more. I'm willing to bet that Cronus and Oedipus don't know that we already know where Kuroki is being held. She already had orders to call us should she change her location, and given the lack of phone calls, her location is the same. Iris grabbed her husband's hands. You need to calm down, Knight. Oh, I am calm, Knight said through clenched teeth. You see me, standing here, fists balled up, ready to punch the wall. This is me, calm and very rational, honey. Nothing but calm. Iris slowly backed away and ushered her daughter to get behind her. She knew her husband wouldn't attack them in a hysterical fit, but she didn't want to take any chances. All these secrets. My secrets, exposed before a gang of human traffickers, I feel naked and helpless. I'm so fucking humiliated, but this is not defeat for me, this is a stepping stone to victory. He looked back to the TV screen that had been turned off. This is a stepping stone for victory because Cronus, Oedipus, and Humble all forgot one very important thing. Don't fuck with the gods of the New World. Chapter 85, Flame. August 1st, 2044. Los Angeles. One day had passed since Cronus and Oedipus declared war on Knight Yagami. Things were getting heated, especially when more was revealed on the live broadcast. The TV station was taken over and Robert Dixon was MIA for the past week or two. Things weren't going too well in LA, USA, but Knight was counting on things to be hectic. He had to take out Cronus and Oedipus immediately before things escalated from worse to out of control. Knight Yagami realized that with his name exposed, at least to his enemies, he had to be careful walking in public because any one of those bastards could be spying on him. He had to keep a close eye out on his kids, for they were still in Cronus and Oedipus's crosshairs. It was time to act, it was time to kill, and it was time to unleash Yuri Kuroki. He went to a payphone, shocked that they still existed, and dialed the number that Kuroki's proxy called from. Hello, a hulking voice came back. Put Kuroki on the phone, Knight ordered. Why, you can't scare me anymore, Knight Yagami. I know your name and your face and I'm going dash. Are you so sure about that? I don't know what this is about, but dash. You're dead, Yagami, and so are your children. Knight clicked his tongue. You do realize that they monitor all phone conversations, right? Cerberus immediately hung up. Knight put the phone down. Alrighty then, I've called Kuroki's proxy, and if I'm lucky, Kuroki was in the room with him during this phone call. She'll know exactly what to do. He tucked his hands into his pockets and turned on his heels. He walked into a crowd of people before disappearing into a cafe to order his coffee for the day, waiting eagerly for Kuroki to come back to him. With Kuroki. She heard the phone call come in, and Cerberus made the big mistake of having Kuroki within earshot of the phone conversation. All's well that ends well. Now that Knight finally called her back, it was time to act. Stanley Cerberus Chase was due to die today. Kuroki still held onto the slip of death note paper in her hands, and drawing blood, she blindly drew instructions on the slip before she wrote down Cerberus's name. Take my mask off, Kuroki ordered. Cerberus, under the influence of the death note, removed her blindfold and looked her down in the restraining chair. Call back the same number and say one word. Fire. Cerberus nodded and called the number on the payphone back. A couple of seconds later, a familiar voice picked up the phone. Fire, Cerberus whispered before hanging up the phone. Kuroki smiled and crumbled the paper in her hands until it was a ball. Good work. Good dog. What happens now? Free me. Cerberus obeyed her orders without hesitation, and he helped Kuroki to her feet. Kuroki rubbed her wrists, sore from the handcuffs that entrapped them, and wishing she had something to ease or soothe the pain. But that would have to come later. Let's get busy, then. Cerberus nodded, and he escorted Kuroki out of the room. They checked the place to make sure it was clear before they started searching around for any information that could lead them to take down Cronus and Oedipus once and for all. Lapdog, where the hell is Cronus and Oedipus? She began looking over the papers on a desk. The desk was so messy and cluttered that it would have taken too long to find out anything useful. Not here, Cerberus answered. He stared blankly at the wall before him. They said they had a plan and they took Dixon somewhere, location, unknown. Well, shit. Then gather everything you can find and make sure it's useful. Won't find anything here. This is some stranger's house, we leave none of our personal stuff here, personal or otherwise. But you can keep these old useless papers as souvenirs. Damn it. Kuroki clenched her fists. Well, in that case, if there's nothing useful for me to retrieve, then you are useless. Unless you can tell me Cronus and Oedipus's location. The labyrinth, Cerberus answered. And where is the labyrinth? Subway. Where are they hiding? Don't know, they change their base of operations on a regular. The metro rail is a big place, so good luck trying to find them. Kuroki smiled smugly. Oh please, we have ways. She looked at the wristwatch she retrieved. And it looks like your time is almost up. Now be a good little dog and go start a fire. Cerberus nodded before disappearing into the hallway. Kuroki saw her belongings in the corner of the room, hanging out of a half-open backpack. Inside were her phone, wallet, and photo of her mother. She took the backpack and shrugged it over her shoulder. A few minutes later, she could hear the steaming sound of the oven being turned on in the kitchen a few rooms over. Peeking her head through, she notices that Cerberus turned the stove and oven on at the same time, along with all the electronics. He took out a paper towel and held it on the stove and watched it burst into flames with an excited look on his face. Once the paper towel caught fire, he left it on the counter before grabbing the hand towel hanging on the oven's grip and setting that on fire as well. Once two items were burning at the same time, he used both items to light a curtain on fire. And with that, the hideout was burning down to the ground, and Kuroki and Cerberus were leaving before the place caught on fire. Before they left, Kuroki retrieved a half-filled Zippo from the bathroom and took it without her as they waited outside. 30 minutes later. With the house set on fire, it made easy work for Knight Yagami and his family to locate which house was the one Kuroki was being held in. They parked on the curb across the street from the burning building as Kuroki and Cerberus approached them. Kuroki's legs nearly turned to jelly after seeing Knight for the first time in such a long time. She smiled and ran to the car. She stopped at the passenger window, which was rolled down by Iris as Kuroki cried tears of joy. "What took you so fucking long?" she sobbed. "I missed you guys." She hugged Iris. "Jesus fuck, it's been a while." "We can tell," Archer said in the right seat in the back. "We could smell you coming out of the house." Kuroki smelled herself. "Yeah, I really need a shower." "Dixon," Knight immediately began, "where is he?" "No idea, but according to the guard dog, Cerberus, Cronus and Oedipus are hiding in a place known as the Labyrinth." When I asked for clarification, and guess what he said? "What? What's the one place in Los Angeles or New York that has a series of tunnels like a maze?" Knight thought for a moment before the answer came to him. "The subway. Metro line." "Exactly." Cerberus said that they change bases of operations down there on a regular, so there's no way to track their location at the moment. "But there are ways," Iris said. "Get in." "Got it." Kuroki opened the door but was stopped when Knight called out to her. "What about Cerberus?" Kuroki looked over her shoulder to see Cerberus, who was still standing in the driveway of the burning house. "Cerberus," Kuroki called out, "walk into the pits of hell." "Yeah." Archer agreed. "Go to hell, you goddamn guard dog." Cerberus obeyed Kuroki's orders without hesitation and walked into the burning house and let his leg sleeve catch fire, which eventually spread up until the flames engulfed the human trafficker once and for all. "I wanted to be the one to kill him," Archer complained. "And to tell him that heaven and hell don't exist. And that the underworld doesn't exist." "I'm sure he knows," Rain told. "He knows now." "I can't watch." Angel looked away. "Too scared." "Just don't look at it, Angel," Kuroki stated. She climbed into the back seat, forcing Archer to climb on Rain's lap, who sat in the middle, and she put on her seatbelt. "I know, I smell horrible and I promise to take a shower as soon as I can." "Good," Knight nodded. "Because I doubt any of us can get any sleep. Your smell makes a skunk smell like cologne." Without thinking, he drove out of there before the police and fire department could get there and question him. With Sharon, Hermes, and Cerberus dead, that leaves only Cronus and Oedipus to deal with. 3 down, 2 to go, and we gained our teammate back. Cerberus's name and lifespan vanished from his head as all that was left of him was nothing but a charred corpse with blackened skin. Luckily for him, it was the heat of the flames that killed him, but the heart attack Kuroki allowed him to have just as he was at his peak in burning. 30 minutes later. After getting back to their hotel room, Kuroki was finally able to hop in the long-awaited warm shower and wash the stench off of her. Knight was sitting on his hotel bed, the TV paused on the most recent broadcast, a paper with a list of titles and dates, a form of communicating to Kira not unfamiliar to Knight from his previous battles. Knight took a picture of the broadcasted paper so he could look the note over himself. The entries included in the notepad were as followed. Celine, August 11th, The Labyrinth. Jason, August 8th, Asgard. Fortuna, August 5th, Mount Olympus. Nyx, August 12th, The Underworld. Details will be provided on selected date. "It's pretty cryptic," Iris said after looking over the notes, "and there's nothing about a notebook, and pretty much everything is about Greek mythology and Norse mythology." She notices something. "Except for Jason on August 8th, Asgard." "Clever," Rain commented. "Everyone will notice that Asgard stands out when it is a misdirection." "How do you know it's a misdirection?" Angel wondered. "The ones with the Greek names operate in America, remember? Asgard is out of character and it's from Norse mythology, not Greek." "We can definitely eliminate the underworld from the equation," Archer pointed out, "because we took down the underworld. So that means either Mount Olympus or the Labyrinth." Knight looks up at Iris. "My money's on the Labyrinth. Think about it, a metro line is easy to maneuver and lose your enemies, especially with all the number of trains that come through. From Chinatown to downtown Long Beach, It's too big to navigate and like a real-life maze. He noticed something else. And there are the names that throw me off. For some reason, he put the names of his subordinates next to the locations. Whether this means that the person will be there to collect my notebooks remains to be seen, but there is one thing I know for sure. There is not a single subordinate in Cronus and Oedipus's pocket that is named Selene. Selene is the moon goddess in Greek mythology, Rain told. Cronus and Oedipus know that our name is spelled with the kanji for night and god. And there's Nyx, the goddess of night. No one named Nyx in their pocket, Iris confirmed. So the place where Cronus and Oedipus will collect our notebooks will most likely be the metro line, but because it's such a large place, we won't know where to find them. He snaps his fingers. Then again, since Jason and Fortuna are still alive, we will use them. We'll have them meet up at a specific location and then we'll instruct them to walk into the metro line, and that's when we'll follow them until we stumble upon Cronus and Oedipus. Archer smiled, liking that idea. You know what they say, victory's within the mile. Rain nodded. Yes, because victory is just a hop, skip, and jump away. Kuroki came out of the bathroom, wearing a soft pair of pajamas. You guys discussing anything? The plan on how to kill Cronus and Oedipus, Knight answered, in addition to finding them first though. Oh, yeah. Kuroki snapped her fingers. I've been holed up with Cronus and Oedipus for a while and they told me some interesting things, and I've been thinking of ways to figure out their identities. Side note, they're Greek. And Penelope is the key to finding out Cronus and Oedipus's real names. According to Cronus, this girl who was important in his life, Penelope, was struck by a truck when he was young. He said that ever since he was 6, he could see the predetermined death dates of those around him, and he tried to save Penelope but she got run over by a truck. So if you find a news report on girls getting hit by trucks and it mentions potential witnesses, it could give away their identities. Knight clicked his tongue. Then again, if they were minors at the time, then they probably won't have their names released to the public. Still, I'm sure I can find something. We have Karen's computer, Iris said. Maybe there's some key information on there. Knight nodded. It may be a dead end, but something is better than nothing. And if these dates are true, we have until August 11th to try and find Cronus and Oedipus. Just to make sure we got the upper hand on them on all angles, we need to leave no stone left unturned. Knight looks down at his knees and strokes his chin as he thinks of a plan. We're definitely going to use either Jason or Fortuna to lead us to Cronus and Oedipus, but I'm trying to figure out a date. On one hand, we can lead them to their secret location right now, but there's always the possibility that Cronus and Oedipus set up an ambush or trap there. There's also the idea that just because we found their base of operations doesn't necessarily mean they're there at the current moment, and if they have cameras there to spot intruders, then our plan to ambush them is done before it even begins. What about our homework assignment? Rain asked. You always did say to stay on top of our homework. Knight nodded. Right. Rain, any progress on Humble's progress? Kuroki blinked in surprise. Wait, Humble is back in the picture? He is, Iris answered, and Knight thinks he leaked his name and information of the death note to Cronus and Oedipus. Kuroki thought back to her time in the car, how Knight explained that Cronus and Oedipus were fully aware of Kira's real name through cryptic messaging, and it pissed Knight off to no end. According to Dad, Hallie Buluk is from New York City, Rain mentioned. We're in Los Angeles, and the last time I checked, Hallie Buluk has been dead for 13 years. And I doubt we can just look up a picture of her son. What? Humble is the son of Mello and Hallie Lidner, Knight recapped. All we got is his last name, Buluk. You would think his name would be spelled Bullock, but nope, it's Buluk. Someone with a name like that should stand out. There are a million names Humble's first name could be, Archer reasoned. But given that almost every Wammy House kid has an alias with a letter beginning with the first letter of his real name, Humble's real name is H. Buluk at least. It's a start, Rain nodded. But I still have no idea how to find something. As smart as I may be, 10-year-old intelligence is not the same as 30-year-old intelligence. Archer smiled. Wow, look at that, Rain admitted she isn't good at something. But the fact that you admit you're not good at something plenty more times than me shows who's the real incompetent one. Angel rolled his eyes. Guys, can we not argue? That's right, we need to focus and pay attention, Iris ordered. We're going to stalk Jason and Fortuna and figure out their plans. Know their routine, and who they talk to, and we'll use their schedule to our advantage. After that, on August 11th, after hearing the details about the trade, we'll manipulate Jason and Fortuna Dash. Holy shit, Kuroki remembered. Jason? I fucking remember Jason. He was talking about something called the Golden Fleece. When Cronus and Oedipus were threatening me, they said they were going to use something called the Golden Fleece on me, right after it was performed on Dixon, after it was performed on somebody else. Cronus explained that it wasn't something to heal me. Knight narrowed his eyes. What could the Golden Fleece be? That stuff used on the old man, Iris suggested. Remember, he was resisting and then he had a pill break open under his nose and he became as docile as a puppy before dying? Knight nodded. If that's the Golden Fleece that Jason uses, then I think I know why Jason has been chosen as a host or escort or whatever on August 11th in the labyrinth. If the Golden Fleece makes someone as docile as a puppy before killing them, then it makes easy work. Iris went to the desk and opened Karen's computer. She typed in the keyword Golden Fleece and several results popped up. His throat was choked with a nose, blocking off his normal airway of breathing. Side effects include loss of will, numbing of the body, and in extreme cases, paralysis. Shit, Kuroki cringed. They were going to use that on me. And Dixon, Knight realized. We should save him. Or at the very least, put him out of his misery. By the way, does that computer say anything about where in the labyrinth Cronus and Oedipus could be hiding? Iris double-checked the computer. Nope. I checked before and no details about where Cronus and Oedipus are staying. Only that they use the metro line as their labyrinth. And there's another. How dash? Archer suddenly raised his hand. What's Jason and Fortuna's lifespans? Iris pulled up a picture of the two. She activated her Shinigami eyes. If I converted it to human times, then their date of death is this year. On August 11th. Knight stood up. That's why they're using Jason and Fortuna. Because they're both due to die on August 11th, that makes them the perfect pawns. If I'm going to make a guess, Cronus and Oedipus plan to have Kira drop the notebook in a public place, then in a 12-minute interval, or perhaps less than that, they have either Jason or Fortuna, most likely Jason, pick up the notebook and then board a train or at the very least, put it on a train. So we should check train schedules, Angel said. But, there are a lot of trains in the metro. Yeah, trying to pinpoint the exact moment when each and every train leaves is going to be nigh impossible, and I have a good memory. Not only that, but the LA Metro line is way too big for all of us to cover every ground. There are so many stations that there's a good chance we'll miss whatever train Cronus and Oedipus are on without knowing exactly which line they're taking. This means, Rain finished with, if we want to find Cronus and Oedipus, it has to be upon their agreed-upon date. What about Nemesis and Mars? Archer asked. Either they're dead or alive, and if they're alive, they must live long lives. Iris checked their status on Karen's computer using her Shinigami eyes. Yep, Nemesis and Mars are both still alive and their death date is another day. Perfecto, Knight smiled. Then we'll use Nemesis and Mars to find Cronus and Oedipus. He stroked his chin. For a plan, all I got is that we give up ownership of the Death Note and hand it over to Cronus and Oedipus, but assuming they know almost everything about the Death Note, they're going to want to test it out to see if it's the real thing. A fake notebook won't work? Angel asked. Knight shook his head. Nope, a fake notebook won't work. If they take the notebook, they'll abandon it and we'll lose them. But if we give them the real notebook, and they try to write our names down in it, and when they see we won't die, the result will be the same. We need to make sure the Death Note is real to them. How come we won't die again? Angel asked. Rain explained, because all of our names were misspelled intentionally on accident 4 times in all 6 death notes. All 6 of us can't be killed by having our names written in the death note." Knight smiled. A step up from the previous god of the New World and 1 step closer to being a living god in flesh and blood form. He shook his head, but his smile never left him. "But we must not get too ahead of ourselves and stay on topic." He leaned down on his knees and ran his hands through his hair. He clenched his knuckles until they turned white and he sucked in air through his teeth. "I'm thinking of a plan for us to win, and so far, I got nothing." He held his hand up. "Everyone, I require absolute silence, so try not to talk too loudly." He turns to Archer. "That goes double for you, loudmouth." Archer laughed mockingly. With the room shut up for the time being, Knight finally had some time to think for himself, and he left no stone unturned in trying to figure out a way how to take down Cronus and Oedipus. So far, he got nothing on how to find them. It's been a while since he had to outsmart an opponent this smart before, and his brain was working for the time being. He took several factors into consideration as he considered his plan. How many men did Cronus and Oedipus still have in their pockets? How many years did their henchmen have to live? How do Cronus and Oedipus expect to get the notebook? How do they expect to test it out? Who are their targets? Where could they be hiding? Where were their henchmen hiding? Knight laughed when a plan finally made its way into his mind. He laughed at the top of his lungs, disrupting the lingering silence in the air and making the 5 people around him look at him with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. "I think I have a plan on how to draw out Cronus and Oedipus," he said proudly. "And it's going to be fun." Iris tilted her head. "Please tell us." "Yeah," Kuroki folded her arms. "I'm eager for some payback." "Okay, here's the plan." Knight explained the plan to them. "That could work," Rain agreed. "But I have to ask, what if you get captured?" "Well," Knight sank into the bed, "we still have until August 11th to add 1 more ally to our group." He turns to Angel. "Angel, if Daddy gets in trouble, it's your job to save him." Angel trembled slightly. Don't worry," Archer patted his shoulder, "I'll be there to help you out." "So will I," Rain added. "You better be sure about this," Iris demanded, "because I don't intend on being a widow and single mother." "Wouldn't dream of it," Knight promised. Let the final battle against Cronus and Oedipus commence. Chapter 86, Hunting. August 10th, 2044. Los Angeles. The date had been selected not by Kira but by Cronus and Oedipus. Unsurprisingly, the date for Kira to give over the death note was to be August 11th, the next day. Humble could tell from a mile away as he stepped off the city bus and opened up a white chocolate bar that Cronus and Oedipus were drawing Knight Yagami out by using cryptic wording of Knight Yagami's name. He couldn't allow this, not one bit. If Cronus and Oedipus were demanding the notebook, they could easily kill him. They had seen his face before and couldn't easily write his name down. But he remembered that he didn't give out his name. Then again, it was either Cronus or Oedipus, one of the twins, who said that Alpha Beta had a pretty name or something. He couldn't remember the conversation exactly, but he knew very well about his father's story about Beyond Birthday. Shinigami eyes, and if Cronus and Oedipus had them, they're even more dangerous. He had a plan, and he was going to act on this plan as soon as she could. He was going to make sure that no one was going to usurp him of his victory. After ditching Alpha Beta several months ago, he came so close to almost taking down Kira once and for all, but it had been pure and dumb luck that he made it out alive. He still had that milk chocolate bar with him, and he was saving it for after his defeat of Kira. He didn't like Hershey's milk chocolate, but his father did, and he was going to eat that chocolate in honor of his father. He wasn't darting in unknown territory. His mother took him to Disneyland for a vacation here in California when he was 7. That was one of the happiest memories he ever shared with his mother. Just the 2 of them, riding all those rides, eating ice cream and cotton candy together, and then ending the night off by watching the fireworks. It put a lump in his throat and almost made him cry before his emotions were whiplashed into anger upon remembering how Kira took his mother from this world prematurely. If it was the last thing he would ever do, he would avenge his mother and achieve a victory for his late father. Before he even knew it, he already finished his white chocolate bar. He crumpled the paper and threw it away and set foot on his destination and journey, find Kira and C&O and destroy them once and for all. Downtown. Knight held his phone up higher and covered half of his face with the hood on his sweater. He knew he looked ridiculous and stood out in wearing a hoodie in the fall of summer, but anything was better than nothing. He had been stalking this Jason figure for the past few days after he found his name and address and had been looking into his schedule. So far, Jason worked from home and only ordered takeout. Apparently, he was a salesman for medical marijuana. Knight wasn't completely up to date on Greek mythology, so he didn't know what Jason did that made him stand out. The only thing he knew about Jason was his role in finding the Golden Fleece. With his phone up in the air, he decided to look up the story of Jason from Greek mythology. So he went after the Golden Fleece, a hero, huh? Vernon Kelly is anything but a hero. After finishing his coffee in the small cafe, Jason stood up and began walking away. Knight followed 1 or 2 blocks away. Should they ever get separated, Knight could rely on the Gilth Shinigami floating just a few feet above Jason's head. Unknown to Knight, Humble was walking down the street and he was halfway through eating his 4th white chocolate bar when he spotted the Shinigami floating above someone's head. His eyes widened and saliva drooled from his mouth. Shinigami? Shinigami? He touched the death note. He can still see the Shinigami. He stopped in the middle of the crowd on the sidewalk and stared across the street. He smirked before finally biting into his white chocolate bar and began walking in the direction of the Shinigami. When he was about to cross the street, he paused when he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Knight fucking Yagami. If he's trailing behind the Shinigami, it must mean that he has him following someone. His eyes drift over to the person the Shinigami was following. Jason, is that you? It was hard to pick out the clean-shaven man in the crowd, but he managed somehow. His connections to the Mafia and the underworld helped him tell him apart from other good-for-nothing lowlives, but Jason stood out in being a drug manufacturer. Humble saw the paper Cronus and Oedipus sent out, and it didn't take him long to connect the dots. Tomorrow is August 11th, and according to the paper Cronus and Oedipus sent out, August 11th involves Selene, but I know that there is no Selene or Nyx working for Cronus and Oedipus. And given that Knight is tailing Jason, he must be onto the fact that Jason is actually the man to have the death note delivered to. I really wish I had henchmen at my disposal, but there's one thing I know for us, being on Knight and Jason's tail. I can now attack and defend myself against both parties simultaneously while staying the anonymous third party. It's time for me to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He stayed close behind and followed Knight and Jason to wherever it was they were going. 15 minutes later, Vernon Jason Kelly finally arrived home and he locked himself inside. Being a reclusive bastard, no one else lived with him, so he didn't both try to clean up after himself. He removed his muscle shirt before logging onto his computer and began selling medical marijuana on the internet under the ruse of laser tag guns. Knight waited patiently for him to finish whatever business he had, and he simply waited in his car across the street. After waiting for about an hour or so, Jason came out of the house and locked the door behind him. He got in his car and drove off. Knight was aware that he was going on his second lunch break. Apparently, he was the top salesman of whatever company he was working at and believed he deserved to take as many breaks as he wanted. This was a little trickier because while his first usually lasts about 30 minutes, his second lunch break varies wildly from 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 2 hours. There was no pattern, so that's why breaking into his house was a little riskier than usual. Knight picked the front door unlocked and went inside. He put on Rook's face mask seconds before entering and began searching the place for anything that may be useful to him. The first thing he found out was that Jason was a minimalist with very few pictures hanging on the wall and no magnets on the fridge. Knight knew Jason's real name, Vernon Kelly, but it appears that was all he knew about him. No pictures of relatives, nothing. And there was only 1 bed and bath. The house was extremely small, with only the living room and bed and bath being the only 2 rooms in the entire house. Jason's computer was set up in the corner of the room, half closed, and it still appeared to be running. Knight carefully opened the computer before looking through his search history. A lot of entries on the dark web but no communications from Cronus and Oedipus so far. There's a stereotype that criminals, especially serial killers, are withdrawn individuals with no family, friends, or day jobs. Jason may not be a serial killer, but he definitely set the bar for cliched settings. Before Knight could investigate further, he heard the unlocking of the front door. He was grateful he locked the door from earlier, because had he left it unlocked, Jason would have walked in and seen the intruder. Knight quickly shut the computer so it was half closed once more and hid in the bedroom. Jason came back into the room carrying a plastic bag full of something heavy and black. He dropped the bag to the floor and moved over to the couch. A few seconds later, someone else came into the room. Knight peeked his head out to see it was a familiar face he recognized from Karen's computer. Nemesis. Nemesis, a short black man, sunk onto the couch and put one leg over his knee. Jason and Nemesis turned on the TV and were surfing through the channels until they found something worthwhile. Whatever they were watching, it had a female protagonist with a high-pitched voice, one that Knight immediately recognized. "Hey everyone," the female spoke on the TV. "My name is Misa, and I enjoy strawberry sundaes." Knight's heart dropped to his stomach and his face turned beet red. He peeked out to see Misa Main standing on stage from a time she was 20, wearing a skimpy outfit and flaunting her chest. "Man," Jason said, Misa is so fucking hot." Knight was more than aware of his mother's acting roles in movies, and he had seen some of them. And in some of them, her character was wearing very revealing clothing. Massey explained that her only rule was she didn't do nudes, but swimsuits and lingerie were fine. It still didn't make Knight any more comfortable seeing his mother in revealing outfits. "She is," Nemesis agreed, "so fucking hot. She's hotter than my wife." "Why is it always the wife you mentioned?" Jason questioned. "My wife was a bitch who deserved to die. If she resorted to committing suicide to escape whatever pathetic depression she's suffering, then she deserves to die. And as much as I hate to admit it, as hot as Misa is, if she committed suicide, she deserved to die." Knight's blood boiled inside of him like a pot of boiling water. He clenched his fingers together so hard that he almost dug his nails into his skin. He ground his teeth and sucked in air through his teeth, sneering in the direction he suspected Jason and Nemesis were sitting. He ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered, but he composed himself before T.I. cost him a trip to the dentist and quickly moved over to the only window in the bedroom and quietly opens it. He jumps out and closes the window behind him and finds himself in Jason's empty backyard. He climbed over the brick fence and ran to his car. After setting himself down in the driver's seat, he gripped the wheel with equal fury present within him in Jason's bedroom and looked in the rearview mirror, making sure the coast was clear before he looked out the window and was eye to eye with Gilth. "Dad, change of fucking plans. Nemesis is the one on my shit list now. Nobody talks about my mother like that and gets to live." Gilth nodded. Not wasting another second, he drove off, figuring that there was nothing else for him to do. With Iris. On the other side of Los Angeles, Iris had the honor of stalking Fortuna and figuring out their routines. Much to her surprise, it turns out that Fortuna, a former fortune teller who made money by making false prophecies true, was in an intimate and sexual relationship with Mars, the Roman god of war. Iris figured out Mars, whose real name was Jamie Halbert, was a war criminal like Ares had been, who had been smuggling weapons into third world countries during the peak of the wars. He made money off of selling ammunition, grenades, and toxic gases to nations at war with themselves. And as for Fortuna's story, her real name, Abigail Detroit, how can someone have the same name as a state, Iris wondered, used to dabble as a magician's assistant. She was a self-proclaimed fortune teller, and most of the customers who came to her demanded to have someone cursed to die, or wanted to curse themselves to die. This was during the 17-year interval when Kira was inactive, so Fortuna was currently 47 at the time. But in making it appear that her powers were genuine and supernatural, she would stalk her intended target before poisoning them with poisons manufactured from plants and possibly some of the golden fleece she bought from Jason. Fortuna and Mars were both currently out of a day job and searching, so they had been spending a lot of time together. Iris almost pitied them because Fortuna was doomed to die the next day and Mars would be all alone. Then again, Fortuna and Mars both made their fortunes by killing innocent people. Fortuna and Mars sat in a restaurant at some Chinese place that Iris ate at one point or another when she was living in England, one of the few memories she shared with Iona that she actually remembered. Are they aware of the plan? Iris asked as she filled in her order and took a booth a few tables away that kept her head down while simultaneously giving her a clear view of her two targets. If they decide to get up and leave and split up, then I can only follow one target at a time. But my target is to stalk Fortuna and figure out what she knows. But if we're using Mars and Knight's plan as intended, when we should stalk him and learn his schedule. We would have Kuroki help us in this stalking, but she's busy babysitting our children. Fortuna and Mars got up and went over to the bar. Iris, who noticed the several phones charging, suddenly got an idea and took out her phone. Her phone was at 43%, perfect. She had taken her backpack with her into the restaurant and inside was her phone charger. She opened one of her apps before she took the charger out and went up to the bar. The Chinese-American man noticed Iris and greeted her. "How can I be of service today, miss?" She was 3 feet away from Fortuna and Mars, who were waiting patiently for whatever drinks they were ordering. "Oh, I just need to charge my phone. Is it okay?" "Of course," the bartender nodded. "Right here." Iris plugged her phone into the outlet and let it charge before she went back to her table, but she made sure the phone could clearly pick up whatever Fortuna and Mars were talking about. She was out of earshot, for now, but she was confident her plan would work. After 15 minutes passed, 2 minutes after their drinks finally arrived, Mars and Fortuna paid the tab before getting up and leaving. Iris quickly collected her phone, which was now at 50%, and she turned off the app she had been using and paid the bill. A voice recording app that recorded 15 minutes of Mars and Fortuna's conversation. They got into their car, clearly sober to drive, and Iris followed them in a car she had been renting. She opened the finished recording on the phone and dropped the phone in the passenger seat and let it play out. "Mars, don't say that." "Fortuna, but it's true." "Mars, then make it untrue." "Fortuna, I can't change fate." "Believe me, as someone who faked fate for 20 years, I can assure you can't unfate fate. In other words, you can unfated what was meant to be fated. You can't change what is unchangeable nor make something unchangeable by changing it. Mars, stop saying the same thing over and over again. I swear to God, you could literally write an entire poem of 1,000 words and end and begin each sentence with the same word or a variant. Fortuna, is that a compliment because I'm stunned? Mars, C&O told me the plan that you and Vernon are going through. Abi, it could be extremely risky. Fortuna, I get that it's risky, but it's the only card we can play right now. In case you hadn't noticed, Sharon, Hermes, and Cerberus are all Kia, as well as our other associates. Mars, you don't know that. Fortuna, they haven't reported in several days. If they haven't reported in then that means they got by Kira. It's going to be as soon unless we do something. Besides, I volunteered for this job. Mars, I'll go in your place. Fortuna, sorry, honey, but like I said, can't unfate the unchangeable. Mars, what if today is your last day alive or tomorrow? How can I fucking live without you and your redundant speech patterns? Fortuna, well then, let's make our last time together unforgettable then. Mars, and how do you plan to do that? Fortuna, our favorite spot? Mars, you think you can just have sex with me and make me forget that you may die tomorrow? Fortuna, maybe it'll help ease the pain in some way. If it makes you feel better, we'll have the best sex of our lives. And if the worst happens, then you can spend my final moments together. Mars, I can spend my final moments watching you die. Fortuna, let's forget about that for the time being. Let it just be about you and me for the time being. Mars, I'll pay the bill and then. Fortuna, you and I can have sex one last time before we die. Midway through listening to the recording, Iris realized that Fortuna and Mars parked their car in an empty parking lot and the car had been turned off, but no one came out of the vehicle. Realizing what was going on, Iris felt her face heat up like a furnace before rolling her eyes. Fuck this. 1 hour later. Hotel. After locking the hotel room, Kuroki took the kids downstairs to swim in the pool. It was August and during the start of school time, at least in America, and being Japanese and visitors of this country, they mostly got the pool to themselves. Archer and Angel were jumping into the pool, doing cannonballs and whatnot, and making huge splashes everywhere. Kuroki was dressed in a bathing suit and getting a tan on one of the beach chairs. Rain came over and sat next to her. Kuroki looked at her and smiled. Too scared to get in the water. Yes, Rain answered in a drone-like voice. You figured out my greatest fear, it's water. I dread jumping in the water and hearing the theme song from Jaws. Kuroki laughed. Hilarious. And Kuroki, I think I may have figured some things out about our dear friend, Humble. Kuroki sat up in her beach chair. Do tell me. Seeing that our dad is the chief of police in Japan and Humble is an international criminal, he could put a bulletin and say that the son of Hallie Lidner, or Hallie Buluk, is wanted for questioning. The police will go to his mother's house and look for anything to give away his identity. And then when the police give Dad the name and information, he can kill him. True, but you have to remember that Humble's mother died almost 14 years ago and it's unlikely Hallie Lidner's house would remain untouched. Even so, there's got to be some clue behind to his identity. Dad said that Humble was born in September 2013, 1 month before he was. So we check hospital records, Kuroki guessed. We're going to need a warrant to check hospital records. He wasn't taken in by Wammy's house, he was raised by his mother. Kuroki looked around to make sure no one was listening in on their conversation and was grateful that it was only them at the pool. There was a camera set up near one of the gates, but it was aimed away from them and mostly at Archer and Angel splashing water in each other's faces. So he doesn't have the same secrecy that the Wammy's house kids do, Kuroki deduced. It makes sense. Cronus and Oedipus said that they found Knight's name not only by having Humble tell them his name but by looking up a picture of him. It seems that the more least contact you have with Wammy's house, the more likely you're exposed. And I doubt Lidner would have taken measures to make sure her son is super secretive. Sekira and Akira, Rain reminded. Yes, but Sekira only killed old people and suicidal people. Akira never killed anyone. Both were a far cry from Kira. Someone, somewhere, out there, knows Humble's real name. We got to figure out Humble's real name and kill him before he does any more damage, but Cronus and Oedipus are the main threat. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that we should take a plane ride to New York and investigate Humble's former residence. How are we supposed to find out where Humble and Lidner used to live? We just need to check houses and apartments for someone named Hallie Lidner or Buluk, and then we check through their past mail to see Lidner's mail and the roommates living with her. We check to see who has been living where in the 17 years from 2013 to 2030 under the name of either Lidner or Buluk. We cross-reference it with people who added a new resident to their house within the same interval. Rain nodded. So we're getting on a plane ride to New York? Kuroki shook her head. No, I am getting on a plane ride to New York. I'm an officer with a real badge and I know what American warrants are supposed to look like. She grabbed her towel and handed it to Rain. Dry up, we're heading back upstairs. I'll get my Tweedledee and Tweedledum out of the pool. After calling for Archer and Angel to get out of the pool, the four of them dried off before they took an elevator ride back to their hotel room. As they were walking down the hall, Archer elbowed Angel in the gut. Admitted, you liked when I pulled you underwater. I couldn't breathe, Angel panted. You're lucky I didn't do that to you. Angel, like the angel you are, there's not a single bad bone in your body. Ha ha ha, Angel mocked. You never know. You couldn't even beat a guard dog from the underworld. Archer rolled his eyes. Whatever. You promised to take him down, yet you didn't, promise breaker. At least I got a badass moment with him. They arrived at their door. I dash. Rain grabbed Archer and Angel's shoulders before they could walk in. They looked at her and she carefully made a shushing motion with her right hand. Kuroki narrowed her eyes and looked down at the door. So far, There was nothing wrong with the door, but that didn't stop the fact that Rain was staring at it with a blank expression on her face. What is she thinking in her head? Kuroki was more than aware that Rain had an excellent memory, far more photographic than hers could ever be, and the slight change in detail in whatever she saw in the door made her wary. Rain patted Angel's shoulder and signed for him to talk. Angel cleared his throat. In the same voice he heard the maid use, "Room service. Room service." The four of them backed away, and when they saw a housekeeping maid turn the corner and head in their direction, Kuroki told them to act like they were walking down the hall. "Did you call for a room service?" the maid asked as she pushed a cart. "We did," Kuroki answered. "We were heading out back to the pool. The room is all yours." "Thank you." As the housekeeper went into the hotel room, Kuroki and the three children hid in the corner of the hallway. A few minutes later, the housekeeper came out of the room with her big cart but with a big tarp over it. She began walking down the hall and upon noticing Kuroki and the children, waved to them. Kuroki made up an excuse, saying that they forgot something in their room and they were heading back up to get it. With the housekeeper done with, they went back into their hotel room and checked the place out. Not a single one said anything, and they quickly launched the towels on the bed and went to take showers. Kuroki pulled one of the drawers open and found that the false bottoms they were keeping the death notes hidden under were still intact and in place. Good, their death notes were safe, but she couldn't get over the idea that something happened in the room. Then she thought back to the housekeeper who conveniently showed up when they did. They didn't call for a housekeeper. Someone sent a housekeeper up to their room, and when she left, there was a big tarp over the cart that she was carrying. Kuroki grounds her teeth. Someone had been in our hotel room and they called the housekeeper to get them out. I'm going to find that housekeeper and check to see if she's a real housekeeper. I know her name, I used my Shinigami eyes on her. But there's one thing I can't help but wonder. Who the fuck was in our hotel room? Chapter 87, Mothers. August 11th, 2044. Los Angeles. Subway. Today was the day, and chances are, this would be the only time they could defeat Kira once and for all. Jason was nervous. Who wouldn't, especially since he would be going up against the god of this world, the god who can kill people by simply knowing their name and looking at their face, and the worst part, it was a heart attack and not even a defibrillator could bring the said person back alive. He was fidgeting as he sat down on a bench, the Metro Railway train pulling up. He told himself that he wasn't alone and that Fortuna was there with him, but in the corner of his eyes, he could see Nemesis standing beside a pillar with white square tiles. Nemesis wasn't supposed to be here, but he was. What in God's name was he doing here, and why wasn't he at the rendezvous? He needed to get answers. The lack of uncertainty was driving him damn near insane. He was in Hollywood, and the train that was about to pull up was to take off to Union Station. Jason fidgeted with his fingers once more, sweat beginning to pour out of his pores in droves, and the more he tried to dry his hands on the knees of his jeans, the sweatier they got. His bosses, Cronus and Oedipus, already told him his instructions. Once he saw a person wearing a green jacket drop a red purse beside the pillar closest to the train and then walk away. 3 minutes later, he was to pick up the purse and look inside. Inside should be some kind of death note. He was supposed to flip to the first blank page and risk the name of Robert Dixon inside. Once he died, then the notebook would be confirmed. Fail, and Fortuna would execute the person in the green jacket. He couldn't help but wonder how Cronus and Oedipus managed to get this message out, but he wasn't going to question them. If they had a plan and they somehow managed to give Kira cryptic instructions on live TV without giving away either party's identity, then they had a plan. A few minutes later, a man wearing a face mask came walking down to the subway and approached the incoming train. He was wearing a green jacket and carrying a red purse. Jason finally remembered the threat that Cronus and Oedipus promised to deliver on Kira should they refuse their demands. The threat of drop-deading a crowd of people all destined to die every day for the next several days. Apparently, they said that if they can be killed by Kira's power prior to bombing the folks, then their lifespans would most likely be saved. They were making an assumption and had not actually seen someone's lifespan extend, but Jason could care less about this. After 3 minutes, the man in the green jacket stepped away from the red purse. Fortuna gave Jason the signal. Jason stood up and walked over to the pillar and grabbed the red purse. He looked around nervously, noticing that the crowd around him started to get bigger, but he told him to hold his mud. Everything was going to be all right, as long as he stuck to the plan and did not do anything to draw attention. He opened the purse to find a black notebook inside. He kept it hidden from the cameras and took it over to the bench he was previously sitting at. He knew what his instructions were and he flipped to the first blank page he could find, the previous pages having been torn out, and he wrote Robert Dixon's name down. He patiently waited approximately 90 seconds before he finally got a phone call. He answered immediately and his eyes went wide when Oedipus's voice came back. R&D is D. That was the code word from Cronus and Oedipus that the object he was carrying in his hand was indeed the weapon of mass destruction used by Kira. He suddenly felt weightless, having a powerful instrument of warfare in his hands, and it was only just a notebook. Feeling empowered and high on adrenaline that he barely managed to keep tethered, he closed the notebook, shoved it back into the red purse, and got up from his seat. He gave the signal to Fortuna, who nodded back at him, and he began walking towards the train. He already knew his next instructions, and he was going to be celebrating when Nemesis shouldered into Jason just as he was about to board the train. Jason's back hit the closed train doors and his head got caught in the closing doors. Nemesis, without wasting another second, picked up the red purse and ran off in the opposite direction, ignoring the gasps and cries of the innocent bystanders around him. Fortuna, completely caught off guard, ran to help Jason get free from his predicament, but by the time she got there, the train started taking off and dragging Jason by his hoodie with it. Jason fell to the ground and was taken by his knees across the ground, and Fortuna chased after him, intending to save him. Unfortunately for her, she did not have the best lay of the land nor body control to control herself when she lost her center of gravity and went plunging onto the tracks. It was a short fall. Anyone would have survived, given that they didn't land in a position that would break their neck, and fortunately for Fortuna, she didn't break her neck. Unfortunately, however, the third rail was not so merciful and made a human barbecue out of her body. Fate thought that Jason could be dragged by the subway train, a stowaway just hanging off by a few inches, but no, fate had to be cruel. He couldn't free his hoodie in time from the doors, and when the train entered the caves, Jason collided headfirst with the wall and sprayed blood over the white walls. But hey, people were complaining that the subway needed a new paint job anyway. Nemesis's house. Exactly as planned, Knight Yagami thought gleefully as he walked into his enemy's house. I've gotten my hands on the notebook and now, it's time to make sure that I draw on my enemies. He walked into the room to see his enemy sitting at the kitchen table, clutching the death note to his chest desperately, and turned when he heard the soft thudding sounds of Knight Yagami entering the room. There, Nemesis cried. I did what you want, he desperately panted, now please don't kill me. He gasped aloud when he saw Gilth and Massey floating behind Knight. Sick him, Knight ordered. Gilth and Massey grabbed Nemesis and pushed him down on the table and held him down. He panicked and screamed until Massey put her hand over his mouth. Knight approached carefully and retrieved the notebook from the ground. He flipped through the pages before shrugging off his green jacket. I was there, Knight confirmed. I was there during the failed exchange. And thank you for killing Fortuna and Jason. Sadly, I wished I could do more, but you're needed alive. He took out a pencil and tapped it against his forehead. As you see, you're the owner of the Death Note, which means your name and lifespan will be invisible to the eyes of your employers. He paced around the room and began scribbling in the Death Note. Do you know how ownership works, Nemesis? When a Death Note is dropped to Earth, it becomes the property of the human world, and the first person to touch it becomes the owner. However, they are more than welcome to transfer ownership to someone else, but in doing so, they would lose all memories unless they are making physical contact with a Death Note they are not owning. I gave up ownership of my Death Note and handed it over to Robert Dixon. Just a reminder, when one owns a notebook, their lifespan is invisible to those who possess Shinigami eyes, which allow one to know one's name just by looking at their face. Because Jason killed Robert Dixon, he was in possession of the notebook Dixon was the owner of, and ownership was transferred over to him. But because Jason died and you were holding the notebook when he died, you are now the owner of the Death Note. He nearly stabbed Nemesis in the eye but relented at the last second. Everything is going exactly as planned. Because Cronus and Oedipus had Jason test out the notebook on Robert Dixon and have confirmation of the notebook's existence, they're going to come gunning for it. Oh, and you want to know how I know Dixon died? Because my wife, who has Shinigami eyes, was looking at Dixon's name as Jason wrote in the notebook and his name vanished. I'm sure Cronus and Oedipus were doing the same thing except they had Dixon in the same room as him. The point is, Nemesis, because you stole the death note after it was confirmed to be the real thing and with your lifespan invisible to others, Cronus and Oedipus will hunt you down and demand the notebook back. He smiled. I can't believe it, almost everything is going exactly as I planned. Cronus and Oedipus are hiding somewhere in the labyrinth or what have they, and after locating you, they'll have a trustworthy minion come to your house, and after seeing the notebook and confirming it for themselves, they'll take it back to Cronus and Oedipus, and that's when I'll follow. He laughed. That was the plan from the very beginning, and I can't believe that I pulled another fast one on my enemies. He looked Nemesis in the eyes. Thank you very much for helping me out, buddy, and as promised, your mother and father and baby sister are secure and they won't face my wrath. Fuck you, Nemesis called out. You won't get away with this. Why are you doing this? You insulted my mother, you prick. Knight's voice took a complete 180. You badmouthed right in front of my eyes. Massey smiled at seeing her son stand up for her. No worries, Knight, your mother is literally right here with you. What? Nemesis gasped, but I dash. Misa is my mother. She was a good woman, she didn't fucking deserve to die. I wish I could stab you with this pencil right now, but why to stab you myself when I can have you stab yourself? He stepped back and brought the pencil to the notebook. Then again, I don't want you dead, because if Cronus and Oedipus see that you're dead, then my entire plan falls apart. You need to stay alive for however long needs be, and that shouldn't be long, hopefully. Please, Nemesis begged, I'm sorry for insulting your mother. But I promise if I could just dash. Nope, Knight shook his head. Nobody insults my mother and gets away with it. Her mother and father were killed right in front of her during a robbery, and the robber was accused of being falsely accused. And then she's tortured for 50 days by the world's greatest detective, and when her husband dies, my father, she was going to raise me. But the fear of the world's greatest detective forced her to give up her only son and then commit suicide. He clenched his fists. And then, I'm adopted and raised by the most wonderful people I could ever ask for, and when I was 5, they were butchered right in front of me by a serial killer who had Shinigami eyes. Just like Cronus and Oedipus. Ha, Nemesis laughed, you're such a fuck-up, just like your whore of a mother. He smiled. Go on, kill me, see what happens. Another time, another place, Knight would have written down his name then and there, but he had far more self-control this time around. Besides, Nemesis wasn't the one with the Shinigami eyes he was dying to kill, Cronus and Oedipus were. August 16th, 2044. The Labyrinth. With Cronus and Oedipus. This whole fuckingness is out of fucking control. Cronus screamed at the top of his lungs in his brother's face. We were supposed to have the death note by now. Where the fuck is Jason? Dead, Oedipus answered. Didn't you see his lifespan? Cronus growled and went back to pacing across the ground. Cronus and Oedipus had set up their base of operations deep in the tunnels of the Los Angeles Metro Rail in an empty supply closet. Just half a mile walk and they would reach one of the terminals where trains would be coming and going. Cronus balled up his fists and nearly smacked the brick wall, which was almost invisible in this lack of lighting with its black paint, but they were lucky to have a lantern with them. We need Kira's notebook, Cronus reaffirmed. If we want to have a chance at killing him and saving people, breaking or controlling fate, then we need the notebook. Oedipus put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Be patient, be very patient. You may act like we have all the time in the world, but have you forgotten about our lifespans, Maki's? Saki's eyes drifted to the top of Maki's skull. Have you converted our lifespan to human years yet? Maki's nodded. I have. And trust me, I want the death note just as much as you do, but obsessing over it and losing your temper will get us nowhere. I just need to know if I could have saved her, Saki's nearly cried. Naturally or supernaturally, I don't care. Penelope is all that matters and dash. Mama is all that matters to me, Maki's declared. I wanted her to be wealthy. We had the powers of a god to know everyone's fortune and misfortune, but when Mama died, all the money we gave to her was of no use anymore. I didn't want to be a god, I just wanted to give Mama a luxurious life. In case you hadn't noticed, Mama didn't have the best job growing up and we were living paycheck to paycheck. Nowadays, you and I live in our own houses, owning instead of renting, we have expensive painting, not a single chip in the wall, it's terrible. Saki's looked confused. Why is it terrible? Because we had everything that Mama never had for herself. And even if we gave her a wealthy life before she died, she was never happy. Maki's closed his eyes and looked down at the ground somberly. Had I known that Mama was terminally ill, I never would have wasted my money. I would have spent every cent I had into making sure she got the treatment she needed. It was terminal, Saki's rebutted. There was nothing any of us could do. He stands shoulder to shoulder with his brother. But Mama would have wanted you to be happy. Maki's laughed. And Penelope would have wanted you to be happy too. She would have been saying something like, "Don't worry about me, it was just my time to die. But you can still live so live for me." There's no life for us now, Saki's declared with hesitation. Only with the death note. Maki scoffed. Is every boy a mama's boy? All mamas care for their children. A couple of guys in our pocket would agree. There's a difference between mother and mama, just like there's a difference between father and dad. A mother and father are your biological parents, but your mama and daddy are the ones who raise you with love. All moms and dads care for their children. Maki's couldn't agree more. I miss Mama. Me too. August 20th, 2044. Nemesis's house. Nemesis was high on the drugs that Knight smuggled in from Jason's house and shot up Nemesis's nose. Knight had never been so impatient before in his life, but he had to keep Nemesis alive as long as possible until Cronus and Oedipus finally decided to make a move. He was getting stir-crazy sitting in this enemy house for so long, almost 10 days, and he was running out of food. Luckily, Kuroki was bringing him food. He was eager to hear from Kuroki again, especially since she asked Knight to take a business trip out of state. He expected that there would be a reason for this trip and he had high expectations. Knight nearly jumped out of his seat when he saw Kuroki coming up the driveway through the blinds and opened the door for her. She had a bag of takeout from McDonald's and she let herself in as they both sat down at the kitchen table. So, Knight demanded as he picked up a fry. How was your business trip? Kuroki held one thumb up. Went off without a hitch, I am proud to say. So tell me this valuable information. Kuroki gestured for him to lean towards her. He did just that and turned his ear so Kuroki could whisper in it. What he heard made his eyes open and mouth gasp for air almost twice. He had to take a moment to process the information before he finally leaned back and looked at Kuroki with serious eyes. No fucking bullshit, he asked. Correct, she answered gleefully. What I just told you is 100% the truth. And in case you need hardcore evidence. She took out her phone and showed him something backed up in her Google Photos. The picture he was looking at pretty much confirmed everything that Kuroki was telling him. You didn't do anything with his name, did you? Nope. Kuroki stopped chewing on her fry to tell him something. But I saw a familiar name when I was walking here. Who? M-. A loud knocking on the door interrupted them before the answer could come out completely. Nemesis, open the fucking door, a voice called out. Shit, Knight cursed before he and Kuroki hid. After 30 seconds of knocking, Mars picked the lock and waltzed right in. He wasted no time and went into the kitchen. He noticed the 2 takeout bags and saw Nemesis laying on the couch, a needle sticking in his dominant vein and a tourniquet tightened around his upper arm. He also spotted the notebook on the table. He snatched it and opened the first blank page. He saw Robert Dixon's name written in the notebook and quickly called Cronus and Oedipus. They immediately delivered an order to him. He compiled without hesitation. "Yes, sirs." He snapped a photo of the stone nemesis, sent it to Cronus and Oedipus, and wrote his name down. After 1 minute, he got a message. "CO, Nom down." Nom down is an anagram for man down. Nemesis is dead. This is payback for what you did to Fortuna. He got another text message. "Bring the notebook to us." He nodded and typed Roger that in the chat. After that, he pockets his phone and walks away. Gilth and Massey, who were hiding in the ceiling above, signaled to Knight and Kuroki, who were hiding behind the couch, that the coast was clear. After verifying that Nemesis was dead with her Shinigami eyes, she looked to Knight, eyes filled with anticipation for when he initiates the next part of his plan. "We got to go after them," Knight whispered. "There's no time to call for Iris and everyone else. Plus, if we lose Mars, we lose the only person who can lead us to Cronus and Oedipus hidden in the labyrinth. Then let's follow him." Knight and Kuroki got out of their hiding spot and slowly but surely, they began trailing behind Mars. After making sure it was clear, they followed him in his car as he drove to an unused subway station. Knight had Kuroki text Iris and tell them that they were finally initiating the next part of their plan and to be on standby for when they deliver the coordinates of Cronus and Oedipus's current locations. The entrance to the unused subway terminal was located near an empty baseball field that had a few cars parked up and down the hill. After getting out of the car, Mars made sure that he wasn't being followed by taking long and hard looks around him. This wasn't the first time Knight and Kuroki did a stakeout together. They knew how to trail people, and it was time to put their training and experience to work once more. They trailed almost close behind Mars as he entered the metro line and jumped off the train station and down onto the tracks and began making a run for it. Remembering how Jason and Fortuna died, Knight and Kuroki were very careful to not jump on the third rail as they touched down and chased after Mars, staying hidden in the shadows, concealing them like a ninja. "This is it," Knight mentally declared. "The final moments. We're finally going to find Cronus and Oedipus once and for all. The time has come for them to die." August 22nd, 2044. Los Angeles Metro Rail. With Humble. For most of his life, Humble was an invisible guy. He was too cool for school, as some of the kids complimented him, and the only person he was visible to was his mother. In a way, he was too cool for school. After all, he aced every exam and studied extremely hard that his mother had to bribe him with white chocolate to get him to stop sometimes. But right now, he really felt like an invisible person as he hugged the wall closest to him, the shadows casting a line of invisibility over him and providing him protection from any potential enemies he was to meet. And should a train come, he has more than enough room to maneuver, especially with all the train tracks around him. He made sure not to step on the third rail as he fancied not getting shocked, at least not while he was eating his delectable white chocolate. It's been 2 days since Knight Yagami and Yuri Kuroki traveled into the LA Metro Railway, and 2 days since they appeared. He thought that maybe they had been slaughtered by Cronus and Oedipus, but he knew better. He knew that someone like Knight wouldn't go down so easily. Knight was still alive and he had to find him. Luckily, he wasn't flying blind. His memory is what some people would call photographic, but it's only photographic because of the extremely complex mnemonic devices he came up with on the spot to remember the routes and doors Knight and accomplice Kuroki took. After catching up with where Knight and Kuroki were last seen, he noticed an open door this time. An open door on the side wall had light coming from inside. He stuck to the shadows and had himself a look-see through. And what he saw shocked him. Knight Yagami was sitting in a chair, bound, restrained, and with eyes closed. He was unconscious and helpless as Cronus and Oedipus were waving the black notebook around like it was some kind of diamond. He looked around to see if he could spot accomplice Kuroki, but he could not find her. Not until Oedipus stepped out of the way and revealed Kuroki, hogtied in a similar fashion to how he had his MIA mercenaries hogtie her, and laying on her stomach with her mouth taped shut. As a precaution, she had a blindfold on, and it made Humble realize that Cronus and Oedipus had their masks on as well. Humble took out his gun and almost pulled the hammer when Knight finally woke from his slumber and looked around in brief confusion before his eyes landed on the duo before him. Cronus and Oedipus are brightened with excitement as they pulled 2 chairs out of nowhere and set them in front of Knight. They both sat down and eagerly looked at the now conscious Knight Yagami with wide smiles behind their masks. "Hello, Kira," Oedipus began. "It is such an honor to kill the god of the New World," Cronus finished. Knight smiled at them. Cronus and Oedipus, in the flesh. Knight had finally met Cronus and Oedipus. Chapter 88, In the Flesh. August 22nd, 2044. Subway, Los Angeles Metro Rail. "Hello, Kira," Oedipus began. "It is such an honor to kill the god of the New World," Cronus finished. Knight smiled at them. Cronus and Oedipus, in the flesh. Knight had finally met Cronus and Oedipus. And he was going to kill them. "You know, if you wanted to kidnap me, all you had to do was ask," Knight snarked. "You're human traffickers and I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to kidnap me. But if you gave your consent then it wouldn't be kidnapping. Just like giving someone consent to sex isn't rape." Oedipus rolled his eyes. He then held the death note above his head and waved it a few times to catch Knight's attention. "Your name is Knight Yagami and man, your lifespan. I have never seen such a lifespan before. It's amazing that a human could live for so long. But it's going to be a major waste," Cronus said. "Someone like you, who has so much ahead of you, so many years to live, is going to have all those years wasted." "I imagine that you're laughing in your heads," Knight stated. "The god of the New World has so many years to live. I'm not Kira, just so you know, just a police officer investigating human traffickers. You can act all high and mighty while simultaneously acting ignorant all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you're Kira." Cronus approached him and put a gun to his head. He dug the barrel of the pistol into Knight's forehead. "Any last words? That notebook you seek, I know about it. It's called the Death Note and a weapon of mass destruction used by Kira. We've read the rules." Oedipus opened to the rule page. "The human whose name is written in this notebook shall die. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in mind when writing his or her name, therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. After writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written within the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack." He closes the book and smiles gleefully behind his mask. So detailed for a weapon of mass destruction. It's like a nuke with instructions on how to use it. Knight leaned forward, pushing his forehead further into the barrel. "Do you really think you have the guts to use someone like this? I know your game, at least for Cronus. Your mission depends on lifespans, but if you use the Death Note to kill me, you're not actually completing your goal. If you use magic to prove whatever point you're trying to prove, then you've failed." "I'm so dehumanized to the point that I can kill without blinking," Cronus answered. "I've always preferred watching the names and lifespans vanish from a man's head than just learning about their death. Even if it's through natural or supernatural means. How would you know you like killing people through supernatural means? You've never used the notebook." "But I'm not one to discriminate my killing tool," Knight suddenly growled. "You like killing people, don't you? You fucking serial killer." Cronus shook his head. "I'm not a serial killer. A trafficker, yes, but dash. You like breaking into homes and slaughtering people with axes right in front of their loved ones," Knight cut off. "Have you ever thought about the families of the people you've butchered, or are you so dehumanized that you see them as nothing but cattle?" He ground his teeth and a single tear rolled down Knight's cheek. "Why did you do it? Why did you kill my mother and father?" His voice was suddenly raised. "Why did you kill them right in front of me? I was 5 and I haven't forgotten what you've done." Cronus pulled the pistol away and looked at his brother. "What in God's name is he talking about?" He shrugged. "No fucking idea." Knight realized what he said and cleared his throat, but the intensity in his voice never wavered. "I've always hated people like you, criminals who buy people and force them to fight to the death. What about you, Kira? Cronus demanded. A man who writes the names of hundreds, thousands of people, in a notebook and waits patiently for them to die of a heart attack 40 seconds later is surely no different than us. No, you're worse, Knight argued. You buy people, innocent people, and you force them to fight to the death. And what about what you do, Kira? We haven't forgotten everything you've done. Killing those FBI agents in Japan and those American agents over a decade ago. You have no problem killing innocent people. Kira kills innocent people only for good reason. You guys recruit the worst of the worst criminals, using your Shinigami eyes, and you buy innocent people and make bets on who is going to win and lose. Yeah, Kira may be a mass murderer and he may kill innocent people when it's convenient for him, but he is about creating a new world for the good people. No, Oedipus argued, Kira, or rather, you, are only interested in creating a world in which your beliefs are held true. You only want a world with people you think are good to exist in it. Good and evil is a matter of opinion. Yes, while what my brother and I have been objectively doing is bad, but in my opinion, we are better than you because we know we are evil. But you continue to be evil, Knight countered, that makes you worse than Kira. At least Kira is trying to change the world at the cost of his soul, even allowing himself to be martyred, but you're just traffickers and killers. Judge and point fingers all you want, you can't deny the fact that you guys are just outright evil. Think of all the stuff the two of you could have done with those Shinigami eyes of yours. You could have been saving people you knew were destined to be saved. They would have been saved regardless, even if we did nothing. It's why they've been destined to live a long life, Cronus debated. It's the ones we could save that concern me. Like Penelope? Cronus narrowed his eyes. Don't say that name around me. And how the fuck do you know about her? You're a blabbermouth. Don't say that name around me. Cronus and Oedipus turned to Kuroki, who was trying to say something but the tape was preventing her from talking. Mars did the honor of removing the duct tape rather roughly and Kuroki smacked her lips before talking. I told him about Penelope, Kuroki clarified. When he said you were a blabbermouth, it was me who said that about you. Shut up, Cronus demanded. I'll crush your skull beneath my boot, don't forget that I know that your lifespan is invisible to me. It's all about lifespans for you, Cronus, huh? Is that the only thing you give a damn about? Maybe. You have been focusing so hard on the fact that this Penelope girl died that you've neglected the fact that you could use your eyes for good. Oh, enlighten me as to how I could have used my Shinigami eyes for good. Kira told me my real name. It is because of him that I found out my name. Knight remembered that day a few years ago like it happened yesterday. Kuroki remembered it so vividly that she could play the memory out in her sleep. March 1st, 2034. Tokyo, Japan. She didn't have much to go on, especially since she didn't have any birth certificates and social security cards. When she applied to work for the National Police Agency in Tokyo, she told everyone that her name was Shoko Mizora. She forged what she could to desperately get this job and she worked extremely hard to make sure everything stuck. Today was her first day working in her cubicle and right now, the only thing she had to look forward to was archiving old files. She didn't want to be an archivist, she wanted to be a detective and she solve crimes and make this world a better place. Shoko was done putting several more items in manila folders before she picked them up and carried them with her downstairs to the archive room. That's when she met someone who went by the name of Kip. Kip was sitting down in the archive room and looking through some old case files. She didn't understand why, but he was a volunteer here and she figured he must have a good reason, especially after playing such a pivotal role in taking down Break, Roach, Maroon, the Kiri Killers, and the Kia Killer. FNG? Kip asked. Shoko nodded. Yep. Shoko Mizora. I swear to God, that name is familiar. Maybe we've met before. Parents? She shrugged. I don't know my parents. My memory is a little foggy and No, I get it. I was in a car accident recently and I don't recall anything before the accident. Kip nodded before turning back to the archive files. I heard the CIA is sending some of their finest agents to investigate Kira activity in Japan. He smiled. If Kira can kill the FBI, then he most certainly can kill the CIA. Kira has done more for this world than all the world agencies combined, Shoko claimed. I just wish the methods he went to do it were a little less extreme. Killing people is just... I don't know. Are you afraid of Kira? Kip asked. Yes. I've heard the term always be afraid of God, and if Kira is the closest thing to a living God on this world, then yes, I fear him. Kip nodded before focusing his full attention on the archive files he's working on. 1 month later. Shoko Mizora receives a letter in her mailbox. She was the first to open it, and inside was a notebook labeled Death Note. She flipped through the notebook and read the very peculiar rules written on the front. Included in the notebook was a picture of a wanted criminal. She recognized his name as Tenya Nanaka. When she looked over her shoulder, she saw a monster staring up at her, a skeletal monster with the biggest grin on its skull-like face. She shrieked and fell out of her chair. She tried to back away before the monster introduced herself. My name is Massey, and I am here to declare that you have been chosen to be Kira's successor. She picks up the fallen Death Note and takes out a letter hidden in the pages. Be warned, my voice may be horsey because I got out of an argument with my husband. She cleared her throat before she read the note. Dear Shoko Mizora, I am Kira. If you don't believe, a man on the news, a convicted arsonist released due to a faulty warrant, will appear on the news and die of a heart attack exactly at 3:42 p.m. Channel 5 News in case you wanted to watch the source for yourself. I'm currently in a position where I am unable to move. I need someone to act as Kira for me while I fly under the radar. If you don't obey my orders, I will kill you. You are to make the deal for the Shinigami eyes. You will lose half of the years remaining in your lifespan, but time is of the essence. Trade for the Shinigami eyes and then write down a name of criminals. Kill as many as you can. You are to do this until I have another letter sent to you. Do what I say, Shoko Mizora, and you just might live. Massey tore up the letter and then burned it by turning on the stove and lighting the letter on fire. No, Shoko begged, I don't want to kill anyone. Then it's death for you, Massey said regretfully. I'll just write your name down in the notebook and dash. No, she cried, please no. Sorry, but rules are rules. No, don't do it. Please, I promise to do whatever you want. Good, write names in the notebook. Trade for the Shinigami eyes and get to work. Shoko didn't want to do it at first, the very idea of trading half the years remaining in her lifespan just so that she can see the names and faces of people who... Shoko realized something that made her stand up, all fear vanishing from her. I'll trade for the Shinigami eyes. Just hurry up and get it over with. Massey was taken aback slightly. Ooh, 10180. She put her hand over Shoko's eyes and traded. Kuroki kept her eyes shut, expecting there to be pain, but nothing came over her. When she opened her eyes, her vision was as clear as day. She looked up at the Shinigami, silently asking if it worked. Don't worry, the deal went off without a hitch. Without wasting another second, Kuroki ran into her bathroom and turned on the light. She looked at herself in the mirror and much to her shock, she saw a name floating above her head. She gasped and touched the top of her head, as if she was expecting something to be floating above her head, but nope, there was nothing, but surely a name was there that she could see. And it wasn't just any name, it was her name. Her name is... Oh my God, she gasped and put a hand over her mouth. My name is... Yuri Kuroki? She had found the answers to everything she had been searching for. When she woke up in that hospital, the doctors told her that she suffered from short-term memory loss, but that was months ago and still, no memory had returned. When she went to the doctor again, she was diagnosed with long-term memory loss. 2 weeks later. After fulfilling her mission, Kira sent a letter saying that he was almost done with his work and to wait a few more days for him to be done. Knocking on the front door in front of her, Shoko Mizora, or rather, Yuri Kuroki, waited patiently for the door to be answered. She was so nervous she didn't know what to say when the door opened, but 10 seconds after the knock, a woman opened the door. Kuroki's eyes lit up. Yuri Ohashi? Ohashi tilted her head. Oh my god, Yuri, is that you? It's me, Kuroki said. Yuri Kuroki, your daughter. Ohashi. Oh my god, it's you. Kuroki reached out and hugged her stepmother, the woman who had been worried sick about her. Her memories had not come back, but she didn't want to dwell on anything negative that might have happened. Apparently, she didn't list her mother as her emergency contact, and she had no ID after she was pulled from the crash. Kuroki looked up her name to see what connections she had to other people, and only 2 people came up. One was Ryo Kuroki, her biological father, and his girlfriend-turned-wife, Yuri Ohashi. The 2 people she had been searching for her entire life, as far as she can remember, were inside the house she used her detective skills to track down, and all the emotions welled up inside of her came bursting like a dam. When her father hugged her, Kuroki broke down and slid down to her knees. She sobbed her heart out in front of them and let the fact soak in that yes, she was reunited with her family. Although her memories before the accident may never come back, she will make new ones with her parents. Present day. You could have looked into missing people reports, Kuroki argued. Or you could have done something simple, like helping people with severe cases of amnesia find out their identities once more. Or even help people without names find their way back home to their parents. Yeah, Cronus nodded. I could have done that, and as a matter of fact, I did. One group of people I bought was a long-lost twin couple, and they were both destined to die the same day. We bought them and they both fought in our cage until they collapsed and died from exhaustion. See, we have some experience in reuniting people. It's your fault Penelope is dead, Kuroki declared. You said you tried to save her and she ran out into the street. I saw the news article. You grabbed her arm and she pulled away, and in an attempt to get away from you, she ran into the path of a truck. Had you not been so insistent on grabbing her to save her, she still would have been alive. Don't you see, you were fated to fucking murder her. Cronus kicked her in the stomach. I'll kill you. He spit on her shoulder. You're just pure evil. Both of you are. Oedipus folded his arms. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, Yuri Kuroki. And some dogs are going to be put down sooner than others, Knight said. I've done my homework. Kira killed all of your guys. Yeah, Oedipus agreed. He did. Mars here is the only guy left in our pocket. He leaned into Knight's face. You killed Sharon, Hermes, Cerberus, Apollo, and Tantalus, did you not? It wasn't me, Knight shrugged. That was Kira. Just fucking admit that you're Kira. And why don't you kill me with a pistol? Been there, Cronus pointed the pistol back at Knight, done that. But no! He pulls the hammer. No matter how many times I try to kill someone who clearly had a long life to live, something always happens. I get interrupted or some kind of shit like that happens. And I'm going to save these bullets for when I actually need them. He lowered the gun and pushed the hammer back into place. I just want to know if I can change fate. He glares at Knight. And you are going to be the perfect guinea pig for that, Yagami. For someone who wastes their time doing evil in this world, it's only fitting you to be killed by your own weapon of mass destruction, Kira. Knight looked at the men in front of him in anger. He clenched his fists and growled at them. His lips pulled back and his teeth bared at them. You will never get what you want. Cronus looked over to his companion. Oedipus shook his head with a smile. I will get what I want. Cronus drew his gun. We always get what we want, Oedipus laughed. Knight Yagami. Well, Knight said, his voice slightly trembling, if you're going to kill me, then what's taking so long? Or is the fact that you're actually going to do something to break fate actually hitting you and making you hesitate? If you're going to be honest, at least add some fun wording to it, because I'm getting tired and bored sitting here in this chair. Why do you act like you've won? Cronus wondered. You're bound and restrained to a chair and we have your notebook. Admit that you're Kira and let's get this over with. You're not the owner of the notebook, Knight pointed out. Mars is. Cronus and Oedipus looked at Mars and saw his invisible lifespan. That he is. And how do you know that's the real notebook? Knight questioned. How do you know it's not a trick, a swindle that the person who left the notebook behind set up? If you want my advice, I would test it on Mars over here. Owners get special privileges that borrowers of the notebook don't get. And besides, the more people that know about the notebook, the more likely it is for you to be betrayed. I'd kill Mars right now. Cronus and Oedipus glared behind their masks before they considered Knight's thoughts. They looked at each other and nodded. In one fluid motion, Cronus wrote Mars's name down. No, Mars cried. He noticed too late and lunged for Cronus and tackled him. Oedipus pistol whipped him and pushed him off. They were struggling for about a few seconds when... Thump thump. Mars groaned and collapsed near Knight's chair. Knight shrugged in his chair. Well, what do you know? It turns out that the death note is real. The scene witnessed before he was enough to prompt Cronus to put the pen to the death note's paper and look at Knight with a glare in his eyes. Thank you for confirming the authenticity of the notebook. He sounded genuine with his words. I only saw his name vanish and not his lifespan. His lifespan was still invisible to me when he died. And what about your lifespans? Cronus and Oedipus took off each other's masks and looked above their heads. Oh my God, Oedipus gasped. Your lifespan, it's gone. Cronus looked at the notebook and almost shed a tear. Maybe I can find a way to save us. Maybe I can. I can extend our lifespans. If we do that, my mission will be complete. Oedipus pointed to Knight. Then write his name down. Write his name down and watch as his name and lifespan vanish from the face of the earth. Cronus looked at Knight and without considering anything else, smiled. He didn't feel like he needed to keep his mask on anymore and let it fall to the ground. He made sure this person pretending not to be Kira saw his face before he snuffed his life out in front of him. He wrote Knight's first name in kanji on the notebook. Any last words? He finished writing his surname. Knight Yagami? Oedipus looked at his watch. You got 40 seconds to speak now or forever hold your peace. Knight kept silent and stared Cronus in the eyes. Nothing to say, Cronus tilted his head. Shame. If I knew these were the last moments of my life, I'd go out with a bang. Did I forget to tell you that there are 6 notebooks in Kira's possession? Cronus's smile wavered and his lips quivered. What? Yeah. In my investigative work, I deduced that there were 6 owners of the Death Note. Apparently, if I'm one then my children are one each. You did say something about their lifespans being gone. You son of a bitch. Cronus smacked Knight across the cheek. Where are they? 20 seconds. Oedipus panted. No, Cronus cried. He ripped out the page with Knight's name written on it and set it on fire with a Zippo he brought with him. 40 seconds. Cronus gasped. The paper was still burning and Knight's name was still written down eligible. Oh, now's that interesting, Knight commented. For some reason, despite having the power of the book confirmed, I am still alive. Oh, man, I do wonder how something like that happened. Cronus threw the notebook to the ground, spiking it like a football before he threw the burning paper to the ground and stomped on it. He stomped until he put the fire out and Knight's name was still visible and eligible. After stomping the fire out, the fire within Cronus slowly started burning and getting hotter and hotter by the second. He puts his face in front of Knight's and growls at him. How is that fucking possible? Knight couldn't help but notice that the remains of the death note Cronus threw to the ground landed beside his chair and had enough room for only one name to be written down. The death note is real. I killed Mars with a heart attack right now. Why isn't it working on you? Knight pretended to think for a moment. Who knows? Maybe Kira found a way to spare me from death. Cronus clenched his fists and sucked air through his grounded teeth. You knew this. You knew the notebook wouldn't kill you. Did I? Where are Rain, Ark, and Jewel? How did the notebook not kill you? Knight shook his head. Maybe if you ask politely, I'll answer your question. Without warning or hesitation, Cronus screamed in Knight's face. His scream echoed throughout the room and the metro as he backed away and started pacing around the room. "You son of a bitch!" He gripped his hair so tightly that he almost pulled a few strands out. "You fucking played us. Motherfucker!" He kicked the death note across the ground until it hit the wall behind Knight. Oedipus raised his hands. "Sakis, listen, I dash. Bastard." Cronus drew his gun and stomped over to Knight. He thrust the barrel of the gun so hard into Knight's forehead that he almost pushed him back in his chair. "I'll kill you. I will fucking kill you. I got nothing to fucking lose." A trigger was pulled. Multiple, actually. Chapter 89, Brothers. August 22nd, 2044. Los Angeles Metro Rail. Multiple triggers were pulled instead of one. Well, to be more accurate, one trigger was pulled multiple times. Anyone shot multiple times in the head would be killed almost instantly, but Cronus's target, Knight Yagami, was still alive and kicking. If anything, he was shaken up by what happened. There were several bullets that were fired. The first one hit the side of Cronus's pistol, the impact forcing Cronus's hand to fly away from Knight's head, but the gun was still in his hand, and the next several bullets all hit Cronus as he was their primary target. Cronus gasped and felt at least 5 bullets shot into his chest and stomach area. The pain was temporary, for the adrenaline kicked in almost immediately, but he felt as if someone had poured acid on his wounds and melted his skin off. Cronus gasped once more and felt become weightless, almost lightheaded. Even the gun seemed to be too hard to raise in his hand. He cried out and looked down at himself and his gun's reflection. His gun was silver, so he could kinda see his face reflecting off the glints, and with his Shinigami eyes activated, he realized what was going to happen. He realized that it was going to happen. It was the same look he saw in the deathmatch cage matches. When the victor won, just before they killed the loser had that look on their face, the look that said that they knew this was going to be it, their final moments on this earth. Their last day, their last hour, their last minute, their last second, their last breath. And that look would then be replaced with their pupils dilating and their bodies going limp and their names and lifespans vanishing from above their heads. But one could argue it was much worse for Cronus in his case. While those in the cage match were unaware that they had predestined lifespans and some had dealt better hands in fate while others dealt bad hands, Cronus knew this was going to happen. He knew he was going to die, the numbers above his head said so. He could see his lifespan floating above his head in the reflection of his gun, and shock and horror set in that this was always meant to happen. There was nothing he could do. He was going to die in about 2 seconds, and everything he fought for, believed in, and dreamed in, was never going to come true. He may have killed Mars with the Death Note, but he was more concerned about saving people with the Death Note. And now that he's going to die, he's never going to complete his mission. He had failed. He had failed Penelope, the one person that was only ever worth a damn in this godforsaken world. He had failed, and... Saki's Katsuros fell to the ground, his gun firing into the ceiling on reflex, his name and lifespan vanishing from above his skull. "Saki's!" Oedipus cried. Oedipus wanted nothing more than to be by his brother's side, but it would have been suicide if he ran up to him knowing that there was a shooter out there. He stayed clear of the doorway and hid behind a wall. He drew his own gun and blindly fired outside. "You killed Saki's," Oedipus growled. "You are going to fucking pay." Even with his brother dead before him, Oedipus couldn't help but wonder if the person who shot his brother dead was really a murderer. In a way, it was always his brother's fate to be shot dead on this very day. In fact, he and Saki's both had the same lifespan floating above their heads, and if Saki's is dead, then that means Maki's is destined to die on the same day. The very thought nearly made Maki's crush the gun in his hand. This was a long time coming, he understood, but his brother always believed in fighting against fate. He had someone dead to fight for, someone fate had been cruel to. Maki's didn't want to die, he didn't, but if today was his date of death's destiny, then there was really nothing he could do. Except for one thing. The Death Note. If he could get his hands on the Death Note, he can write the name of this unnamed killer shooting at him, and then his life will be spared. He will be spared and will live a longer and happier life. The only problem was that he couldn't see the notebook. He remembers Saki's kicking the notebook at the wall behind Knight's seat. Upon realizing this, he looked at Knight and saw a smug look on his face. "He's behind the wall," Knight yelled. "Kill him." He laughed hysterically. "You bastard." He aimed the gun at Knight and prepared to fire, but nope, fate had other ideas in mind. 3 bullets penetrated the wall in front of him and only hit Oedipus. He ducked and used the bullet holes in the wall as peepholes. He saw someone hiding behind a pillar, but he couldn't tell their name or face. They were still in the LA Metro rail and Oedipus was pinned down in the closet. He knew that the darkness would give him some camouflage, but based on the sounds of the person's gun, they had a Beretta 92 FS, which houses 15 bullets in one magazine. All he has is a revolver which only holds 6 bullets. Plus, he had trouble firing without pulling the hammer, so firing each time while pulling the hammer was the only way Oedipus knew how to fire. He decided that something was better than nothing and fired blindly into the doorway. When he saw no one there, he ran off, intending to run behind Knight's chair and look for the notebook, and was tackled by his attacker and thrown to the ground through the door. Humble wasn't going to let this very opportunity escape him. No one else was going to have the honor of killing Kira except him. He wasn't going to let 2 fatalist human traffickers siphon his victory. If they believed in fate, then it must be God's plan that Cronus and Oedipus were due to die at his hands. He somewhat believed in God, but he also knew about the Shinigami realm and the gods of death. One might say, if gods of death are real, then it's possible that God doesn't exist. Humble digresses. If supernatural beings like gods of death exist, then it's most certainly possible that God exists. Humble and Oedipus struggled and grabbed at each other by the shoulders and tussled around for a bit. When they stepped out into the railway, they tripped on the tracks and fell down, but they barely managed to avoid stepping on the 3rd rail. Oedipus lost his revolver in the struggle and it landed near the 3rd rail. Humble lost his gun as well, and when he reached for it, Oedipus kicked it out of range. Oedipus climbed on top of Humble and grabbed him by the throat. He began choking him. "I don't think so," Humble thought. Humble punched Oedipus in the face. He hit him twice and made him recoil. Oedipus let one hand go of Humble's neck to block his next punch, but he failed. He tumbled over and Humble attempted to crawl on top of him, only for Oedipus to kick him in the chest. Back in the storage room, Knight looked around to see if there was any way to try and get to the death note. It was behind him and resting against the wall, far out of his reach, and even so, his wrists were still tied to the arms of the chair. But like before, in a series of events he may or may not have caused to unfold, maybe slightly, there was still the burned death note page on the ground near the chair, just barely out of reach. Mars and Cronus's bodies were still in the room while Oedipus and Humble still fought outside. "It's amazing, it's like it almost went exactly the way I planned it. Now I just have to get out of this chair." If he could get down on the ground somehow, he could reach for the page of the death note and write on it. But he had to be careful because he only had room for one name on it, and if Humble is the person destined to kill Oedipus and Humble dies of a heart attack prematurely, Oedipus's lifespan will be extended. He could try writing Oedipus's name down, but he doesn't know what his name was. Even so, there was also the fact to consider that if Cronus was destined to die this day and Oedipus was destined to die this day, then the notebook might not work on him. He remembered the elderly people that Cronus and Oedipus used in their broadcast. They both had less than 12 minutes of life to live. Even so, he had to be prepared for when the time came. He had to kill Oedipus and Humble, his very survival depended on it. Luckily for him, he knew what Humble's real name was. Kuroki, who was still tied up and blindfolded, knew that Knight could take care of himself. She was thinking back to the conversation they had in the car 2 days ago and how she found out Humble's real name. 2 days ago. As they tailed Mars in the car, Knight was getting very anxious as to what could possibly happen. He remembered that Kuroki was about to say something to him when they were interrupted by Mars. He heard her say something about seeing a familiar face stalking them. Knight may not have heard the answer, but he knew that Mars is not the person she was referring to. First of all, Mars was very surprised upon entering Nemesis's house, and he had been stalking Kuroki, would know about her being in the house. Instead, he just picked up the notebook, killed his former teammate, and then left. And then Kuroki's name reveal that started with an M. They still had time and the cars were stuck in traffic. They had more than enough time to chit-chat. What was their name? He asked. The familiar face you saw on the way here? Kuroki looked excited. Oh, man, you are so going to love this. It was Humble himself, in the flesh, and I saw him before he saw me. And guess what? I saw the name and lifespan floating above his head. Knight clutched the wheel hard. Well, tell me what his real name is and spell it out for me. Kuroki clapped her hands together. Get ready for this. Hurry up. Humble's real name is Mihail Bulup Jr. Knight clenched his teeth and began grinding them. I should have fucking known. Ironically, I did not find out when I first saw his name. Knight nodded. You said that you saw a familiar face, so that means dash. Remember that flight I took to New York a few days ago? Well, I did some investigative work there, saying that I was closing an old case, and I went to every hospital in Manhattan and demanded birth certificate records of children born to someone operating under the name Hallie Buluk or Hallie Lidner. Get this, there were 4 results of 4 Hallies who gave birth in 4 different hospitals. All I had to do was use the process of elimination. She held up one finger. Hallie Lidner, born in 1971, gave birth to twin girls in 2002. One Hallie Bulup born in 1999 gave birth to a stillborn in 2015. Then there was one more Hallie Lidner born in 2001 who gave birth to a daughter in 2030. So, that left only one Hallie Buluk left. Hallie Buluk, born in 1983, gave birth to a son named Mihail on September 13, 2013. The father was listed as Mihail Keel. Of course, Knight said in disbelief. I should have fucking known she would name her son after the man who took down Kira. But still, making a guess like that is still a gamble of long odds. There's never a guarantee that a son is named after his father. You know how to spell his name? Yep. Knight looked in the rearview mirror. He saw Gilth inside the car, waving to him. He knew that Gilth could have easily been flying outside, but since Mars is touching the notebook, it would easily give away that Kira is tailing him. All right, Knight nodded. Now that I know his name, and you said he was tailing you? Kuroki nodded. Stalking me. And I'm beginning to think that he was in our hotel bedroom. When I took the kids downstairs to swim, housekeeping came in with a large cart, big enough to carry a human body, and left with that cart having a large white sheep over it. Rain said she spotted the slightest difference in the door to deduce that someone had been inside. Plus, that little pencil trick you use on your bedroom door, it snapped before we got back. Where are Iris and the children right now? Standing by in a motel. Good. Send our location to them as soon as Mars gets out of the car. Tell them we're going to find Cronus and Oedipus right now, and if Humble is tracking us, we will use that to our advantage. Humble is arrogant and has an inferiority complex just like his father, and he cut Alpha Beta loose because he was done taking orders from her and wanted victory for himself. So, if I can get Humble to follow me to where Cronus and Oedipus are, taunt them into finishing me off, then Humble might get anxious and kill them for me. Smart plan, Kuroki praised. I also will have to remove the death note from me, Knight reminded. The one tied to my back with a corset. But you'll lose your memories. Exactly. Once they see my lifespan, they'll be more than eager to see me killed with the notebook. They said that they had been trying for years on end to try and kill someone while knowing their lifespans but keep failing. If they see how long I have to live and then they use the notebook on me, it'll work. He remembered something. However, if Humble were to watch this go down, then he'll remember the time that he tried to kill me with the death note and know that it won't work. Kuroki smiled. So, everything will work in your favor. Cronus and Oedipus won't be able to kill you because of fate and because of the loopholes in the death note, you won't be killed by the death note. But because Humble is arrogant and suffering from an inferiority complex, if he sees them so much as try and kill you, he'll stop them. That's what I'm hoping for. Kuroki smiled. You are a chess master, Knight. There are no losing spots here. You are basically invincible in this scenario. He smiled. That's because I'm a god. I am a god and you can't kill a god. But Kuroki, after I lose all my memories, I need you to tell me everything about the Death Note so my original self will know what to do when the time comes. Kuroki nodded. Yes, my god. Eventually, they came to a stop and they could finally see Mars getting out of his car. Knight removed the Death Note from his back and handed it to Kuroki, his memories vanishing from him. He did know one thing before his memories vanished. He was happy to finally not wear that corset anymore. Present. If there's one thing my son taught me, it's that improvising is the enemy of a well-thought-out plan because there's no way to counter improvising. The only way to fight improvising is with improvising. Fire with fire. We purposely waited 2 days before allowing ourselves to be captured so my original self can learn everything about the Death Note. I'm eager to get my memories back. I so want to have my memories back. Knight heard the grunts and crashes coming from the side outside and he quickly jerked his shoulders from left to right repeatedly, putting his weight behind each thrust to get out of the chair. I had to improvise to make sure that I had a working piece of the Death Note within my reach. I have to have some kind of ink or blood or cosmetics on hand when I write the name down. He looked down at the puddle of blood leaking from Cronus. I'll use his blood. He finally tips over the chair. The slip of the notebook was slightly out of reach so he tried to wriggle to free his wrists free of the rope. Back outside, Oedipus and Humble continued their fistfight, neither one stopping until the other one was dead. Oedipus had his mask off and was exposed but Humble wasn't wearing a mask either. He saw his name but couldn't quite make out his lifespan. He saw a 1 and a 2 there but there was nothing much for him to go on, especially with him getting dizzy. There was also the fact that there was little to no light down in the metro so they had to go off on instinct. However, there were some sparks coming from the third rail so both opponents knew to step away. But just because they knew to step away and not get shocked didn't mean they weren't going to try and force the other onto the third rail. While Oedipus was busy pushing Humble back and actually made him almost trip on the tracks, Humble felt a familiar vibrating in the ground beneath him. It didn't take a genius to know that the vibrating was coming from something on the train tracks and this realization made him realize what was happening. A train was coming in their direction and there it was, the oncoming sounds of an incoming train, right on the tracks they were standing on. The light from the front of the train warned them to get off the tracks, which is what they did, but Humble had other ideas. While Humble hopped off the tracks, he kicked Oedipus in the groin, grabbed him by the back of his shirt, and spun him around before throwing him forward right into the oncoming train. In that split second before he collided headfirst with the incoming train did Oedipus see his reflection in the window of the driver's seat. He saw a face exposed for him to see and the lifespan floating above his head. Converting it to human years, he realized that this was the moment when he finally died. Now he knew what Sakis was feeling when he realized that it was about to happen, when he realized that he would become nothing but a lifeless husk on this planet. Understanding that he had lost and that there was nothing he could do to change his fate, he closed his eyes and accepted his destiny. Makis is struck by the train. Humble fell on his back as the train zoomed past him and sat up when the train was completely out of sight. He sighed and fell on his back, taking time to let the adrenaline wear off for the time being, and put a hand on his forehead to feel the sweat that was wetting his skin. Knight only saw one victor outside and it was Mihail Humble. Bulup Jr. Luck was on his side and thanks to Humble, Cronus and Oedipus were dead. He managed to cut the rope bounding his wrist to the arm of the chair by sliding it forward and back against the concrete ground until the rope gave way. He reached over, gathered a messy handful of Cronus's blood like a child doing a fingerprinting, and very carefully flipped the Death Note paper over to the side and began writing down Humble's real name. Remembering that Knight was still inside the storage room, Humble picks himself up and finds his gun near the unused tracks and picked it up. He charged for inside the room and gasped when he saw that Knight had his hands on a notebook page. With Humble charging for him and still needing time to write his surname, he figures out a way to distract him. Mihail Bulup Jr.? Humble stops dead in his tracks in the doorway, freezing in place and giving Knight more than enough time to finish writing the name. "I've written your name," Knight said as he finished. "Mihail Bulup Jr." "No," Humble cried in his head. "No, I can't die, not yet." Knight grabs Cronus's gun out of his cold lifeless corpse and aims it at Humble. Without hesitating, unlike last time, he hits Humble a few times in the shoulder and chest, but Humble managed to fire back. Knight takes a bullet to the gut and folds over. Humble collapses on his back and begins spitting out blood. "I want my memories back," Knight thought. "I have to get out of this chair and get my memories back." With one hand free, he managed to untangle his other wrist free of the rope, and he did the same with his legs. Free from the chair, he tried to stand up, but the pain in his gut was too excruciating for him to even try. He reached out and instead crawled around the chair to go for the notebook. He could feel himself losing blood, and he knew he had to regain his memories back because there might be a missing clue he could only remember if he had full memories of the notebook. He sees the notebook hiding in the darkness and reaches out for it. He crawls to it, and when he's finally in range, he slaps his hand down on the notebook, his memories returning tenfold. He didn't scream like the last time this happened, but he didn't have time to dwell as he smiled, his memories coming back, and he passed out. Unable to witness her son dying out, Massey lifts Kuroki's blindfold free and allows her to see what's going on in the room. Kuroki crawls over to the nearest body to try and free herself. Thump. 40 seconds had passed and the wounded Humble struggled. He gasped and put a hand on his chest, knowing immediately what was happening. "No, it's going to happen. I've failed. I lost Akira, I lost, and now I'm going to die." A tear streams down his cheek. "I'll die a loser. My father died a winner, but I'll die a loser. I don't want to die. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm sorry I lost. I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you. I am so sorry. Please forgive me." When Humble opened his eyes, he nearly lost his breath upon seeing who was standing above him. His mother. Humble smiles and reaches out for his mother. She reaches a hand out to caress his cheek and pat him reassuringly on the head. "I'm here for you," Hallie reassured. "I'm here for you, Mihail." "Mom," Humble laughed. "Mom, I missed you, Mom." His hand continued to reach out for his mother before it froze. Going limp, his hand dropped to the ground, and Humble's eyes closed, his name and lifespan vanishing from his head as he lay still on the ground, finding peace in death that he couldn't have found in life. He still had not yet eaten that milk chocolate bar he had with him, intending to save it for when he achieved victory over Kira, but it looked like that chocolate was never going to be eaten now. Chapter 90, Back on Track. August 24th, 2044. The hospital. It was like a dream, a never-ending dream, perpetual darkness. Darkness was all he could see, as far as the eye could see, and he begged for there to be light so he could see again. He wanted to reach out and touch something, anything, but he couldn't feel his limbs, so that wasn't happening. That is until someone turned on the lights for him. His eyes opened slowly and he blinked several times to get the dust out of them. He saw a white ceiling above him, but it didn't register as a ceiling to him until he sat up properly and tried moving. And it didn't properly register with him that he was sitting until he noticed the soft pillow beneath his head. He smiled suddenly and looked around, more of his self-awareness coming back. He just now realized that he was in the LA Metro Rail anymore. No, that place was dark, this place was light. And his gut. He looked down at his stomach to see that it was covered in a white gown. He was in the hospital. He looked at the bedside clock and saw the time. 8 hours 32 minutes and 14 seconds on August 24th, 2044. He had been asleep for 2 days since he finally rid the world of Cronus, Oedipus, and most of all, Humble. His mission was complete and it brought a huge smile to his face. "Someone's happy to be awake," someone said. Knight turned in that person's direction and saw the nurse approaching him. He adjusted comfortably in his seat while the nurse wrote down his conditions on a clipboard. "Well, I just had a really long sleep," Knight shrugged. My mother always said that sleep is good for brain growth, the nurse replied. I don't think there's any more room in my head for my brain to grow. There's always a way to make room in the head. Compartmentalization, remember it. She wrote a few more notes down on the clipboard before she put it under her armpit and turned to the doorway. Another nurse stood in the doorway. You can bring his family in. The second nurse went to get Knight's family. Iris, Rain, Archer, Angel, and Kuroki came walking through the door, and without hesitation, they made a beeline for Knight's bed. Wearing white. Rain commented. Better than wearing orange. Yep, Knight tugged on his collar. Blank canvas, very artistic. Angel jumped on Knight's lap and hugged him. I missed you, Daddy. Knight patted his son on the head. Don't worry, I ain't dying yet. Yeah, I would know, Rain said. But I don't so psyche. Archer scoffed. I'd need you recover. Nothing to worry about. Archer was crying the most, Rain told, sobbing like he saw the end of Titanic. No, Archer denied, I was sweating. Sweating out your eyes? What, were your eyeballs running a marathon? Kuroki chimed in, even eyeballs need to exercise every now and then. Knight helped his son off of him before he reached over for the food the hospital gave him. The nurse who had been watching the bantering couldn't help but smile. She tapped her pen against the clipboard, almost impulsively, and walked away to give the family some privacy. With no one in earshot, it was time for them to start talking down to business once more. Did you swat those 2 flies? Archer asked eagerly. The C fly and the O fly? Knight nodded. Swatted flies are swatted flies. Archer couldn't contain his excitement and began tap dancing. We win, we win, we win. Nice moves, Archer. Rain looked at him, looks practiced. Archer stops. Just thinking on the spot, your one weakness. Iris looked at Knight. Kuroki called and told us what happened. She stroked his strawberry blonde hair. Are you sure you're okay? Knight nodded. The doctors are optimistic and I can feel any pain. Speaking of which. He pulls his gown up to see the bandage on his stomach. The scar was permanent, but it wasn't a disfigurement, it was a battle scar, a sign of his victory over Humble. Cronus and Oedipus were small potatoes in the long run, but Humble was the one he really wanted to kill. We're glad you're alive and well, Iris said. She looked to Kuroki. And I know I've said this once or twice, or 10 times, but thank you for saving Knight. Kuroki gave a half shrug with a half smirk on her face. Well, he helped me find my name, so it was only kind to repay the favor, my goddess. Angel, who had been silent this entire time, slowly raised his hand. Daddy, did everything go according to plan? Knight regarded his son carefully and gave a nod of the head. Yes, everything went according to plan. 23 days ago. Okay, here's the plan. Knight explained the plan to them. We're going to give these bastards what they want. They're all about fate and destiny, and the Death Note is all about destroying fate and destiny. When you think about it, if everyone is fated to die one day or fated to be killed by someone, then the Death Note is the only thing in this world that is actually capable of killing someone. No fate involved, no destiny, just writing a name in a notebook down and bam, death. We shouldn't give them the notebook, Iris argued. They're unpredictable and who knows what they could do with it. That is a good point, and that is why we need to catch them off guard. But this is my plan, we give them the notebook so we can find out where Cronus and Oedipus are. Think about it, if they're making demands about the notebook, chances are, they have a plan for how to retrieve it. One of these days, they'll give us instructions on how to deliver the notebook, but we have an advantage over them. We know the names and faces of their associates, Iris deduced. So, we use the notebook to control one of the unintended associates on the day of handing over the notebook? Exactly. For example, if Jason is the one to recover the notebook, we use the notebook to manipulate Mars or Nemesis into stealing the notebook on the day that Jason dies and Fortuna dies, then we win. The only reason Cronus and Oedipus are using Jason and Fortuna is that they die on August 11th, but Nemesis and Mars live a little while longer. So my plan is this: on the day of the dropping off of notebooks, when Jason or Fortuna go to pick up the notebook, we have Mars steal the notebook out from under them and run off. Then, Jason and Fortuna will die however they die and Mars will run back to his place. After that, we restrain him and wait. Eventually, Cronus and Oedipus will get impatient with Mars over him not handing over the notebook, so they'll send Nemesis after him or someone, and they'll most likely order him to write down Mars's real name in the notebook they'll find in the living room. After checking to see if Moss is dead, they'll call their bosses and they'll transport the notebook to the labyrinth. And all we have to do is follow and kill them from there. That could work, Rain agreed. But I have to ask, what if you get captured? Well, Knight sank into the bed. We still have until August 11th to add one more ally to our group. He turns to Angel. Angel, if Daddy gets in trouble, it's your job to save him. Angel trembled slightly. Don't worry, Archer patted his shoulder, I'll be there to help you out. So will I, Rain added. You better be sure about this, Iris demanded, because I don't intend on being a widow and single mother. Wouldn't dream of it, Knight promised. Let the final battle against Cronus and Oedipus commence. Present. Yep, I can say with 110% that almost everything went according to plan, Knight told proudly. We're lucky, Iris argued, and that humble fly you swatted? I've never been more shaken from adrenaline. Recalling the event, Knight could still feel the weight of the gun in his hand, how it shook him and made him tremble. He's held a gun and fired it before in police training, but never on a human being. In another world, he wouldn't have hesitated to shoot Humble. It's not because he felt some pity for the young man, but because killing with a gun, especially when he had the weapon of a god to kill him, felt so wrong and dirty and violating. There was some good news. This time, he didn't hesitate, and when he thinks about it, he technically didn't kill Humble with the gun, he just wounded him so he wouldn't shoot him dead. Thinking about it, he still had not violated his methods of killing, and it made him happy. I didn't save you, Daddy, Angel said regretfully. Sorry. It's okay, he reassured. It would have taken more than your unique voice to save me anyway. But I'm still proud of you either way. Everybody held our own. And the status quo has been restored. Now the only thing we got to do is kill off Cronus and Oedipus's associates. The Norse, the Romans, and the Hindus. And I haven't forgotten about Rook and his cannibalism crew. As soon as we get back to Japan with Karen's computer, we're going to kill every single one of them. By the way, Knight began, confusion rising, who was the one who found us? I did, Iris answered. I got a call from Kuroki and she guided me through the metro to find your location. Another thing I'm grateful for, Knight smiled, thank you, Kuroki. Just paying you back, my beloved god, she responded. The nurse came back into the room, silencing everyone from their current conversation. She had the clipboard with her. All right then, Mr. Yagami, it seems that you are all good to go. I recommend some bed rest before doing any rigorous physical activities, but we can get you out of here by tonight. Thank you. Knight reached for the hospital jello once more and took a few spoonfuls of them. I can't wait to be home in my bed and resting once more. Don't we all? The nurse replied. After making a few more notes, the nurse left, but before she was out of the room, she stopped in the doorway and looked at Knight's family. Mr. Yagami needs some rest and it would be best if you guys give him some. Understood. Iris leaned over and kissed Knight on the lips. We'll celebrate. Yes, Knight said slyly, we will. As everyone vacated the room, Knight snuggled into his bed to get some well-deserved sleep. I heard Humble chatting about something before I blacked out completely. I think he said something about his mother. Obviously, his mother wasn't there, but to hear someone hallucinate their mother in their final moments alive makes me think about what I'll hallucinate when I die. Will I see my mother, my father? Then again, I already see them in Shinigami form, so. Knight's inner monologue was interrupted when he felt someone kissing him on the forehead. He opened his eyes to see Massey kissing his forehead before hugging him and crying. I'm so happy you're alive, my little nightlight, Massey sobbed. Gilth stood at the end of the bed and nodded firmly at Knight. Good work, son. That was a very entertaining battle. Interesting in this battle, Knight thought. Cronus was motivated by his mother, Humble was motivated by his mother, and I was motivated by my mother in one part of this mission. I guess Cronus, Humble, and I aren't so different, we're all mama's boys. But I think Humble takes the cake. But I will admit, I actually felt kinda bad about killing Humble, it wasn't very fun. Sure, it was interesting how I killed him, but I wish there was more fun in killing him. I could have outsmarted him in some other way that made him see the error of what happened, his grand miscalculation, and then dies, knowing he had been bested permanently. What I would give to bring him back to life just so I can find another way to kill him. I would trade all the death notes in the world to have another chance at killing Humble, but what's done is done. But one thing I will admit is that I know that Humble seeing his mother was a hallucination and nothing more. Heaven and hell don't exist, therefore, ghosts don't exist. His mother wasn't there, not even as a ghost. Pathetic. I wish I was conscious enough to tell him that his mother wasn't there, just to see the crushed look on his face. But maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself. He turned over in his bed to lie on his side and closed his eyes after sighing heavily. I better cherish these battles because, after this, I may not have another brain battle for a very long time. It's just going to be me and my family, writing names in the notebook, day in and day out, monotonous. Repetitive. I'm going to wish for a new challenge, and I can only hope that there's someone else out there ready to challenge me. Thinking about it, if I do have another challenge, what is it going to be like? Who is my next opponent going to be? What are they capable of? Do they have Shinigami eyes like my children? Are they mass murderers or serial killers? A war criminal, perhaps? But I guess it doesn't matter now, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Until then, some sleep is a reward for me for taking down my latest opponents. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and saw Humble standing on his bed. He looked up at Humble and saw his mouth move, but no words came out. He blinked again and Humble vanished from sight, almost like a ghost. Man, it's been only 2 days since the final battle and I'm already missing my old enemies. After turning over in his bed to the other side, he closed his eyes and tried to get some sleep. I can't help but wonder what Cronus and Oedipus's real names are. I heard Sakis from Oedipus, so Cronus's real name is Sakis. Sakis is Greek, so maybe I should start looking in that direction. But I'm also curious as to how they got their Shinigami eyes. I know some people are born with Shinigami eyes, like beyond birthday, and his eyes shot open. He closed them a few seconds later. It doesn't matter. What's done is done and what's dead is dead. August 29th, 2044. Tokyo, Japan. It's good to be home, Knight said aloud as he walked into his apartment. He smiled and touched his couch, which he just cleaned recently, and sat down comfortably. His wife joined beside him. Archer and Angel ran into their bedrooms and dived into them, missing the warmth and comfort only their beds can provide for them. Rain simply sat down on her bed and went on as if nothing happened. She adjusted the blanket and pillow before settling in and taking a nap. Archer and Angel were jumping on their beds like it was a bouncy house before they settled and went to their game console to play a few games. With it being August, it was in the middle of the first part of their semester in school, and thanks to having computers and staying on top of everything, in spite of certain circumstances, all three of them managed to stay at the very top of their classes. Archer and Angel couldn't read their big sister's mind, but they knew that Rain missed Masumi. In a way, Archer and Angel missed the Kagamis too, and they made a silent agreement to go visit when they got the chance, but there was another part of Archer that, while he wanted to visit the Kagamis, he meant going through Masumi, who went to school, and given everything that happened, Archer would rather be at home, doing nothing than going to school. But it was something he had to do. And while he was at it, he took out his death note and started writing names of criminals of the week to kill. Angel tried to stop him, saying that they should wait for further instructions, but he decided that there was no harm and let his brother right away. A couple of hours later, When everyone was tucked tightly in their beds for the first time in a while, Knight and Iris stayed up to meet Kuroki, who came by for a late-night visit. Kuroki looked around the living room before they went upstairs to the master bedroom for a private conversation. After all three were in, Knight locked the door behind them. "We've all done well," Knight praised. "That's another one for the books. Victory is within ours once more, and I can't think of anything else worth celebrating." "What does this call for?" Iris asked. "Shamepinch, cake, juice boxes?" "Yes, because some of us refuse to grow up and are still in love with juice boxes." Kuroki laughed before sitting down on the bed. "It's a good thing we got back when we did. Morale at the police station is at an all-time low. It's time for the three of us to return and show the police stations who's boss." "We should." Knight contemplated. "But I stood by what I said when I said that celebrations are in order. Especially for you, Kuroki." "I didn't do much except get caught a few times," Kuroki rebutted and looked down regretfully. "I was pretty useless." "You did well, Kuroki. You figured out Humble's real name. And for that, I think you deserve a reward." Kuroki looked up, interested. "Oh yeah, and what would that reward entail?" Knight looked at the bed. "Well, what do you know, there's room for all three of us on that bed." December 31st, 2044. Moscow, Russia. Alyona Borodin didn't want to be Alpha Beta anymore. Yes, it was rare for her to admit defeat, but defeated, she was. She wanted to get as far away as possible from any Death Notes still active in the world. She heard all about that fiasco about Kira being in Los Angeles. She didn't know what that was about, but she vowed to stay away from it. After escaping with her life, or rather, being spared by Humble, she remembered what her goal was, and why she left Wammy's house in the first place. She wanted to be a music composer, to write music for those around her. She became reputable in Russia and beloved by her audience, but she's been on something of a creative dry spell. No matter how hard she worked or used her regular process, she couldn't come up with music. Her original process was looking at crime scenes, especially bloody crime scenes, to get inspiration for her musical ideas. But so far, with Kira stopping all crimes, it was the cause of her creative dry spell. She teamed up with the 10 lost children just so the world would go back to normal, and for fuck's sake, it wasn't ever going to be normal. Kira is still around, which means that Humble failed. If she's lucky, then Humble is dead. She was still looking for that inspiration to write music, but she could not find it, except now, as she held a baby out and placed him gently in the crib of his home for the very first time. She stroked the sleeping baby's head gently and smiled. "My little lion," she spoke softly. "My little Leviticus." Lev Borodin, born December 29, 2044, was officially the first and probably going to be the only child of Alyona, former Alpha Beta Borodin. He wasn't meant to be born and wasn't conceived out of love. March 29, 2044. They pulled up to the Park of Fish and Cash's last known location. Humble went out first while Alpha Beta and Jester stayed behind in the car. "I'm pretty sure that Kira will have our heads on sticks when they find out about us," Jester warned. "He must be going all out or gearing up for something big. We shouldn't underestimate him," Alpha Beta reasoned. "Alpha Beta," Jester began, "we should just get out of here. We should just leave and dash." "No," Alpha Beta argued. "I hope to get my music inspiration back once more and dash." "What if you die?" Jester debated. She shrugged. "So, I'll just use the rules in the notebook as loopholes." "Like what?" "Well, there was one rule in the notebook that said that pregnant women are immune from the death note." "So you plan on getting pregnant, just to avoid death?" "Yeah." She looks him in the eyes. You want to help me out with that?" "I don't want you to die." He clicked his tongue and bit his lower lip. "But if it means you get to survive for at least 9 months, then, yeah. I'll help you out with it." Alpha Beta climbed on his lap. "Wait, right now?" Alpha Beta nodded. "Yes, right now. Present day. Lev's father might not be here, but Alyona promised to take care of him." Lev was conceived out of pragmatism, but when she held Lev in her hands for the first time, she found her musical inspiration for the first time in a long time. She made a vow to herself that whenever she writes a song, it'll be dedicated to her infant son. January 1st, 2045. Tokyo, Japan. Life couldn't be better, Knight pondered as he walked down the street, not a care in the world. I've faced some of the world's strongest, smartest, and deadliest criminals and opponents, and I have come out on top for all of them. And I'm just getting started. There is still so much more for me to do, and I can't fucking wait to shape this world more and more like it should supposed to be. Knight looked over and heard a conversation at a newsstand going on in Japanese. After speaking English during his entire adventure in Los Angeles, he was grateful to be hearing his native tongue once more. But he considered it to be good practice for his multilingual skills. Somewhere out there in the world, Fenrir and his men collapsed of heart attacks. Neptune and the Romans would join them eventually. Shiva and his human trafficker associates all collapsed, unable to stand up after having sudden heart attacks. Knight would argue that the most fun he has in the following months was looking up all the known associates of everyone connected to Rook the Cannibal and taking out his clan of cannibals. One by one, they were all vanquished off the face of the earth, never to eat another person again, but there will always be bad people out there. Therefore, the world will never run out of bad guys for Knight. That was just fine with him because Kira still needed to be out there, an omnipotent presence that was always watching and always killing. Heart attacks must still be the leading cause of death in the world, and every country should have an equal death rate. Everyone should be equal when they die. Knight was training his successors well, and if they did well, they would inherit the world from him, and it would be their job to act as the new gods and goddesses of the world. I'll go down in history as the longest-running Kira, and as the Kira who surpassed the first Kira. In a way, my victory has already been assured. And it's all thanks to me and my wits alone. Only a god can defeat a god. Chapter 91, King of Darkness. The Shinigami Realm. September 13th, 2048. It was just another day in the Shinigami Realm, another pathetically boring day in the Shinigami Realm, where you can only gamble and take human lives with the death notes. In all the years of living there, the Shinigami residents would know that the Shinigami Realm is still slowly rotting. They had nothing to look forward to, except taking human lives when the time called for it. They couldn't give two shots about the human world, even after almost 18 years' worth of humans dropping dead from a human who had gotten his hands on a death note. Hurt remembered the day like yesterday when his comrades would slowly but surely die off one by one before he was the only one left. Grim, Pike, Saito, Muter, and Grudge all lost their lives when that newbie Shinigami with the red scarf came marching over with his skeleton hammer. That goddamn Shinigami is indirectly responsible for almost all of them dying. Hurt stayed away from the portal to the human world as much as possible and hung out with another Shinigami group consisting of Daredevil, Gook, Zeloji, and Daryl, the last of which he found himself to be attracted to. It was Hurt's time to play the game and take a chance and gamble. Looking at the cards in his hands, he observed the four Shinigami around him and subconsciously scooted closer to Daryl beside him. She snuck a peek at his cards and narrowed her eyes. She looked away as Hurt threw his cards on the ground. Skull and crossbones, he proclaimed, someone wins again. And I think you know the penalty, Zeloji. Zeloji shook his head in a mocking manner. Can't you show me mercy, perhaps? Hurt thrust his hand out. Pay up, Navajo boy. Zeloji sighs and plucks a feather from his cap and hands it over to him. Take good care of that feather. And it's not Navajo. Whatever. Hurt tucked the feather in the inner pocket of his newly acquired jacket that barely fit him. What do you intend to do with my feather? I don't tell you how to live your life. Zeloji nodded. True. Hurt looked over to see Daredevil and Gook playing with Gook losing once more. Hurt rolled his eyes. Why do you guys play the same games if you just keep on losing? Are you a sadist and masochistic couple or something? Daredevil laughed. That's one way of putting it. He pointed an accusing finger at Hurt. Speaking of which, don't think I haven't seen what you and Daryl have been doing. Daryl looked over. What's that supposed to mean? Isn't it weird how whenever we see you the next human day, Daryl Garoza has some kind of new metal accessory? I think Hurt's been going down to the human world. Hurt shrugged. It's weird how you use humans' days instead of Shinigami days. And I think it's weird you stuff feathers in your pockets, but like you've said, you don't tell us how to live our lives, we don't tell you how to live your life. Exactly, Hurt smiled snarkily. In the decade or so since Hurt laid eyes on Daryl Garoza, he had found himself itching ever so closer to being in a relationship with her. He knew that rules dictate that Shinigami are not permitted to have sexual relationships with humans, not that it was possible anyway, and Shinigami were also not permitted to have sex with each other. Hurt and Daryl were attracted to each other after spending a lot of time together, and during all those Christmas holidays in the human world, he would fly down to the human world, when he knew Kira would be asleep, and steal metal from a mechanic shop and bring it back to Daryl Garoza. After a few more games of gambling and playing with his friends, Hurt sat up and went to his usual resting place. He lay down on the ground and used a rock as a pillow. Daryl sat beside him. Lazy ass, she scolded him. Hurt looked at her with narrow eyes. Lazy but smart. He smiled and closed his eyes. Sleep with me. Daryl looked away. I'd rather play with metal. Hurt tugged on his necklace. You mean, metal like this? Daryl looked down on the metal necklace with several rusty nails dangling from the bottom. It's yours if you manage to get it from me. Daryl smiled. I can snatch it away from you when you're sleeping. But if you do that, how will it be around your neck when you wake up? He sat up. Sleep with me, and when you wake up, your brand new necklace will be around your neck, courtesy of me. Daryl groaned before settling beside him on the ground. If you break your promise, I break all of your stolen items. Like that feather you just stole. One, he corrected. I want it. Lie and lie all you want, but we both know the truth. She rested her head down on a rock. Then again, we all have our quirks, not my fault you're a cheater and kleptomaniac. Hey, it's better than being some Shinigami disgracing our pride by going down to the human world. Exactly. They settled in and went to sleep together. As promised, Hurt would put the necklace around her neck a little before she woke up. They slept together for about 3 or so human hours, and Hurt woke up before Daryl did. He sat up on his knees and took out his necklace and carefully wrapped it around his girlfriend's neck. He was careful to not wake her up, and when he succeeded in putting the necklace around her neck, he was about to turn back in and go to sleep when he heard the distinct sounds of footsteps coming up. I recognize the direction the footsteps are coming up from. A Shinigami is coming up from the human realm. The human realm. Berlin, Germany. It started every day with an alarm going on. The person sleeping by herself in the bed opened her eyes the second the alarm went off, and she slapped the snooze button without a second thought. Like clockwork, she thought. She climbed out of bed and climbed on the treadmill and quickly went for a short run lasting about 10 minutes before she turned off the machine. After she finished running, she went into the kitchen, took out a carton of eggs from the fridge and made hard-boiled eggs with them. She brewed herself some fresh coffee, and as she waited for her eggs to be done, she turned on the radio and played some music. As she poured Tabasco sauce on the eggs, she began singing to the tune of the song. It starts with one, all I know, it's so unreal, watch you go. I tried so hard. And got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. By the time she finished singing to the song, she had 45 minutes before she had to leave for work. She checked her watch to see if she got any incoming messages from her crew. So far, nothing. And at that moment, a notification came through on her watch. She had to pick up 3 bottles of Coke from the store. She smiled and went to take a shower. She made it quick as she quickly got dressed and left early to make sure she would beat traffic. It took her several minutes, more like half an hour, but she finally made it to the store and picked up 3 bottles of Coke for her boss. The Coke bottles were actually Coke bottles filled with Coca-Cola, or that's what it looked like. In actuality, The Coke bottles were filled to the brim with Coke powder that had been covered in water and food color to give the impression that it was soda. Soda, like Coca-Cola, is relatively cheap and easily affordable, but the 3 bottles she nearly cost her hundreds of euros. Fortunately, it wasn't her money she used to pay but her employer's money. Hilda lived a relatively simple life, a 9-to-5 job working as a car salesman at an auto company and making a little extra money to deliver drugs to and from her boss. She was clean and did not take any drugs herself, for she feared what might happen to her, but one couldn't argue with the paycheck. Sure, she gets paid commission, but ever since her employer lost nearly half of his guys to Kira and the other half were turned into by snitches and police officers, Hilda was all Max had to rely on. Max was a notoriously private man, rarely coming out of his shell and only doing so when he was certain that no one was watching. She had never seen his face, but in being his one and only employee, he promised to pay her 10 times as much as she makes a month working at her auto company if all she does is deliver drugs to and from his location. Hilda really needed the money, especially if she wanted to go to college, and she needed to save every cent as much as possible. She was hoping to quit her job to spend a few years living in college, but she knew quitting her job wasn't an option. She needed as much money as possible, and having 2 sources of income would most certainly allow her to get by a lot quicker than usual. She arrived at the meetup place, an old McDonald's restaurant that didn't have a lot of customers, and if they did, they were mostly repeaters. She parked a block away from the McDonald's building, and when she was sure no one would see her coming, she stepped out of the car with the 3 Coke bottles in her arms. She kept 2 snugged against her chest using her right forearm while she held the last on in her left hand. 2 minutes later, a car appeared before her, a red car with a female driver. The driver rolled down her window and grabbed the bottles and put them in the glove compartment. Hilda handed the driver the other bottles carefully to make sure nothing spills before the driver looks at Hilda. Max told me to tell you that this will be his last job for you. Hilda's back stiffens. Why is that? Because he found someone else to get him his soda. Someone more reliable. Someone trustworthy. She smiles. I hate to say this, but Max wanted me to tell you that you can leave him, and if you spill your guts to anyone, you might accidentally choke on soda. She shook her head. Fuck that shit, I need this job, woman. The driver shrugged. Well, too bad. I also need this job because I have parking tickets to pay off and fines and whatnot. Thank you so very not much for working with Max. Now fuck off. She stepped on the gas and nearly ran over Hilda's foot. She managed to snatch her foot back in the nick of time as the car sped off, but she couldn't stop the anger from rising within her. The driver pulled up to a house in the suburbs and took the 3 Coke bottles in the house with her. After doing the coded knock on the door opens and a man appears in her vision. Margaret, the dark-haired man named Max exclaimed. How lovely for you to finally arrive. He eyes her up and down, trying to determine why something feels off about her. I'm taken, Margaret warned before stepping inside. Okay, I've delivered the Coke, now where's my money? Geez, I didn't realize you were so eager to get away from me. Max walked into the kitchen. And here I was, thinking we were at least capable of making conversation. Small talk, dinner. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, way too early for dinner. Max takes the soda bottles and places them on the middle of his kitchen table. Come on in and share a drink with me, Margie. Margaret complied and sat down at the kitchen table, where Max took out 2 real bottles of soda and cracked them open for both of them. He handed a bottle to her. What's he trying to do? Max took a sip of his soda before turning around to grab a box from the counter. Crackers? Yes, Margaret hesitantly answered. Oops. He shook the box. Guess I ate the last of them. He's suspicious of me. What did I do? How did it go with Hilda? Max asked. I let her go, just like you said. Max nods. That's good. Please, drink your soda, Margie. Margaret hesitantly picked up her body and took a slow sip. You're not trying to impress anybody. Have a real drink. He demonstrated by downing almost half of his soda in one gulp. I know it's too early for dinner, but how about breakfast? Or lunch. Brunch, perhaps? I thought that I was Dash. No, I insist. Max stands up and begins taking materials out to make brunch for the two of them. You like crispy bacon, right? Margaret shook her head. Nah, I'm more into eggs. Figures. That's why you've gone vegetarian these last few days, right? She nervously bites her lip. Yep. That's right. In fact, I'm thinking of fasting. I'm starting today. Then let me serve you a meal before you start fasting. After all, it's only Sunday, the first day of the week. You can start tomorrow morning. That sounds like a good idea. After finishing making brunch for both of them, he set their plates down at the table and started eating gingerly and without stalling at his food. I made your favorite, deviled eggs. Eat up, Max ordered. Margaret slowly picked up her fork as slow as a sloth and picked up one of her deviled eggs and placed them in her mouth. What kind of person eats deviled eggs with a fork? He furrowed his brows. I always knew you were a hypochondriac, but this is taking it to a whole new level. She smiled half-heartedly. Well, we all have our quirks and whatnot. Like you playing your video games on a guitar instead of a controller. True, true. After 10 minutes of silent eating pass, Max grabs her plate, even though she was barely a quarter done, and tosses the dishes in the sink. That could have been your last supper, Max warned. Don't you think you should have enjoyed it a little more? I'm just not hungry. Yeah. But you better have an EpiPen ready because last time I checked, you have a food allergy to eggs. Margaret nearly shot out of her chair. I got over that affliction. Max draws his gun. I'm sure you have. She raises her hands. Whoa, Max, what is this about? You got the accent right, Margaret, maybe even the dialect, but you are not Margaret. First of all, Margaret hates being called Margies. Second of all, fasting? Margaret started fasting last week. Wait, Margaret gulped, I can explain, I dash. Bang! Margaret fell to the ground with a hole in her shirt, blood seeping through her dark shirt. Max clicked his tongue before picketing his gun. After checking his watch, he looked outside the window to see another car pull up and park next to the fake Margaret's. Ah, my buyers are here. He took the 3 Coke bottles before heading outside. He approached the passenger window, which rolled down to reveal a middle-aged woman wearing a black mask covering the bottom of her face with holes in the mask for her nostrils and mouth. Is that our order? The woman asked. Right here for you. Max handed the 3 bottles to her. And where is my money? Right here in my wallet. But, you'll have to forgive me because I have to write a check, for I have no cash on hand. Cash only, Max insisted. The woman showed him her wallet. I think I can be an exception. Special Agent Agatha N. Siegel. Interpol? Max realized. Before he could do anything, he felt something prick him in his nape and his world went black. Max fell to the ground in a dazed state before he felt his hands get cuffed behind him and he was picked up by 2 big guys and thrown into the back of the woman's car. How the fuck did this happen? Max managed to ask. Agatha looked at him in the rearview mirror. Did you know that there are about 6 or 7 people in the entire world who look exactly like you, but the chances of meeting them are extremely slim? That Margaret woman you just shot in the house wasn't the real Margaret. Margaret Zimmer was born in Germany, Lillian Weeks was born in Delaware. Then again, Lillian Weeks isn't actually her real name for obvious reasons. The fake Margaret with a hole in her shirt came walking out of the house, a smile on her face and smug expression. And that gun you shot her with, non-lethal blood splatter bullets. The impact is real and so is the corn syrup and food coloring they're filled with. And there's also the fact that our inside woman was wearing a bulletproof vest with a blood pack just in case. How did you dash? I had my agent sneak into your house and replace all the bullets in your gun with the blood splatter bullets. And our inside woman handed those Coke bottles to me before she handed them to you and we replaced them with fake Coke. And in case you're thinking about calling for backup, forget it. The last of them won't be a problem anymore. Agatha smiled and looked out the window as the fake Margaret was being tended to. Hilda will be put into the witness protection program and Max will be put behind bars for the rest of his life. All in a good day's work. The Shinigami realm. Not you again. Hurt panicked and jumped to his feet, startling Daryl. Stay the fuck away from me. Gilth stopped walking and looked over at Hurt. Nice to see you again. Hurt's eyes widened upon seeing who was riding on Giltha's back and under his arms. What the fuck is that? Are those humans? The Shinigami around them turned in Giltha's direction and each one had a different reaction upon seeing that Gilth brought 3 humans with him to the Shinigami realm. It wasn't just any humans, but the first humans to ever enter the Shinigami realm. Such an unprecedented event made the Shinigami react with horror for some, confusion for others, interest, and a tad bit of curiosity. Though some were indifferent. Massey came climbing up the stairs from the Shinigami portal, carrying 3 humans herself. She put them down and began walking forward, catching up with Gilth. A boy of average height with medium-length strawberry blonde hair and green eyes scanned the environment around him and smiled. Apocalypse, baby, he exclaimed in Japanese. I love it! The boy beside him was identical in appearance, with the exception of having short hair. The girl before them was slightly older with red hair coming down to the halfway point of her back and had blue eyes that were devoid of any emotion. We're in another dimension, the boy with short hair said. It's kinda cool, Archer, he added in a nervous voice. This place is dark without light, the girl said. We love the darkness, Rain, Archer exclaimed. Yes, we do. I like light, the twin argued. Whatever, Angel. Ahead of them, the adults that hitched a ride with Gilth were walking forward in the direction of where every Shinigami had dreaded going. The adults that entered the Shinigami realm were 2 women and 1 man. The man proceeded to follow Gilth ahead while the 2 women stayed behind. The first woman turned to the second. Kuroki, keep an eye on the children, she ordered. Aye aye, Iris, Kuroki saluted. Kuroki went over to watch the children while Iris looked around the Shinigami, who then began crowding around her. She would have felt overwhelmed had it not been for Massey standing beside her. This is the human I'm attached to, Massey laughed, isn't she beautiful? It's you again, one of the Shinigami said to Massey. I thought you'd been wiped off the face of the planet. Can't kill me, she proclaimed proudly. Only one that can kill me is me. She patted Iris on the head. We're so excited to bring the first humans into the Shinigami realm. Come on, guys, let's give her a grand tour. While everyone else was busy getting comfortable around the Shinigami realm, Gilth and the male human were on a mission. Memories came flooding back from all the time he spent in the Shinigami realm, slowly dying of boredom before his memories came back to him after hearing Ryuk's story. He would have to visit Ryuk before the trip was done so he could catch up with him. The human was doing jumping jacks and dances on the inside of his mind for having the honors of being the very first human to walk in the Shinigami realm. It was an honor, such a great honor, but sadly, there was nothing he could do to document this historical achievement. Regardless, he had a mission and he was going to see that mission through, one way or another. He had heard plenty of the shit that went on in the Shinigami realm, including the Shinigami King, but he had no idea that there was a cave with almost 1,000 steps that served as the Shinigami King's hideout. Once he climbed up the 1,000 steps, sweating a little from the arms, he took a deep breath as he finally reached the top and his eyes went wide at the sight before him. A large figure suspended in the air by what looked like chains, as large as a mountain, with a skull at the front, and inside the skull was a head with yellow eyes staring at night. He noted the 4 tiny hands before the creature and he almost went insane by this creature that was almost incomprehensible to the human mind, but he had a much stronger will than that. There's no doubt that the creature standing before him could only be one person. The Shinigami King. The Shinigami King looked at Knight with piercing yellow eyes that almost sent Knight into a trance. Knight felt his heart race and struggled to keep from closing his eyes, but he was determined to see this through, even if it cost him his insanity. The Shinigami King made a sound that could only be described as a growl, but the growl was so soft it could be mistaken for the wind. When the king moved one of his arms, the creaking sound almost made the human deaf. Knight wanted to run away and possibly live to see another day, but his strong will overcame his fear. "What is this?" the king growled. "A human, entering my realm." Remembering what he brought with him, Knight pulled out a death note from his back pocket. Not just any human, the human who had been making a mess in the human world with the death note. And might I say, doing much better at wielding it than any of your Shinigami subordinates. Knight didn't know where his sudden confidence came from, but the rush was there and the confidence had returned tenfold, and he wasn't going to let any of this energy go to waste. "What do you want, human?" "A challenge." Knight smiled. "I wish to challenge the Shinigami King." Chapter 92, In the End. September 13th, 2048. The Shinigami Realm. The Shinigami King laughed. "You want to challenge me, human? Well, this is most certainly a first. First of all, a human enters my realm, and second of all, he is asking to be challenged by me." Knight laughed, all traces of anxiety prior having gone and vanished. "What's wrong? Afraid I'll live up to your expectations, or are you afraid that I'll exceed them? Arrogant human. To what do you wish this challenge to be, or is this challenge within my realm?" Knight cocked his head. "King of Death, you are bored, right?" The king nodded silently. "That's one way of putting it. But the whole idea of a human having a death note is dull and boring and uninteresting, but I've seen you do some handy stuff in the human world." "Even so. Admit it, you're giddy to be talking to a legend before you." The king shook his head. "Not giddy, amused, at how arrogant you sound right now. Knight Yagami. If I can see your name and lifespan, then you can still be killed by me. You better remember that until the day you die, human. I've heard from Gilth and Ryuk how you are bored and how you like apples so much. I also heard how apples in the Shinigami realm were rotten as hell. Speaking of which..." He pulled an apple out from his inner jacket pocket and tossed it at the king. He caught it in one of his tiny arms and looked at it. A fresh human apple from the human world. The king chuckled and took a bite. "Juicy and tasty. That is a fresh and juicy apple from the human world. That is how I figured out how to get into the Shinigami realm. Shinigami bringing me apples from the human world," the king deduced. "If it can be carried by the Shinigami into the Shinigami realm, it can enter. A human is no exception, I discovered." "Yep. And don't I impress you? I am the first human to enter this realm by figuring out something so simple that a 4-year-old could have figured it out." The king already ate half of the apple. "I'll humor you, you did impress me with how you got into this realm, and the apple is, how do you say it, icing on the cake." He ate 3/4 of the apple, the core being visible. "Then give me a challenge." He pockets the death note. "Give me a challenge to complete and I shall complete it for you." The king finished the apple. "What do you get out of this challenge, human?" "Like you, I am bored. Being Kira is fun and everything, with killing criminals and whatnot, but it's also very boring. Especially when there's very rarely crime happening. Crime is practically non-existent in the human world, and on average, Kira kills 4 people a week, and most of those kills are on people who committed impulsive crimes. Everyone who has challenged me in the past wound up losing to me in a very climatic manner. I miss the challenge and relish it. I figured, if you can give me a challenge, then it'll satisfy both of our boredom. Not only will I be the first human to enter this realm, I'll also be the first human to impress the Shinigami King and complete his challenge." The king laughed without a second's hesitation. "You're already starting to sound like a god of death yourself, boy. I like it. I'm a human using the death note, I'm not a Shinigami, I'm a human god." The king laughed again. "Keep telling yourself that, boy. You may wield the gift and power of a Shinigami, but at the end of the day, you are still human. All it takes is a single swipe of my pencil and my notebook and you're dead in a ditch." He activated his eyes. "And judging by your lifespan, I could kill you and happily retire." Interesting. Knight was more than aware of what the numbers floating above his head were, and was already aware of how much time he had left on this planet. Any other human would have gone insane with this revelation, but he had a much stronger will than that. Instead of seeing it as a source of insanity, he saw it as a source of strength, evidence that he will survive no matter what, and his death will only come on his fated death date. I can't be killed by any of the 6 death notes on the human world, and I have held onto the death note longer than any other user in the past. I've been the owner of the death note for almost 18 years. Not only that, but I have all 6 death notes in my possession, which means there's zero chance for me to have competition with other death note owners. And I prove that fate will protect me, and I will die only on my predestined death date. And I have a very long lifespan, courtesy of that Shinigami that saved me from the midnight slaughter almost 30 years ago. All this points to one thing: I am a god in flesh and blood form. The king laughed louder this time. Say whatever you want, human, it doesn't change the fact that you're still a human. You may be a god among insects, but you're still an insect. A god is nothing in comparison to a king, and that's the difference between you and me. I am a king, you are a god, and I am the true ruler here. Knight ground his teeth. I don't think so, King of Death. If I can win whatever challenge you impose on me, then it pretty much proves that I am a god walking among other gods. No matter how impossible the situation may be, I will always prevail. Case in point, Grudge and Neuter. Come on, Shinigami King, step out of your boredom shell and give me a challenge. Let's satisfy both of our bored urges. The king was silent for a few seconds before rolling his eyes. He clicked his tongue before focusing on Knight. Having come up with something in his head, he finished the apple and swallowed the core in one gulp. All right, human, I'll humor you. Take it as my appreciation for that lousy apple. Gilth grunted and stared intently at the king. The king looked over at Gilth and cracked a smile at him. Something the matter, Gilth? No, Gilth answered. That's what I thought. The king looked back at Knight. Since you think you can provide entertainment to both of our boredom, then here is my challenge to you. If you manage to complete this challenge, then I'll commend you and I won't write your name in my notebook for trespassing in my realm. If you can. Oh, I know I can. The king licked the back of his teeth before continuing. There is a human on your world, whose name I know but face I do not. How is that possible? Shut up and let me explain. Sorry. Anyway, there is a human whose name I know, but whose face I don't know. She was destined to die decades ago, being burned down in a fire in Europe somewhere, but for some reason, a Shinigami felt the need to save her life. When I saw this Shinigami with my own eyes, I could tell how long he had left to live, and when he extended the lifespan of this certain human, I instantly knew that she would be living a long life. I will admit, I fear death just as much as anyone, but this job of being king is getting very boring. I just want to write the name of a human who lives to be over 100 years old, so that way, I can live the last decades of my life in peace. I can retire, and whoever takes over the Shinigami realm, whatever problems I had are their problems. So you wish to retire, Knight summarized, and you wish to do this by killing a human with an exceptionally long lifespan and then retire and live out the rest of your life in peace. Precisely. Now then, if you can show me the face of this human, then by all means show me a picture of their face. If you find a photo of them, point it up to the Shinigami realm, I will read their name and lifespan and I will kill them. Do this, and I will sing your praises for as long as I feel like it, Knight Yagami. Knight laughed. This shouldn't even be a challenge. You know this person's name but not their face. I could spend years looking at photos of every human on this planet, and it would be extremely rare to find someone destined to live over 100 years. That is why I will give you a hint. But be warned, there will be a penalty if you fail to find this person's face in time. Oh, and what will be the penalty? Death. If you do not find the name of this particular person by October 4th, 2048, then I will kill you and take your lifespan. You've had plenty of enemies to battle and whatnot, but this time, it is a race against time. Think you can handle the pressure? I can. 3 weeks from now, 21 days exactly. The deadline is 11:59 p.m. You better get a move on, but don't worry, I have complete faith in you. You can't kill me, Knight pointed out, only the Shinigami attached to me can kill me. Who do you think made that rule? I make the rules. which means I can break them whenever I want. You've always used the rules to your advantage in the past, but this time, the rules won't apply to an opponent like me. No pressure. Knight rolled his eyes. Cheater, cheater. Sticks and stones will break your bones, human. He clapped two of his four hands together. In light of that, here is a hint as to what your human looks like. Knight stepped forward and paid close attention. The king gave details on what said human looked like, but there was one detail that stood out. What? You heard me. This human is easily identifiable by the mask that had been burned to her face. It can't be removed. Though she managed to get holes cut in for her nostrils and mouth to eat, her face is still covered by this burned-on face mask. She could have gotten surgery to have it removed, but she's made no attempts. That face mask is like her second face, unable to be pulled off and forever immune to the eyes of a Shinigami. Find me the face of this human before they were disfigured, and if you show me their face and I calculate the lifespan seen above their head, and I have her predicted lifespan calculated in my mind, then I'll write her name in my notebook. A simple task like this should be achievable by someone of your caliber. Don't mock the god of the human world, Knight warned. And don't worry, I aim for nothing but perfection. But I have to ask, is this person a criminal or evildoer? What difference does it make? She's just another human to me. If you refuse to go through with this challenge, then I will kill you, Knight Yagami. Knight sneered but quickly replaced that expression with a faux smile. If you say so. He checked his watch. It's 12 o'clock in the human world. I believe we have a meeting to be at in the human world. Until next time, Knight Yagami. Knight rotated on his heels before reaching into his pocket and producing another apple. Blindly, he threw the apple over his head and the king caught it and began digging into it. Gilth followed him down the stairs and looked at the back of Knight's head. This is a dangerous game you're playing, Knight. You have no idea what the king is capable of. Then again, you have managed to kill 2 Shinigami. You've surpassed me in more ways than one, but I'm keenly interested in what happens. I already have a plan to unmask this faceless human being, but this is Knight's show and I can't wait to see what my son does. Knight reunited with his family down in the Shinigami realm, all of which were trying to get to know their way around the Shinigami realm. Archer and Angel stuck together and as a duo, made fun of the death gods. Kuroki spat at them and disrespected them, saying they were no gods. Iris talked to them with respect on the other hand and showed interest, especially in those who have seen her in the human world. Knight paid no attention to the Shinigami and focused only on reuniting with his family. Once they saw him approach them, they fell back in formation like soldiers. Iris approached her husband. How did it go? Dreadfully well, Knight answered. And it looks like the Shinigami King lives up to his name. I almost shit my pants when I saw him, but we came to understand one another. He pondered his thoughts. Not really. But he took my offer of a challenge. The Shinigami King gave me a challenge that he believes only I can complete. He smiled. Can you believe it? I got the fucking Shinigami King to pass up a challenge to the human god of the human world. Iris smiled. I'm proud of you, but what does this challenge entail? I have to find someone's face, the face of someone who doesn't have a face. Literally or figuratively? Literally, Knight answered. His target in mind has a face but no face at the same time, and I'm being literal. Knight suddenly have a bored look as he went over to the edge where the portal back to the human world was. Man, if I could stay up here for the rest of my life, then I could punish criminals forever. A god is supposed to be watching over humans from above, and if I can do that, I fit the dictionary definition of a god. He looked at Iris. But I would need you, for you have my Shinigami eyes. And then Rain, Archangel, and Kuroki can take over my duties in the human world. Upper gods and lower gods, all working to protect the human world from evil. His smile widened. I can already see it. The 6 of us become the embodiment of true gods. Pretty soon, they'll write Bibles about us and become a worldwide religion. Kirin would be the #1 religion in the world, the most practiced, and have the most members, numbering in the billions. He put his fist under his chin. I will admit that I find the teachings of Christianity, Hinduism, and Buddhism to be interesting, but the gods in those religions are fakes, and that's why they'll become obsolete. How long do you think you can manage that? Iris suddenly asked. Knight narrowed his eyes. I don't know. Why? Whether you're a god in the human world or god in the Shinigami realm, you're still a human. And let's not forget that you still have a lifespan. Regardless of how old you are, given the age at which you are destined to die, it would be extremely unlikely someone would assassinate you. More than likely, your heart would give out naturally. That's why we gotta train our children well so they can take over for us when we reach the end of our lifespans. Iris closed her eyes and looked away. Why can't they just have a normal childhood? They're destined to save this world. There is no normality that comes with the saving the world package. They'll come around eventually and understand it. Iris opened her eyes. Do you love your children, Knight? Knight smiled. Of course. I love Rain, Archer, and Angel with all my heart. They're children of God and they're going to be proud of their father for taking down the Shinigami King. And I have it all planned out for when I kill the Shinigami King. Gilth grunted behind Knight. Does he plan on killing the Shinigami King? This should be interesting. Knight has taken out enemies in the past, some with Death Note powers, others completely natural, others immune, and others with unique circumstances to hold a candle to Knight's intelligence. But they were all human who was destined to die at one point or another, and at the end of the day, that's what they were, human. But the King of Death, Knight has played with fire for far too long, but maybe I should warn him that when you play with fire, no matter how careful you are, you're going to get burned, and the Shinigami King is a fire that is hotter than any fire imaginable. What about your grandchildren? Iris suddenly asked. Are you going to have Rain and Archangel raise their grandkids to take over? Knight happily nodded. Yes, I will have even my grandchildren take over because someone has a responsibility to make sure this world is saved. Knight shoved his hands in his pockets. He looked over at Gilth. Daddy-o, as a reward for helping me over the years and making me the proper heir to your godship, I will grant you an amazing gift. He looked over to Massey. You too, Mom. Massey smiled. Ah, thank you, Knight. She turned to Gilth. Isn't he such a sweet boy? Gilth sighed in annoyance. Yep. Now I'm rooting for you to win, Knight, on account that I want to know what it is you are getting me after you defeat your final opponent. Knight smiled smugly. You are both going to love it. He made a fist in his pockets. Now then, let's not waste any time because we have 21 days exactly to find this faceless person and kill them. Take us back to the human world. Gilth sighed before he and Massey picked up their passengers and flew them back to the human world, leaving the Shinigami realm behind. ICPO headquarters. Getting back on track in the human world, Knight and Iris dropped Rain and Archangel off at Kuroki's place while they went to an emergency meeting at the ICPO headquarters in France. Apparently, it had something to do with Kira, and as the best detectives in Japan, Knight and Iris went as representatives called Kip and Ice. Knight and Iris put on headphones that made it easier for them to listen in on foreign conversations and translate. Everyone needed to be on the same page, so it was necessary. Knight bit his lip as he waited patiently for the host of this meeting to make his appearance. Sitting patiently in the discussion room, Knight saw at least 2 representatives from over 185 countries in the room. Knight finally got some traction in the meeting when the tables at the very front of the room were filled by 3 people. Each host was wearing a mask for confidential purposes. Gilth and Massey were standing behind Knight and Iris, looking around and taking notes of the names of all the people in the room. Let's get this started, the host named Gonzalez started. This Kira shit is getting out of control. Knight tilted his head. And why is that? He said into his speaker. Crime rates declining, my ass, it's because of this Kira that these Kira fanatics are becoming out of control. From now on, people who oppose Kira or even have a different opinion about Kira are being doxxed and cancelled by Kira fanatics. That does seem like a problem, Knight agreed. After all, I'm trying to make this a peaceful place and not a place where people use religion as an excuse to justify their actions in committing crimes. Why is that our problem? A French representative asked. As long as crime rates are still down in our country, then I have no problem what these Kira fanatics do. Japan, Gonzalez called out. You got a serious problem if these Kira fanatics are getting out of control. And why is that? Knight inquired. Kira is Japanese, and the Japanese should have had Kira in their cultures a long time ago. Haven't you heard of the Kira Pact? It is against the law in Japan to try to find and arrest Kira. And not only that, but the USA and Russia have signed the Kira Pact. It's practically a universal law at this point. If you have a problem, blame the fanatics, not Kira, and why would these fanatics be such a problem that they attract the attention of the ICPO? Because these fanatic extremists are a major worldwide problem. Almost every infrastructure in every part of this world is being run and dictated by Kira fanatics. Slowly but surely, Kira worshippers are surrounding us. Are they attempting to threaten anyone? Iris asked. If they're no real threat, then there's no reason for us to take action against these fanatics. Religion is religion, Gonzalez. She smirked for a brief second before dropping it. I sincerely hope that you're looking at this with an objective mind and not an anti-religion mind. Gonzalez rolled his eyes. I'm just trying to do this job. We have to shut this Kiran religion down. Religion is a freedom of speech, a U.S. rep said. If we shut down the Kiran religion, then we'll have to shut down every other religion. And if we shut down people's opinions on Kira, then we're going to have to shut down every single opinion on every single topic in the world. Not every country has the privilege of having the freedom of speech, an Italian rep pointed out. Correct, a new voice called out in English. Instead of focusing on public rights, we should focus on enforcing the law. The new voice belonged to a woman who walked into the room with a briefcase and mask burned to her face. In other words, the very target the Shinigami King described to Knight in his challenge. Knight smiled and hid it behind his hands. Gilth chuckled behind him. Looks like we found her, how easy. Too easy, too fucking easy, Knight chuckled internally. The Shinigami King wasn't lying, Iris realized. Knight said that she had holes cut into the mouth and nose to breathe and eat. Aside from that, I can't see her name nor lifespan. As Agatha walks across the room, she suddenly stops, something in the corner of her eye catching her immediate attention. She is grateful that half of her face is covered because she believed that she would draw attention if the crowd saw what she saw. A Shinigami, in the room, with the ICPO. She looks at the person sitting in front of the Shinigami as a representative of Japan. Is that Shinigami spying on the ICPO? I better set up a mirror or something to keep an eye on them. Agatha took her seat at the table of German representatives. She puts on her translation headset and repeats what she said earlier or the entire room to hear. I agree with Ms. Siegel here, the German representative said beside her. We are a law enforcement agency, so we should work on enforcing laws, not fighting for public rights. Agatha set her phone up against the mic and angled it so she could watch the Shinigami behind her. Hey, Knight, Gilth suddenly spoke up, you better pay attention and stop staring at the girl in the mask. Knight looked ahead, but he kept taking side glances at Agatha. He rested his chin on his fists and kept taking turns looking at the back of Agatha's head and towards the representatives at the front of the room. I can't wait to see how you win this challenge, Knight. Knight grunted. Agatha's eyes go wide, her breathing escaping her. She suddenly smiles. Well, my entire bucket list has been crossed off. I've met Kira in the form of a Japanese officer named Knight Yagami. July 6, 2033. Ibaraki Hospital. Iris flopped down on the bed and she turned and looked to her husband. She blocked out the sound of her newborn crying and focused on the fact that Knight was holding his daughter. He wasn't just holding her, he was holding her with such gentle care with surgeon's hand, and he stared at her with a soft expression on his face. His mouth hung slightly open and he forgot how to breathe for a moment. The newborn baby continued to cry and turn its head away and began gasping for air between sobs. Knight held the baby close to his chest and caressed her cheek carefully, wiping the tears streaming down her face, but the baby continued to cry. I'm here for you, Knight said suddenly, Daddy's here for you. Iris was taken aback by the experience. Since when did Knight show such human emotion around a baby before? When the baby finally calmed down, now was the time to name the child. Knight objected to naming the child, saying, if we give her a name, then she'll be a target for Kira. Iris countered with, but if we give her no name, she may turn out like the Kia killer. Knight agreed. Yeah, true. Iris came up with a suggestion. How about we give her a name and nickname? A word that can be spelled two different ways but is said the same way. Like flower and flower. Yes, but not flower. People would immediately think it's an alias and look into her real name. We need to come up with a name that can actually sound like a name. He looked around to make sure no one was listening in. Sooner or later, you and I are going to die. We need an heir. We need someone to take over the reign of Kira when our lifespans expire. His eyes go wide. Reign. Reign, but spelled as R-A-I-N. Reign, Iris repeated. She clicked her tongue. It doesn't sound too bad of a name. I like it. Light Yagami, Knight declared. He looked over to the side table where their daughter was sleeping peacefully. He reached out and stroked her balding scalp. Welcome to the world, Rain. I promise, this world will be yours when you get old. All yours, Rain. Every criminal I kill from now on will be to protect you. Daddy won't let anything happen to you as long as I'm alive. He gets out of bed and bestows a kiss on her sleeping head. You are going to be the queen of this earth one day. Each Shinigami has to have one death note of their own. For a Shinigami to give their notebook to a human, he needs to have two. Ryuk could give a death note to Kira because he somehow found a way to sneak an extra one past the Shinigami King. Right. What about you? The Shinigami King isn't someone who's easily fooled. It doesn't happen often. Chapter 93, Remembering Kiri. September 13th, 2048. ICPO Headquarters. After the meeting had been called to an end earlier than intended, Knight quickly gathered his things and patiently waited for Iris as they walked towards the exit. However, as ordered, Iris kept her eyes on the masked detective still in the room, and she tapped Knight on the shoulder when she suddenly made her way toward them. Lovely to meet you, Agatha suddenly said as she approached Knight and Iris. Her posture seemed laid back and loose, almost like there was nothing in the world she couldn't do. If memory serves correctly, you are Detectives Kip and Ice, right? Knight turned towards Agatha. Yes. And you are Dash. Agatha Siegel, she introduced. German intelligence, at your service. She tilted her head. You speak pretty good English. I could say the same for you, Knight replied. English, the most popular language in the world. Everybody loves English. Agatha smiled behind her mask. I was wondering if you could answer some questions I have about Kira. And why is that? Personal or professional? Personal. You see, I've always been a big fan of Kira and I've always had some questions, and I figured, well, if the #1 detective from Japan is here, then I can ask him questions about Kira. Is she trying to size me up? Or, is she trying to trick me and reveal my identity as Kira? Then again, I highly doubt she knows anything about me. More than likely, she is a fan. How can I resist answering Kira-related questions for a fan? Well, there's a lunchroom and we'd be happy to invite you if you want to ask questions. I've already searched up things that are publicly available on Kira, so as long as I tread lightly, she won't be able to do anything to me. Agatha looked at Iris. Why is she staring at me like that, and why does she keep looking above my head? She looks over Knight's shoulder at the waist of the Shinigami standing behind him. Whatever you do, do not look the Shinigami in the eyes. After walking over to the lunchroom where trays of sandwiches, buttered bread, and coffee were being served, Knight, Iris, and Agatha sat at the table in the farthest corner of the room away from everyone else. Knight and Iris sat together while Agatha sat across from them. What's with that mask? Knight asked. COVID-19 is over, you know? Horrible accident left me permanently scarred, with a mask stuck to my face. She strokes her mask. but I cut holes for my nostrils and mouth so I can breathe and eat. But I'm afraid I can never wear a swimsuit at the beach for the fear I induce in children. She strokes her hair and rolls it back. But my mask is not a weakness, it is a strength. Yeah, you'll never have to buy another mask for Halloween ever again. Yeah, every day is Halloween for me. She laced her fingers together. If only I could get free candy. Knight chuckled. What is it with people obsessed with candy nowadays? It's unhealthy, must be why there are a lot of fat people in America. He cleared his throat. Excuse me, that was politically incorrect to say. The politically correct thing to say is obese. Hey, maybe that's what Kira should do, Agatha suddenly spoke up. Maybe he should kill obese people now. After all, wasn't he going to kill lazy people at one point in time? That was the old Kira. Yeah. And obese and lazy go hand in hand. Let's stop talking about obese people. What questions did you have for me about Kira? Yeah. I was wondering if anyone has ever done an investigation on him in the last few years. It's been almost 18 years since his return, and whoever this new Kira surpasses all previous Kiras. She took a knife and fork and used them to cut her sandwich into a small square before she used the fork to put the sandwich in her mouth. It's against the law in our country to investigate Kira, Iris answered. Kira is our Lord and Savior, and without him, crime rates would skyrocket. I'm aware of that. I was born around the time the first Kira started his crime spree. She used a straw to drink her coffee. But there is one thing I'm keenly interested in. She looks Knight intently in the eyes. What are your opinions on Shinigami? Knight's face remained blank. Shinigami, well, some believe they're still myths and everything, but Shinigamis are often associated with Kira or people with Kira's powers. In one case over a decade ago, some juror people said they saw some kind of monster standing behind the person suspected to be Kiri. Agatha mentally smiled. Yeah, I remember that. I saw everything on that news report, even the Shinigami. I've seen all Shinigami shown up in news reports, even that one Shinigami during the Akira incident. So Shinigami are real? I have not seen one myself, but I believe they are real. Agatha clicked her tongue and looked over Knight's shoulder, her eyes lining up with the Shinigami's stomach and not going above. Man, I can't believe it. If Shinigami are real, then it begs the question, where do Shinigami come from? They're gods of death, they probably come from purgatory. You believe in purgatory? I never pegged you for a religious person. You don't know anything about me, Siegel. Oh, don't I? Please, call me Agatha. Only people who have served me and won are able to call me Siegel. Why? I thought I was the one asking questions. She clenched her fists. So, as a detective, I have a question. Let's say that Shinigami are real and they're somehow tied to Kira. If we can prove that Shinigami and they're somehow tied to Kira's power, does that mean we can prove someone's guilt if they have a Shinigami standing behind them? I don't know. Knight shrugged. First of all, you would have to prove the existence of Shinigami and that the Shinigami is tied to Kira. If you can prove that, then whoever has a Shinigami attached to them is more than likely Kira. Agatha clicked her tongue. Well then, so long as Kira doesn't have his Shinigami exposed, then everything's a-okay. She laughed. I'm sorry for these types of questions. I've always been fascinated by the idea of Shinigami. It's just that gods of deaths are constantly referenced whenever Kira is involved, so to find out that one person is Kira, then that means they would have to be caught red-handed with a Shinigami attached to them. Agatha nodded before chuckling. She nods her head vigorously suddenly before standing up and leaning on the table with her hands steadying her. I couldn't help but notice that all three of us have at least one thing in common. And what would that be? Agatha points to her hair. All three of us have red hair of some kind. She points to her eyes. Her right eye was blue and her left eye was green. And our eyes. It's like we're all one and the same. Agatha sits down just as suddenly and she finishes her sandwich squares. After she finishes her squares and coffee, she picks herself up and turns to face her right. I sincerely hope that we meet again, Kip, for I am very interested in working with you. You and your wife. That's sudden and out of nowhere, Knight commented. But, sure. Whatever, I guess. Agatha casts them a side glance that makes them feel uncomfortable. They squirmed in their seats slightly before Agatha left, allowing the two to finally take a chance to breathe. What was that all about? Iris asked. No clue, Knight answered. Gilth was laughing. Well, she's certainly something, Knight. Yeah, she is. Unknown to them, Agatha had taken out her camera and used it as a mirror to catch Knight chatting with the Shinigami. This confirms it. She pockets her phone. The Shinigami following and talking to Kip. Kip is most certainly Kira. Well then, it's time to get to business. One day later. September 14th, 2048. Tokyo, Japan. The Yagami household. One day down, only 20 left, Knight noted as he walked through the front door of his home. His 3 children were entertaining themselves in the living room with Rain reading on the couch and the twins playing some kind of multiplayer game. Overwatch the game was called. Kuroki and Iris followed Knight into his home, and once everyone was accounted for, Knight locked the doors and closed the curtains to every window. Archer and Angel exit their game session and join their father at the kitchen table where everyone else sat. I have identified our target, Knight said proudly. We have met up with her at the ICPO headquarters in France. She works for BND, or Federal Intelligence Service, which is the German equivalent of the CIA. Her name is Agatha Siegel. She's a bit peculiar, Iris inputted. It may be because of her mask being burned to her face, but she always divides her food into squares. When your enemy is a quirky bastard, you know he's going to put up a fight. Did you use your eyes on her? Angel asked. Iris sighed regretfully. I used my eyes on her, but because a mask was burned to her face, her real name and lifespan are unknown to me. I did some digging, Kuroki chimed in. I was wondering if Agatha Siegel was an alias of some kind, so I did some digging on people working in B&D who were using aliases. What did you find? Archer asked eagerly. Well, like all law agencies across the world, they are required to use their real names and only use aliases in undercover sting operations or if their assignments involve Kira. With someone with a mask burned to their face, that is going to warrant an investigation by any employer considering hiring her. With a couple of sly hands, I was able to get several B&D officers to hand me over information. Agatha Siegel checks out, it's her real name. We've won half the battle already, Rain told. Now the real challenge starts. The challenge the Shinigami King imposed on me is for me to find a picture of her face before her mask was stuck to her face. If she lives in Germany, does that mean we're going to Javelin to go out of the country again? Angel nearly complained. It makes sense, Archer figured. Don't worry, we're not going out of the country once more, Knight reassured. Good, Angel sighed. The last time we went out of the country, things got a little dicey. I killed Alpha Beta, Knight declared. I swear, I killed her. And pray tell, how do we take out Agatha? Rain asked. I'll have the Germans do the digging for us. Knight rubbed his chin. If we head to Germany without any justification, then we'll look suspicious. But at the same time, we'll have to figure out a reason to have the B&D turn against one of their own. I propose the following plans. We plant evidence in Agatha Siegel's house. That will warrant evidence against Agatha. And after that, the B&D will investigate her for us, and in doing the ingredients so, we'll hopefully find a picture of her during her pre-mask days, and when they do, they submit that to Kira through Sakura TV, and then we show the picture to the Shinigami King from above. That leaves a few problems, Iris pointed out. If the B&D is like the CIA, then they would never tarnish their reputation by having Agatha killed by Kira, Rain said. Even so, I doubt their first response would be to hand over her identity to Kira, Iris added. Knight nodded. True, I guess. After all, The BND helps the German police force from time to time, and they arrest criminals and sometimes censor their names and faces from the public. That means they'll just arrest her in secret, Kuroki sighed. If we want the BND to investigate Siegel for us, we are going to have to hit them hard. We must give the BND some kind of incentive to give us a picture of pre-mask Agatha. Iris clicked her tongue. We could threaten to kill their families, Archer suggested. Angel shot down and said, if we threaten to kill their families, then the BND will be cooperating with the ICPO and they'll be working together to try and fight back against Kira. But somebody will crack eventually, Archer insisted. Rain shook her head. If Kira starts threatening the families of the BND to investigate Agatha, more than likely, they'll start scrutinizing everyone Agatha came into contact with, and since Kira is Japanese, they'll look into people of Japanese origin. The list will be narrowed down significantly to us, Knight sneers. Chances are that they'll interview her and everyone she talks to on that day. She'll explain how she talked to us during lunch. The BND is going to suspect us. But even if they suspect us, they can't do anything, right? Kuroki looked concerned. Germany is one of the very few countries to not sign the Kira Pact. But even so, they're prohibited from investigating Kira in Japan. So, how are we going to find Agatha's picture? Knight rested his chin on his knuckles. We turn the entire world against the BND. He smiled. If we turn the Japanese against the BND, then they'll have every reason to investigate every BND member, and that's when we'll have Agatha's picture in our hand. We run the risk of disbanding the BND, Kuroki warned. Is that something you really want to do, disband a secret intelligence service disbanded? They're becoming obsolete either way, he scoffed. With the state the world is in, we won't need any intelligent government agencies. Kira is the only intelligence needed on this planet. He smiled proudly. You better be careful, Knight, Iris warned. You may have outsmarted every police and intelligence agency out there, but if you pit yourself against the world, you're going to lose. You can't take on the world all by yourself, and now you're adding the Shinigami realm to your opponent list. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Knight, you are playing with fire way hotter than anything you've ever done before. What do you want, Iris? Don't make the world your enemy, especially after you made the Shinigami realm your enemy. Please, be careful because odds like those are impossible. Knight gave her a closed smile. Iris, I dash. And don't say you've survived worse, because nothing is worse than having the Shinigami King declare you a target. No, I wasn't going to say that. I was actually going to say that I will win. I always win, no matter the odds. Hamburg, Germany. Agatha Siegel's place. Honey, I'm going to have to work a little late tonight, so can you keep the kids busy? No response. Are the kids already asleep? Silence. Oh. I forgot. Agatha rotated in her chair and spun around until her world was spinning. She stopped before she pulled out her phone and uploaded a photo to her laptop. Agatha managed to sneak a photo at Kip and Ice along with the Shinigami. She smiled and uploaded the photo to her computer for further examination. She pulled up old footage from a court case involving the Kiri suspect, Minato Natsuki. Apparently, after someone in court had touched something that looked to be a piece of paper. Two people touched the scrap of paper and they both said they saw a Shinigami. So, it appears if you touch some kind of piece of paper, you can see a Shinigami. That's right, Agatha confirmed. But I couldn't help but notice the Shinigami in the Kiri footage is different from Kip's Shinigami. Well, Kira and Kiri were competing against each other, so obviously, they would be two very different Shinigami. Obviously. But as for the scrap of paper, I have no idea how to find this scrap of paper. More than likely, Kira used this paper to out Kiri, and after it fulfilled its use, it was destroyed. But the advantage is on my side because I can see the Shinigami without needing to touch some magic paper. Yeah. Agatha gets out of her chair, ready to go cook dinner when she says, Honey, what do you want for dinner? No response. Oh, I forgot. She decided to make herself some steak and fries. After preparing all the necessary ingredients, she let her steaks and fries sizzle in the pans and cookers before she headed into her room to charge up her phone. Looking above her computer, she saw various accolades hanging on the wall and a picture frame of her in a group photo with her fellow B&D teammates. She turned to the mirror in her room and took off her clothing, leaving herself covered in only a tank top and black panties. She sized her body up and moved her hands from her belly up to the valley of her breast, then traveled further up to her neck before her fingers find their final destination at her mask. Imperfection, that's what you are. I don't know what you're talking about, I'm perfect. Tell your husband that. I don't need a man. You do, man just doesn't want you. Her hands travel around her mask and she carefully feels for the roughness of the mask. Every part of me is perfect. My skin is smooth, my hair is soft, and my eyes are beautiful. 99% perfect, honey. You and I both know the single percentage that makes you imperfect. The mask, that black and ugly rubber mask, was always there, always reminding her of what happened to her and what will continue to happen to her. It also serves to remind her of what she will never have. A husband, a couple of children, and a nice home for all of them to live in. The last, she could get, but what was the point of having a nice house if you didn't have anyone to share it with? The mask, if only she could just rip it from her face, but no. She couldn't risk it because Kira killed people like her just for looking in his direction. By having no face, she had spared herself from Kira's wrath, but the cost was too great. For far too long, she wanted to be a homemaker, a loving mother, and a supportive wife to her husband. But Kira... She heard the sizzling of the pan in the kitchen and was tempted to let the place burn down with her in it, but she quickly rushes to turn off the stove. She saw her reflection in the microwaves and her mouth trembled and her eyes stared daggers into her reflection. Kira, you son of a bitch. Kira, you've been a tyrant for far too long. It's time for me to stop surviving and start living. September 15th, 2048. Tokyo, Japan. Basketball court. Despite getting a good night's sleep, Knight was still trying to come up with a concrete plan to use against Agatha. With less than 20 days left on his deadline, he knew he had to do something fast or else it would spell death for him. He always found himself thinking more clearly when he was on the basketball court shooting some hoops and fouling players by forcing them to travel. Knight was playing with officers Tezuka and Murata on his team and 3 others on an opposing team. So far, Knight's team was winning by 10 points, but the opposing team sure put up a fight. After ducking and dodging a few times around his current enemy, he sinks the ball in an all-netter behind the last white line and wins 3 more points for his teammates, and that's when the score was settled now. 30 points to 14. After the game was over, Knight shook hands with his opponents, congratulating them on their victory before he looked over to his teammates. Always a pleasure working with you, Knight, Tezuka declared. Glad you're on our team, man, Murata added. Knight high-fived them. Thanks, guys. He panted and went to the bench to hydrate himself with water. As much fun as this game was, we better get back to work. After changing in the bathroom into their work clothes, Knight went back to his desk and began looking over files left behind for him to investigate. With all this paperwork for him to do, there wasn't much time for him to come up with a plan. He wanted to sleep and come up with a plan to get the B&D to investigate Agatha Siegel for him, but with how overwhelmed he was with work, he could only come up with a plan when work was over. He thought a quick game of basketball would do the trick. In a way, it did. After all, he played basketball to clear up his mind, but in doing so, had completely forgotten to come up with a plan. As Knight was about to throw in the towel and go on lunch break, Kuroki came to his desk. Pray tell what you have for me on this very boring day, Kuroki. Kuroki dropped a manila folder on his desk. Knight emptied the contents on his desk. A newspaper article posted this morning coming all the way from Germany. The headline: The Night of Kira. Knight sat up in his chair and read over the article. Man. Stumbling naked across the beach, muttering incoherent sentences, says he knows who Kira really is. No name was given. The unidentified man simply refers to Kira as the Knight of Justice. Man is currently being questioned by the authorities. Knight put the newspaper down. It could very well be nothing. Kuroki grabbed the newspaper and pointed to the first 3 paragraphs. Look at the first letter of the first and second sentence of the first 3 paragraphs. Knight heeded her instructions and looked down at the newspaper. Yagami. No shitting around, Knight felt his heart pump inside his chest. His first name and last name were on a newspaper article, there was no denying it. Someone up there knows about him. Knight and Yagami being on the same newspaper detailing Kira was way too much of a coincidence. He was officially high on the adrenaline rush he most certainly did not like. Someone up there knows my identity. He rested his elbows on his desk and looked down at the floor, his thumb running over the back of his left hand a few times as he composed himself. Gilth materialized behind him and laughed. Looks like you're in some deep shit, Knight. Shit, Knight mumbled. Someone up there knows my identity. But I have nothing to worry about, these guys don't have any death notes on them nor anything to use against me. Even if they planned on outing me, they won't be able to convict me. He sighed heavily. As long as no one finds the death note, then there's no evidence against me. I'm going to be fine. He leans back in his chair. Well, ain't this fucking perfect? On top of trying to find Agatha Siegel's real face, I'm faced with someone who somehow figured out my identity. Shit, 2 challenges at the same time. What are you doing here? An officer asked aloud. Knight looked up and stood to his full height when he saw 2 men in black suits walking into the precinct. Knight moved to block their path. What's going on here? The frontman of the trio held out his badge. Lovely police department you have here, the agent said smugly. Clean. Knight read his badge. What business do you have here, B&D agent Rainer Kleber? Wait a second, I've seen him before. He was the second German representative at the ICPO meeting the other day. The frontman was a tall man with dark hair with a chiseled jaw and a flat nose that looked to have been punched in a few times. He wore a suit and tie that showed off his muscular figure and had a set of white dentures that made him look like a kid playing dress-up with fake teeth. In contrast, the photo on his ID looked professional and stern, almost like he was another person entirely. Kleber pocketed his badge. Oh, what business we have here is none of your business. Knight saw a swastika tattoo on the agent's left ring finger. Is he a neo-Nazi? Huh, it's been a while since I killed radical supremacy groups. Kleber laughed. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. Please forgive me. Your Japanese is good, Knight complimented. Now tell me your business here. We received an anonymous tip that there may be a possible leak on Kira's true identity. Knight kept his face blank. Elaborate. That's need to know, and regretfully, none of you need to know. Kleber looked over his shoulder. It is not just my men that are here today. Several more people poured in from the front. 12 visitors total were now in the Japanese police headquarters, and none of them were German. Knight recognized them as agents from Spain, Italy, and France. Knight backed away slightly. What's going on? On behalf of the ICPO, the entire Japanese police force is under investigation. Kleber turned to the crowd. You will be allowed to continue to do your police work. We will not interfere in any way, shape, or form, but we will be doing our own investigation. He reached up and loosened his tie. Just to be clear, we are not looking at you as enemies. In fact, we can pull our resources to help each other out, but we are investigating Kira. How the hell did this happen? Agatha Siegel stepped in from the crowd behind Kleber. An anonymous tip who claimed to know Kira's true identity was left for everyone in the ICPO, barring the Japanese for obvious reasons. Knight's blank facial expression morphed into one of shock. You have got to be kidding me. The Shinigami realm. The Shinigami King couldn't hold back a crack of a laugh. And so it begins. February 14th, 2033. Church X of Kira. I'm ready, Knight told himself as he tugged on his suit and began tying his tie. He's tied dozens of ties before in his lifetime, but for some reason, this tie just wouldn't cooperate with him. When he wrapped the tie around itself, it refused to go through the loops he made and Knight began fumbling with his fingers. Gilth materialized behind him and put his hands on Knight's shoulders. Having a little trouble there. He grabs his son's tie. Near jumps over the car. He brought the lower part of the tie over the large part. Near crawls under the car. Then he sees Mello and jumps over the car one more time to outrun Mello. Near climbs into his car and L drives him and Near off. He finishes tying Knight's tie. Only for Kira to kill all three of them on sight. Knight tugged on his newly tied tie. "Thank you." He turned and stared Gilth in the eyes. "Walk me down the aisle, Dad." He held his hand out. "Whatever you want, son." Knight approached the wedding aisle and was already at the altar when the music started playing. Gilth patted Knight on the shoulder as he watched Massey escort Iris down the aisle in a beautiful white wedding dress. Iris removes her wedding veil after meeting Knight face to face. For the next couple of minutes, the Kira-worshipping priest marrying them recited words and wedding vows, but Knight and Iris blocked the words out. They blocked them out until they heard the final words. "You may now kiss the bride." Knight didn't bother to wait and he initiated the kiss before Iris could comprehend it. Her face lit up red and she smiled, the warmth in her heart matching the temperature on her face. The Kira worshippers present in the church clapped their hands and music began playing as the newlywed began walking down the aisle. "Oh my God," Massey sobbed into Gilth's shoulder. "Our little baby is married. We have a daughter." Tears streamed down her skeleton face like a waterfall and she used Gilth's jacket as a napkin. "We're going to be grandparents in a couple of months." "So we are," Gilth deadpanned. When the wedding reached its climax, Knight whispered to Iris his plans for their wedding night. "A little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a whole lot of slaughtering over 200 criminals with heart attacks in the name of the 6th and 7th Kira officially becoming wedded." Later that night. "I've won. Exactly as planned." Knight laid down in his bed, looking up at the ceiling with the back of his hand resting on his forehead as a smile graced his face. "I've made the world a better place. I have surpassed all Kira before me." Iris rolled over in bed and put a hand on Knight's chest. "Go to bed, Knight." Knight grabbed her hand and stroked the ring on her finger. "Sure thing." He places his hand on her stomach and taps it softly. "Anything you want, baby." He kisses her bump. "I'm going to show you the new world, my beloved child. You will know power like you've never dreamed of." He tapped her bump once more. "Good night, sleep tight, and I'll make sure the bed bugs don't bite." Chapter 94, Adopted Parents. September 15th, 2048. Japanese police station. "No," Knight declared. "No, it doesn't work like that. All of you, get out of the station." Kleber didn't budge. "I'm afraid it doesn't work like that, Kip." He reached into his jacket. "We have paperwork, after all." He hands Knight a manila folder. Knight quickly looks over the contents of the papers and grimaces. "This isn't going to work out for you. Kira kills anyone trying to catch him. Catching him is one thing, but trying to discover his identity is another. That's just our plan, figuring out his identity." "Why? If you're not going to catch him, then why figure out his identity? It's only fair. After all, we walk around with our names and faces plastered on our badges, so it's only fair if Kira reveals his identity too." Knight's hair and eyes turned dark red. "That's the best excuse you can come up with?" "No, there is something else going on here. There's something at play here, and whatever it is, it's attacking Kira by trying to figure out his identity." "Find somewhere else to investigate," Knight suggested. "This is the perfect place for us to investigate. Kira has some kind of connection to the Japanese police force." "Where did you pull this information out of, your ass?" "Kira has been getting access to the NPA during his original reign of terror from 2006 to 2013. We've had several IT guys do a few background checks, and some of the criminals killed by Kira of this reign were secretly hidden away in the Japanese criminal database." He laughs. And then my IT guys discovered that some photos were actually taken out of the Japanese criminal database, stored into a civilian computer, and then released to the public. Okay, and? It is so easy to track cybercrimes nowadays, and when Kira somehow gets access to confidential information, it leads me to several conclusions. One of them being that Kira isn't hacking into computers but merely logging in so as to not leave a hacking trace, or the police are purposely turning a blind eye and giving information and passwords to these killers so there aren't any hacks to trace. Well, he's not wrong on one of those things. Or maybe two. We're good and honest cops, Knight proclaimed. All of us are. Really? Kaber smiled smugly. The last time I checked, when you were away for an extended period of time to hunt some anti-Kira vigilantes in Russia and America, cops around here were acting corrupt. And, dare I say, executed sometime later through mysterious circumstances? Where are you getting this information from? That's need to know and you dash. I don't need to know, Knight finished. Well, hallelujah for suspense, Kleber. Anytime. He looked around the station. Just to clarify, I don't believe any of you good, honest, hardworking cops is Kira. This is an independent investigation to find Kira's true identity. If you want to prove you don't have any connection to Kira, then help us. Kuroki found her opportunity to chime in. If Kira finds out you're hunting down his true identity, he'll get agitated. Kleber smiled once more. Even if he kills me, there will be another face of mine to take my place, dare I say. Knight furrows his brows. Another face of his to take his place? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kleber tugged on his tie. Now if you'll excuse me, I would like to do a quick 5-minute interview with everyone present here, and the faster I get it done, the better. As the people cleared out, Knight and Kuroki stayed in the center of the room, scanning all 12 foreign agents that suddenly flooded into their home, and they growled. Knight looked at Kuroki and blinked 3 times at her. They moved to the side and out of the way as everyone dispersed around them. Knight and Kuroki went to the lunchroom where they contacted Iris, and they sat down at the farthest table in the corner of the room. Iris sat at their table 3 minutes later, holding 3 boxes of lunch. She sat down, looking more perplexed than angered. Knight and Kuroki filled Iris in on what was going on. Shite, Iris cursed, her British accent invading as sweat poured down her face. Shit is correct, Knight agreed. However, there have been some things that Kleber guy said that makes me wonder. A double cross, Kuroki inputted. The stuff and shit he said made me wonder if there was some kind of spy or traitor on the police force. Yeah, Knight sneered. Not only that, but aside from someone leaking information, someone out there knows my identity. And I'm willing to bet that this person leaked the information, told the ICPO, and that is why these international Secret Service guys are here. He ran his hands through his hair, stopping midway to grip his hair painfully. I can't believe this is happening. He bites down on his lower lip. How in God's name did this happen? And on a time when the Shinigami King gave me a challenge. He looks at Iris. You still don't think I can't take on the entire world? Iris hesitated to answer. No, I still don't think you can take on the world. With odds these highs, Knight, you can't win all on your own. Knight glared at her. I can take on the world all by myself. You can't, Knight, Iris insisted. But that's what Kuroki and I are here for. Knight looked over at Kuroki, who was nodding firmly at him. Yes, the 3 of us, or 6 of us, including the children, then we stand a chance. Knight glares at Kuroki, but Kuroki couldn't help but wonder if he was glaring daggers at her for suggestions to help him, or if she suggested involving the children. Either way, the children are involved in this too, Kuroki rationalized. Knight stared ahead at his wife, his hair and eyes turning a dark red color. No matter how many angles I look at it, the problems keep piling on me to the point that I know I'll need help. He clenches his fists. I'm going to find the person who leaked my name, the person who sent these Secret Service agents to our doorstep, and Agatha Siegel's true face. And last but not least, I will destroy the Shinigami King at his own game. 1 hour later. After an hour or so passed since the foreign agents invaded the police force, Knight was finally called into the office for an interview with his favorite German agent, Kleber. The office Knight went into was the chief's office, who was out for the day to run an errand, but Knight suspected the man had ulterior motives. Sitting in the chief's chair was Kleber himself, and beside him, Agatha Siegel, who was standing against the wall, leaning against the wood and casually scratching at her mask. Knight took his seat and waited patiently for Kleber to start. "Kleber, I'm surprised you're using your real name. But there is one thing I'm wondering. Why use your real name and ID when you know full well that Kira can kill you by seeing your face alone? Why not wear a mask or something like that?" "Knight Yagami?" Kleber asked. "That's your real name? What's it to you?" Knight countered. "Please, answer the question." "Yes," Knight hissed. "That is my real name." "Why do you go by Kip?" "It's a childhood nickname." "Sheesh, what kind of parents cursed you with such a horrific nickname?" Knight sneered at him. "It wasn't my parents who gave me that name, and please don't talk about my parents." "Why not? Is it a sore subject?" Knight glared at him. "Very much." Knight sees in the corner of his eyes Agatha putting on sunglasses like some kind of wrapper. Knight mentally sneered at her, ready to lunge at her. "I'm just doing a background check on you," Kleber confirmed. "Is it true that your parents are Light Yagami and Misa Main?" "Yes," Knight said hastily. "Then why are your parents listed as Mayu and Toma Kamaya?" He pulls out another piece of paper from his jacket and throws it on the desk. It was a group photo of him with Toma and Mayu from when he was a child. "My mother committed suicide and left me in the care of Toma and Mayu Kamaya. Mothers, every boy's first love, dare I say." He takes the paper back. Knight slams his hand on the paper and snatches the photo back. "It's been a while since I saw a photo of them." He caresses the picture carefully. "I can imagine so. So, Sai Yagami is your aunt?" "Yes." "Why weren't you put in your aunt's care when your foster parents died?" "I was moved from orphanage to orphanage. I didn't find out about my aunt until I was 17. Gilth materialized behind him and laughed. "Damn, these guys know everything about you, Knight. If I were you, I'd tread very carefully." Knight ignores him and listens for Kleber's next question. "And you're a Kira supporter?" "Duh," he deadpanned. "Even though reports say that your biological father was killed by Kira?" "Yeah." Kleber smiles. "Good to know." He held his hand out. "Thank you so much for taking the time to answer some questions." Knight shakes his hand. "Anything to help get you guys out of here faster." Knight stands up and heads over to the exit. He pauses in the doorway and looks over his shoulder back at Kleber. "This Kleber guy sure has done his homework. I must be very careful with everything I say around him. But there's another thing that puzzles me." He looks at Agatha. "As soon as I told Agatha about Shinigami, an invasion of Secret Service guys from the ICPO come raining down on my station." He looks ahead, his hair and eyes turning dark red. "If there's one thing I'm certain of, it's that Agatha is the one in charge here. Kleber is a distraction." Knight was about to walk out of the office when Kleber called to him, making him freeze in place. "One more thing, and it's a secret between the three of us plus 10 or so more." He stands up from his seat. "If any one of us visiting agents were to die for whatever reason within 20 days or 20 days after we leave our station, then our agencies will be notified and they will assume it was Kira. More than likely, the entire ICPO will be raining down when that happens." He claps his hands together. "So then, let's all work together to make sure we don't die." "I agree," Knight spoke calmly and carefully. "Let's all make sure we don't die." He walks out of the room. "Agatha Siegel, Rainer Kleber, I will kill you." After Knight left the room, Kleber looked at his watch. He faces Agatha and tells her in German, "That's 2/3 of the station already interviewed." Agatha removed her sunglasses. "Good to know. Are we coming any closer to figuring out Kira's identity?" "Yes," Agatha said with a focused look in her eyes. "Yes, we are." "Absolutely, sir." Are you sure this method will work? I already have everything planned out. Kira is someone in this department and I am going to prove it. But in order to prove it, I need to make sure that everyone in the police station is caught off guard. If they're caught off guard, paranoia will set in. But, shouldn't the cops be in good shape in order to do their job? Agatha grabs a chair and plants it in front of Kleber. She sits in it and faces her. Kira's been terrorizing all of us for far too long, it's time we set an example. If we take down Kira now, then it's going to be harder for another Kira to take over in the future. Yes, the cops may be in bad condition, but once we bring Kira down once and for all, then the ends will justify the means. Japan and the entire world will be a tad bit safer. Hours later. With the day over, Knight and Iris drove home while Kuroki drove back to her place. However, Knight cryptically sent orders for Kuroki to meet up at the Yagami place for some serious planning. Rain and Archangel got out of school and met their parents and Auntie Kuroki at the dinner table. Maze had already made dinner and was setting it for everyone by the time Knight and Iris sat down. And when Knight sat down, there was an expression of pure unadulterated hatred on his face. Iris and Kuroki explained to the kids everything was happening and Archer laughed like it was a big joke and Angel looked terrified. Rain looked like her regular self, but she was blinking slightly more than usual. "It's Agatha Siegel," Knight suddenly said. "She is the one who started this mess up in the first place." "What do you mean?" Archer asked. "Agatha came to us, asking some Kira-related questions and asked how to prove if someone is Kira. I had to be stupid and mention Shinigami, and all of a sudden, the ICPO send their nosy agents to our doorstep. Some Kleber guy comes in, pretending to be the leader with Agent Agatha behind him, saying very little, but somehow, I can't shake this uneasy feeling that she's the leader. She's also the one who approached us," Iris recalled. "And that mask of hers gives her an advantage over us, so of course she would be more daring and bold than her fellow squad mates," Kuroki added. "Shit," Archer cursed. "I agree," Knight nodded. "She's using Kleber as a front, and I suspect that her plan is to cause paranoia within the police force." "Paranoia," Rain repeated. "If you can't trust the people you work with, then it's easier to trust a more reliable outside source." "Exactly, and if trust among our fellow police officers is shattering, then they'll be working against each other." He made a fist hard enough for his knuckles to turn white. "But there is something that stood out." "What?" Iris questioned. "Kleber was asking for information on me, including my parents' true identity, my adopted parents, my relationship to my aunt, and the fact that I was a Kira supporter, despite facts saying that my father was killed by Kira." He licks his lips. "They managed to scavenge everything they could on me. And this was after that newspaper in Germany had that cryptic message with my first and last name. Agatha must have gotten her information from that leaker in Germany," Rain said. Kuroki reached into her purse and pulled out the newspaper. "Here's the article." She tosses the newspaper into the center of the table. Rain quickly grabs it and scans it over. "Date," she immediately said. "It's today's date." Knight looked to confirm Rain's observation. "And the newspaper is written in English. If this was a German newspaper, then it should be written in German, but it's not." "Shouldn't it be written in German?" Angel asked. Rain looked at Angel. "No, it's supposed to be written in Chinese, duh." Knight took the newspaper back. Kuroki reread the headline. "Shit, I was so focused on the deadline I neglected the fact that it was written in English." Knight narrowed his eyes. "Where did you get this newspaper?" "A contact from overseas sent it to me." "What contact?" "From my mom, she's a reporter so she has contacts." Iris sat back in her chair. "So your mom has one of her contacts in Germany send this newspaper article to her, and then she sends it to you, why?" Kuroki stroked her chin. "My mom's got some explaining to do. I'm going to visit her tonight before I go home and get some answers from her." Angel suddenly raised his hand. "You weren't at the ICPO, right?" "Right." "Huh." Angel rested his chin on her fist. "Okay. Spill your guts, baby brother," Rain urged. Can you see we're all starving for brain food? Isn't it odd how the newspaper article was sent to Auntie Kuroki with the cryptic message of Daddy's name and yet, Auntie Kuroki didn't go to the ICPO meeting? Kid's got a point, Rain shrugged. Oh my god. Knight covered his eyes with his hand. I can't believe this shit is happening. He growled and sucked in air through his teeth. 2 days ago, I head to the Shinigami realm, challenge the king, and he gives me a human to kill. Then when I attend the ICPO meeting, I conveniently meet this human the king told me about, and then all of a sudden, she's asking me questions about how to prove someone is Kira and is talking and rambling about Shinigami. Then, 2 days later, there is a newspaper article printed in Germany, written in English, sent from one of Kuroki's mother's contacts. Then her Kuroki gets her hands on the article and the article gives a cryptic message about my name. Then all of a sudden, Agatha Siegel, the Shinigami King's target, walks in with 11 other agents from various Secret Service agencies and Kleber is asking questions about my background that Agatha just happened to be present for. No matter what angle or how I look at it, there is one common denominator I keep coming to. Shinigami. First of all, you would have to prove the existence of Shinigami and that the Shinigami is tied to Kira. If you can prove that, then whoever has a Shinigami attached to them is more than likely Kira. Agatha clicked her tongue. Well then, so long as Kira doesn't have his Shinigami exposed, then everything's a-okay. She laughed. I'm sorry for these types of questions. I've always been fascinated by the idea of Shinigami. It's just that gods of deaths are constantly referenced whenever Kira is involved, so to find out that one person is Kira, then that means they would have to be caught red-handed with a Shinigami attached to them. Shit, Knight cursed aloud. He removes his hand from his family. Family, I have arrived at one conclusion and I fear that it may our worst fears come true. Everyone listen carefully. I believe that Agatha Siegel knows that I am Kira. Not suspects but knows that I am Kira. Most of everyone reacted by flinching, but some of them remained still. When people had questions, Knight told them his thought process. The newspaper must have been sent to us as a warning. Obviously, Agatha Siegel did some kind of background search on me, and it pulled evidence from my past. She kept bringing up my parents and late relatives. She was asking about me being a Kira supporter despite the reports saying Kira killed my father, and she was asking about my childhood nickname, Kip. It was Kleber doing the questioning, but he was reading off a paper that I'm sure Agatha wrote. How could she know that you're Kira? Angel asked. Shinigami, dummy, Archer snapped. Did you not hear what Daddy said? Agatha kept going on about Shinigami, so it's safe to assume she knew about Grandma and Grandpa being attached to Mommy and Daddy. So, that means Dash. She can see our Shinigami, Iris concluded. But how is that possible? We never leave scraps of Death Note papers lying around the house nor at the police station. We must have left some kind of piece behind or something, Knight choked. I can't believe it. How can we be so stupid, so careless, so fucking reckless? We have to kill Agatha, Archer cheered. Death for Agatha, death for Agatha. Brilliant idea, Archer. Can you shoot an arrow through her heart? Rain blinked. Get me within 1 mile of her and I'll dash. This is serious. Angel suddenly shouted. We gotta focus and figure something out or we're all gonna die. Calm down, sweetie, Iris urged. Keep your voice down. Angel practiced taking 3 deep breaths with his hand on his heart. Okay, focus. Knight rolled his eyes. You're all preaching to the choir. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, his face suddenly feeling wet at the idea of his secret being exposed. But if there is one thing I'm confident about, it's that they have nothing against us. He suddenly smiled. Yes, they have nothing on us. He stands to his full height to overlook everyone sitting at the table. Think about it, in order to prove if someone is Kira, then at the very least, they need to prove they have a Shinigami attached to them. Agatha may be aware of my secret identity and the Shinigami attached to me, but I'm willing to bet that she doesn't have anything on me. Kleber said that their mission here was to figure out Kira's identity, not arrest him, which means they're trying to look for evidence that I am Kira. Because the Shinigami is only visible to those who have touched the Death Note, then that means as long as our invading friends don't get their pathetic paws on our notebooks or scraps of papers, they can't prove we're Kira. His smile widened, becoming more maniacal as he chuckled softly. They have the Shinigami on us, but they don't have the notebook on us. He slapped himself upside the head, his back arching with his head looking at the ceiling. I can't believe it, it was staring me right in the eyes and I hadn't seen it. He looks at his kids. We're going to use the Death Note to our advantage. He looked at his two female companions. While we may not know Agatha Siegel's face, there is a good chance that we'll be able to use our Shinigami eyes on all of our agents. He puts his hands on the wooden table, his knuckles resting against the wood as he steadies himself. If their plan is to drive a wedge between the police force to get them to work with them, then we'll do the same to them. If we kill them with heart attacks, then the Kira suspect activity on us will increase, so we'll kill the invading agents with paranoia. He looks at Kuroki. Yuri, did you get a good look at all the invading agents in our police department? All of them but Agatha, Kuroki said happily. And that Kleber guy is an interesting case. Knight tilted his head. Explain. Well, the name floating above his head says Jack August, but when I looked at his ID when he was interviewing me, the name floating above his picture's head was Rainer Kleber. Interesting. Very interesting. He stroked his chin. Gilth, Massey, what were the rules about pictures again? Gilth answered, names and lifespans can be seen through photos and pictures, no matter how old they are. But this is sometimes influenced by vividness and size. Also, names and lifespans cannot be seen by face drawings, however realistic they may be. He narrowed his eyes. The agent has one name, but his ID had another name, Rain recapped. That means that he must be acting as a doppelganger. What does that mean? Angel questioned. It's a term Yuri, Rain, and I came up with, Iris spoke. A doppelganger is someone who shares the same face as in a photo but a different name. Like this Rainer Kleber person. Obviously, he's not a real doppelganger because doppelgangers like that don't exist, at least not of the clone variety, which means one of two things. Plastic surgery. Kuroki listed, or they're people who look alike. There are at least 7 people in the world who look exactly alike, Archer inputted. He smiled suddenly. Like you and me. Twins aren't considered doppelgangers because more often than not, they share a similarity in names that it's easy to tell that they're twins. Iris thought back to her twin sister. So they have 2 people who look like Kleber helping each other out. The Kleber in our department is the faker while the Kleber in the photo is real. Knight folded his arms over his chest. The more I think about it, the more obvious it's become that the Shinigami King set me up. He purposely gave me this task because he knew how difficult it would be. Time is ticking down and I have less than 20 days to complete my deadline because if Agatha doesn't kill me, then the king will. His hair and eyes turned dark red. Shinigami King, there's no if or doubt about it, I will kill you. Chapter 95, Wrong Voice. September 15th, 2048. As told, Kuroki went to go meet up with her mother to get some kind of explanation. She had to know why the newspaper was delivered to her mother and from her mother to her. She was hoping it was nothing, but she couldn't leave any stone unturned. Kuroki calmly knocked on her mother's house before walking inside. Ohashi led her daughter inside and made some tea for her, for it was too late to be having coffee. Once she had the mug of tea in her hand, she got down to business. That contact, Kuroki began, the one who handed you the newspaper and the one you gave to me, what contact did you get it from? Ohashi sipped her tea carefully. I fail to see how it is important. And dash. It's important to me that I know. Trust me, when someone sends me a newspaper article written in English from a non-English speaking country, then I get suspicious. I would be suspicious too if I were in your shoes. After taking another sip, she smacks her lips before putting the mug down. It was a contact in Germany who keeps me updated on current events taking place in Berlin. Her name is Margaret Zimmer. Margaret Zimmer. Kuroki sips from her mug. How long have you known this contact? She's the replacement for a previous contact I had in Germany. I'd known Margaret for about 2 days or so. What happened to your original contact? Apparently, she's busy doing some independent reporting work. Independent reporting work, very odd kind of excuse. Yes. But I'll take any contact I got. I have to stay updated with the current events happening in every country. 2 days. Agatha Siegel must have pulled some strings and got this reporter to get into contact with my mom. But, what made Agatha choose my mom to give the newspaper to? Do you know what Margaret looks like? Ohashi stood up and went to her photo album book. She flipped to the most recent page and pulled a picture of a woman. Kuroki looked at the picture and activated her Shinigami eyes. Margaret Zimmer's real name is Lillian Weiss. Did you give this Margit woman a picture of you? Ohashi flipped to the previous page. She points to a photo. This is the photo I sent to her. Kuroki's eyes widened. The picture her mother sent to Margaret was a family photo between her and her parents. Massey was standing directly behind Kuroki, smiling at the camera. Agatha Siegel saw my Shinigami. Her hair turns purple. It has become somewhat semi-public knowledge that there were 2 Kiras, one needs a name and face while the other only needed a face. With this in mind, it appears that Agatha figured out that Knight is Kira and figured that I'm the second Kira. Which means Iris is still safe. And as long as the Shinigami don't materialize around them, then that means the children will be safe. Kuroki snapped a photo of her mom's picture and tucked her phone away. What's this all about? Ohashi asked. Just clearing up some confusion. And to help a couple of agencies working with us. She looks at her mother. Thanks a lot, Mom, you've been incredibly helpful. I miss you, Yuri, Ohashi suddenly said. We should have dinner together sometime. Yeah, Kuroki agreed. We should. This weekend? Count on it. Make me my favorite? You've loved soba since you were little. Kuroki chuckled. I know I like soba, but I wish I could remember liking it as a child. Your memories still haven't returned? It's been over a decade, Mom, they're not returning to me. Ohashi nodded somberly. Then let's make new memories together. I have even more reason to take out Agatha now. Yeah, Kuroki nodded. Let's. Remembering her mission, she stepped out onto the balcony to make a quick phone call. A few phone calls, actually. The Yagami household. Still awake in the middle of the night, Knight answers the midnight phone call from Kuroki and listens carefully for his caller's answer. I was able to confirm it, Kuroki's voice came through. Our germophobic friend requested a contact list from our family. Knight's eyes widened. That's the confirmation code. Thank you very much. Your wife wasn't on the contact list, Kuroki told. Looks like our germaphobe friend isn't interested in your wife. Knight narrowed his eyes. Thank you for the reminder. You should get some sleep in the meantime. Shirtless, Knight sat in his bed with the bedside table lamp turned on. Iris crawled into the covers and dressed in nothing but her bra and panties looked up at the back of Knight's head. What did Yuri say? She was able to confirm it. Agatha Siegel did a background search on everyone in the police station. According to the confirmation code Kuroki and I came up with, she confirmed that her mother sent a picture of her with Massey in the background to her mother's contact. He looks at Iris. Agatha saw the Shinigami standing behind Kuroki and assumed she was my accomplice. However, she is only partially correct. Iris sat up. I triple-checked. I've received no emails from anyone asking for any information. Also, when looking back, the questions Agatha and Kleber asked me were vastly different from the questions you and Kuroki were asked. Knight smiled. Good, this means that you're our secret weapon. If Agatha doesn't know that you're my accomplice, then we're safe. Then again, she might be wary of you because you're my wife. He clenches his fists. This also means that we can't risk having Massey following you around anymore. He brings both of his hands up, clenching his fists as he begins thinking as clearly as he can. In light of this new information, it is time for us to get proactive. If we wait too long, we may be too late to do anything, and if we want to win, we must attack. He looks at Iris once more. Starting tomorrow, it is time for Kira to make his move against Agatha Siegel. September 16, 2048. Sakura TV. Today is our day of the Kira age, the host of Sakura TV screamed at the top of his lungs on live camera. It has always been Kira's day and age. Lord, let us praise Kira and allow him to live in peace and harmony on Earth. Give him sanction, for he has given all humans on Earth sanction. Rain took out her notebook and opened to the first blank page, her Shinigami eyes glowing. The host, dressed in a white cloak, gestured to a group of 3 men tied to chairs behind him. Each person was looking rugged and had duct tape keeping their mouths shut. Kira, we wish that you judge upon these criminals, each one with a nasty criminal rap sheet. Deliver judgment on them, for we dash. Drop dead, Rain ordered as she swiped her pencil across the page. Thump thump. The host's face suddenly goes pale and his eyes widened. With the microphone still in his hand, he takes it and plants it in his mouth, shoving it down his throat. Kiri, an assistant, shouted as he ran on stage. Kidnapping criminals and forcing an execution on live TV is still a criminal act, Angel rationalized as he watched the scene play out before him. Kiri choked on the microphone and soon expired when he fell face first on the ground, pushing the mic further into his mouth and cutting the inside of his mouth. He's just as guilty, Rain said, pointing to the man standing behind the 3 gagged prisoners. I'll be merciful because I'm such a kind person. The assistant standing behind the 3 prisoners took out a corkscrew and slit the tape, bounding their hands together before the 3 prisoners stood up in an orderly fashion and faced each other. The assistant shoved the corkscrew into their jugular. The criminal on the far left took the screw and slit his own throat before jamming it into the necks of his 2 companions. Eventually, all 4 men fell to the ground, dead, and the live feed went dead. Artistic work, Archer praised and clapped his hands. Art. Rain closed her book. Art, isn't that the one class you failed, Archer? I have no idea what you're talking about. He put a hand on his chest. I'm the best artist you'll ever know. Yeah, and so is that homeless guy living around the corner. Archer turned to Angel. Well, big brother, what did you think? Oh, Angel gulped. What? Archer glared at him. The news segment, dumbass. Rain stood up. You know they say twins share half a brain cell. I'm starting to think you have none, Archie. Can't you see I'm trying to help you? Archer complained. I'm trying to get our middle brother to admit your work on Sakura TV was art. I dash. Only art we should care about is the art of war, Knight interrupted from the kitchen. After he finished packing their lunches for the day, Knight called for Angel to come before him. Angel, my sweet little fallen angel, I'm going to need your voice acting skills in a few days, so get your voice ready. Angel nodded hesitantly. What am I doing, Daddy? Playing Puppet Master with Clayberta. Oh, Angel hesitated. Okay. And, what should I dash? If we want to win, we all need to play our roles. Knight ruined his other children. We all have roles to play. The first role you guys have to play is the normal school kids. He looked to his left, where Gilth and Massey materialized. Do you have your orders or must you be recapped? I understand, Massey answered. We're not stupid, Knight, Gilth growled. I hope not. I'd be a retard if both of my parents were stupid. As Knight loaded his kids in the car to drop them off at school, several thoughts lingerie in his head, specifically about the uprise that this morning's slaughter will cause. I can't wait to see the look on Agatha's face when she sees the news segment. Japanese police station. Arriving at the police station, he waited patiently before reuniting with Iris. Iris had already gotten to the station ahead of time, and if she played her role correctly. Kip! Tezuka called out and waved Knight over. Check out this new freak on Sakura TV. Knight joined his fellow officers and watched the screen. It was Sakura TV doing a news report on the massacre, noting that it was the first massacre done live on Sakura TV in 3 years and the public was becoming slightly uncomfortable, especially with the one word in blood left behind on the frosted glass behind the 3 criminals by a 6th victim. Zeke. Zeke, Murata read, what the hell does Zeke mean? It's German for victory, Psycho figured. I saw something about it when I was rereading a couple of Attack on Titan manga. Apparently, when one of the characters ran towards another character named Zeke, fans were all like, oh, this character is running towards victory because Zeke means victory. Duh. Thanks to Psycho's keen expertise in fiction, people will start to wonder why this German wording was left behind. He saw Agatha's reflection in the television screen and he stared at her for a while. He saw Gilth materialize behind him and chuckle. Well, Knight, it looks like Kira's got a new enemy. Knight internally smiled. That's it, Gilth, play the role of clueless Shinigami commenting on this seemingly new Kira-like figure. Knight put his hands in his pockets. I will admit, when I found out about Agatha being able to see my Shinigami somehow, I felt very uncomfortable and I was wondering what to do. I wanted to have Gilth float as far away from me as possible, but then I figured, well, she's already seen my Shinigami trailing me, and if he stops trailing me all of a sudden, she might get suspicious and I may lose the element of surprise. Go on, Agatha, stare at my Shinigami all you want, I'm going to use him to my full advantage. Agatha's focus flickered from the TV screen and over to the back of the Shinigami. She kept her sunglasses on and stared intently at the Shinigami and then at Knight, daring him to make a move. Agatha cracked her knuckles and headed back into the room she called her temporary office. Kleber and the 3rd German followed her inside. Locking themselves in the room, Agatha looked around to make sure everything was all right before she sat down in her chair and rested her elbows on the desk. Zeke, care to explain yourself? The 3rd German asked. Nope, Agatha answered. I have no idea what's going on, Wilhelm. But if you ask me, Wilhelm spoke before she could say any more. We allowed you to go through with this operation because we thought it was simple and easy, a quick way to get one over Kira. Things are complicated. We don't know anything, Agatha claimed. After all, one group of people committing suicide and leaving a bloody message behind doesn't mean . In German, Wilhelm interrupted. Of all the messages to be left behind, it was of German origin, and right after you arrived here. If you ask me, that's pretty convenient timing. Agatha removed her sunglasses. You can't possibly think I'm involved in this. A woman who refuses to have a burn mask removed from her face is one that is not meant to be trusted. Not only that, but you've been using identical-looking strangers in dozens of your operations, and your latest one has connections to Aryan organizations. You've delivered us well over the years, but if I find out you're involved in this, I'll see to it that your mask is personally pulled off your face for all of Kira to see. I have nothing to do with this Zeke thing, she insisted. It's just a matter of bad timing, wrong place at the wrong time. Wilhelm narrowed his eyes. I got my eyes on you, you faceless woman. He turned and exited the room, leaving Agatha and Kleber behind. Agatha sighs heavily and closes her eyes. She was lost in thought when Kleber finally decided to speak up. You had nothing to do with this, right? Agatha cut off. No, Kleber answered, I had nothing to do with this Zeke thing. You better not have, or you will face serious consequences. I'm a lot of things, but backstabber ain't one of them, he assured. Besides, doesn't this work in our favor? If everyone is focused on this new Zeke guy, then that means we can investigate Kira in secret. This makes our job a lot easier. It could. She clicks her tongue. But there's the fact that we're being stalked by our fellow ICPO guys. She looks out the window and sees several foreign Secret Service agents watching her before looking away, pretending not to notice. She spots Knight and the Shinigami in the common area watching more of this Zeke news unfold. How very suspicious. The minute I show up here after finding out that Knight Yagami is Kira, there is some kind of new Kira-like being calling himself Zeke. The timing is way too suspicious. If I didn't know any better, I would assume this Zeke guy is either fake or he's real and he was put in place by Kira after he felt threatened by me. After about 17 years since the last opponent had Kira's powers, why would one show up out of the blue all of a sudden? Either way, this is something that can't go unnoticed. I have to figure out what this Zeke guy is about and whether he's real. But my main objective is still to expose Kira's true identity. Does that make our job harder? Kleber asked. Or are they still going to cooperate with us? Is it possible that Kira is planning to frame me as Zeke? Agatha, Kleber called out, what's the plan going forward? Agatha sat up in her chair. We're still going to investigate Kira's true identity. But we're most likely going to be investigated by our own comrades due to the timing and convenience of this Zeke character. Does this mean Kira is counterattacking? She nods. Most likely. He looks up at Agatha. Jack, do you trust me? Yeah, Kleber nodded. I trust you. All right then, follow my lead and I'll get us both out of this situation. Before anyone else could respond, Iris came walking through the door. Both German agents clamped up, but they faced Iris with looks of determination on their faces. Can we help you? Agatha asked. I didn't want to do this, but... Iris pauses, her hands in her jacket pocket, but this Zeke character suddenly appearing out of nowhere just as German agents invade our office, someone was bound to say it sooner or later. Agatha narrowed her eyes. Yeah, I guess you have a point there. She looks back at the window. Knight was still standing there, watching the news events. Is that all you're here for? Nah, there's more. I'm just curious now. Agatha looked back at her. About what? How will this affect your investigation? Iris tilted her head. You said you were here to investigate Kira's identity, and now it looks like Kira has a new opponent to take on. With our combined efforts, we can take down Zeke together. Agatha chuckled. Yeah, that is true. She stands up. All things considered, I believe that we can bring this Zeke down together. As well as Kira. With our resources, we can turn this into a curb-stomp battle. Against Kira. Good. So that means we're working with each other and cooperating. Yes. She gestures to the window. What does your husband have to say about this? He's up for it, Iris answered. I think we're all up for it. Agatha smiled. Well then, all things considered, it looks like we're working together for a common enemy. Later that night. The Yagami household. When the day was done and everyone drove home, Knight and Iris met up with Kuroki at their house where they waited patiently for their children to be done with their homework before they got down to business. Iris took out a tape recorder from her front jacket pocket and played the tape over for her son, Angel. Angel leaned in on the table and listened carefully for Agatha Siegel's voice. All things considered, I believe that we can bring this Zeke down together. With our resources, we can turn this into a curb-stomp battle. Angel rubbed his chin, contemplating the tone, pitch, and sound of the voice in his head before coming to a conclusion. Yeah, I can imitate her voice. It's been a while since I've done a feminist voice, but I know I can do it. Show us, Rain said. Yes, show us your girly side, big brother, Archer smiled. Angel looked nervously at the people surrounding him, blushing nervously before he put his index and middle finger on the center of his throat. All things considered. His voice cracked as he made it higher. All things considered. His tone was off in the first sentence. He cleared his throat before trying again. All things considered. His voice sounded feminine but didn't match Agatha's tone. All things considered. He began again. He managed to copy Agatha's tone. All things considered. He repeated again, his voice sounding more feminine with each passing second. He cleared his throat one final time before he put his index and middle fingers to the area where his neck met his jaw. All things considered. He hit the nail on the head. All things considered, I believe that we can bring this Zeke down together. With our resources, we can win against anything. Amazing, Kuroki praised. I'm so proud of you, Iris nearly cried. You have a talent. Thank you, he replied, still using Agatha Siegel's voice. I'm going to be a voice actor when I grow up. Think how many characters I can play with my voice, and since I'm multilingual, I can do both sub and dub. Rain looked at him. You're going to put a lot of voice actors out of business. Angel looked at her. Thanks for the vote of confidence, he said in his normal voice. Good, now that we know you can imitate Agatha's voice, we can use that to our advantage, Knight said. It's easier to mimic male voices than girl voices, Angel admitted. Daddy, Archer raised his hand. What's the point of having Kira supporters being killed on live TV? Knight looked to his other son. This Zeke character is a distraction. To the public, it looks like there is another opponent challenging Kira, but in actuality, he's a distraction and a weapon to be used against Agatha Siegel. He leans forward on the table. First of all, we will establish Zeke as a German figure who only showed up on the scene when Agatha Siegel arrived in Japan. Then, we'll leave evidence behind that Zeke may have a connection to Agatha Siegel. Once the Japanese police and the foreign intelligence guys see these connections, they'll be suspicious of Agatha. They'll start investigating her, and we'll use that to our advantage. I'll play the humbled man trying to do what's right, and I'll pull strings until I get a picture of her face. But what about the voice changer? Angel asked. I mean... He changed to Agatha's voice. What about my voice? Knight smiled. We're going to use that against her allies. In particular, the neo-Nazi guy with a ridiculous-sounding name. Kleber, Iris replied. Jack August. What kind of name is Kleber? Archer scoffed. What did he go for Halloween last year, the Thing? Did he walk around wearing a Rocky suit saying it's Klebering time? Better impression than you ever did, Rain sighed. Let's not forget what happened to you last Halloween when you dash. One time, Archer cut off. It happened to me one time, when will you let it go? I let it go, but when will you let it go, Elsa? Archer rolled his eyes. Pay attention, both of you, Knight ordered. We need to get proactive immediately. If we wait too long, Agatha might counterattack. That's why we're going to have Kleber starting tomorrow night. He looked at Iris. Did you set everything up? She nods. I put a tracker on his briefcase. I distracted Agatha with my Shinigami, Kuroki told. She was looking in the opposite direction of Kleber. Good. Iris pulled out her phone. Based on the tracker's movements, then Kleber is currently staying at a motel. Knight contemplated for a moment before saying, we need to put a tracker on Agatha as well so we can keep track of her. In the meantime, we're going to have Zeke keep on killing people. Zeke has to have a pattern that links back to the German agency. He looks to Archer and Rain. That's going to be your guys' role. Archer clapped his hands together. Oh, I can't wait. He smiled widely. I so can't wait to put the fear of God in these people. Fear of Kira, Rain corrected, for a devout Kirin, you sure know nothing. Bite me. I'm not Rook. Knight rolled his eyes. How many times am I going to have to call these kids to attention? I'm getting so tired. Don't forget, Knight hissed, my life is on a fucking time limit. He looked ahead and glared. If we don't kill Agatha Siegel by the deadline, I am dead. So everyone, stop dilly-dallying and fucking pay attention. The children flinched. Oh, sorry. Archer raised his hands. Apologies, Rain monotone. Knight sucked in air through his teeth and closed his eyes. His hair and eyes turned dark red. No more holding back, I'm taking off the fucking gloves. First stop, Kleber. Shinigami Realm. Watching the scene unfold before him, the Shinigami King cackles and takes a bite of a rotten apple he had one of his servants bring him. Wow, the king sighed, I never pictured that Kira would get so desperate to start killing his own supporters just to get to this Agatha Siegel figure. If he wants to save himself some time, why not just lure her into a dark alley, knock her out, and then remove her mask? Or better yet, have someone else do it with the notebook. He shrugs. In the Shinigami realm, no one bats an eye when one dies, but when a human is kidnapped and murdered, it's completely different. Knight has to think of the consequences of what happens after he does the deed. He smiles. Good luck trying to outsmart your way out of this situation, Knight. No matter what happens, I'm going to win. December 18th, 2042. The Yagami household. Knight should have known something like this was bound to happen. He should have known that sooner or later, his children would figure out his secret. They were always sneaky and trying to find out ways to get around him, each trying to prove their intellect in their own right. Well, with what happened right now, he's got to give them praise. Here he was, standing before his 3 children, each one looking terrified as they stared at Gilth floating behind him while each one held onto one end of Knight's death note. You guys have all passed, Knight told them as he kneeled to their level. He looked at his 3 children with a soft smile on his face. You have found my most prized possession and you are holding it in your hands. He realized he could have said something else, but T.I. was the only thing he could come up with on the spot. Daddy, Archer clamped up, what is that thing standing behind you? Knight looked at Gilth over his shoulder. An angel. Angel? Rain panted uncomfortably. Is he Angel's ugly twin brother or something? He looks so freaking scary. He's not going to hurt you, Knight reassured them. Iris came into the room after hearing the commotion and gasped upon seeing her children holding Knight's death note. Knight, what's going on? The kids passed the test. He winked at Iris. Mommy, Angel gasped. There's a monster behind you. Massey smiled and waved at the kids. Hiya kiddos, my name is Massey and I'm your grandma. I've been waiting for this day for so long. She floats over to the 3 children, who back away. She picks up all 3 in a hug. I've been waiting so long to do this. She hugs them tightly before setting them down gently. I like this one, Archer exclaimed, she looks prettier than Daddy's Angel. I'll say, Angel panted. Iris stared dagger at Knight. Knight looked at her, staring daggers at her that seemed to eclipse her glare. You got something you want to talk to me about, honey? We have a lot to talk about, sweetie. Knight snatches the notebook from the 3 of them and holds it in front of his face. Children, wait here in this bedroom. Do not leave until I tell you to, understand? The 3 children nodded. All right. Knight and Iris walked out of the bedroom and went into the study to talk with Gilth and Massey following behind them. How did they find the death note? Iris demanded. Archer was making false bottoms in his bedroom. He said he going to install false bottoms in our dressers, but before I could stop him, he had found the notebook in my drawer. The trap you set up? She hissed. It didn't go off, did it? No, Knight answered. I got rid of that trap because it was too dangerous to have in the house with kids present. They've seen our Shinigami, Knight, do you know what that means? Yes, Knight hissed. I'm not fucking stupid. If you weren't stupid, none of this would have happened. Knight smiled. No, this happened because I underestimated my children's intellect in figuring out traps. I've seen how all 3 children act, they're the perfect kind of disciples for Kira. Face it, honey, sooner or later, we're going to die and we're going to need heirs. Not this conversation, Iris shut down. We're not having this conversation, not when our kids could be listening. Another time, another place, perhaps, but we will have this conversation about our children taking over. Let's focus on the now, Knight, what are we going to do? Knight licks his lips. I'm going to make them forget ever coming into contact with this notebook. I will forfeit ownership of my death, and your death note because they saw both of our Shinigami, and then one by one, we make them the owner of the death notes and then have them relinquish ownership. Their memories will be forgotten and they'll go back to being ordinary kids. Iris glared at her husband with suspicion before she nods slowly and blinks. Okay. She nods once more. All right. And in 1 year, we'll discuss the possibilities of them being our heirs to the throne. We'll see. And the 2 went off to erase their children's memories. Chapter 96, Incognito Voice. September 19th, 2048. Streets of Tokyo. Today was Kleber's day off, something he didn't have too often. With this whole Kira vs. Zeke news going nationwide, he decided to give himself a break and have coffee at the nearby cafe. As he sat down at a table outside of a Starbucks cafe, a waitress came to take his order. 2 coffees, please, he ordered. 1 hot, 1 iced, both black with 2 sugars in the hot one and 2 sweeteners in the iced one. The waitress jotted down his order. Is there anything else I can get you? Perhaps some Pocky Dash. I'm good, Kleber cut off. Just the 2 cups of coffee. All right then. The waitress recited his order, confirming that she got it correct before walking off. With nothing better to do, he takes out his phone and checks any email updates he might have gotten from his boss. Ever since Zeke appeared on the news, Kira's worshipping activity ceased almost immediately, with everyone fearful of Zeke and whatever his motives may be. So far in the police station, they have come up with several theories that whoever Zeke is, he has a personal vendetta against Kira and his killings become drastically different. In the first killing, which marked Zeke's debut, Zeke forced his victims to slit their jugulars and then write their names on the walls or frosted glass for the camera to see. The next day, Zeke was having victims call news reporters live on the air and force them to commit suicide on the phone. When police traced the calls, the victims of Zeke had mutilated their faces into something unrecognizable before they slit their jugulars. The following day, Zeke victims continued to call people, but instead of news reporters, it was people with ties to the police station, those with ties to the Japanese police department. All of them had mutilated and disfigured their faces until they could only be identified by the clothes they were wearing and the IDs in their wallets. There didn't seem to be a pattern and the killings kept escalating, but one thing remained the same: mutilation of the faces. As the waitress finally returned with a tray of his drink orders, she dropped an envelope on the table. A lady friend told me to give this to you, the waitress explained. Kleber looked at her. Lady friend? What does she look like? She was a white girl like you and she had red hair and a mask. Some kind of accent I couldn't identify. White girl, red hair, mask, hard to understand accent, it could only be one person. The waitress bowed to him before walking off. Kleber fixed himself to the iced coffee before he opened the envelope, which had no return address. He pulled the contents out, which was a single scrap of paper with a few words written in red ink on the paper. Phone call at 12:12. Kleber checked his watch. 5 minutes to 12:12. He decided to pocket the paper and take out his phone and wait patiently. He was about halfway done with his first cup of iced coffee when his phone buzzed. He answered immediately. Hello? Jack August, Agatha Siegel's voice came through. Enjoying your coffee? Kleber's back stiffened slightly. Agatha, what's going on? Where are you? He scanned his environment to find Agatha but turned up squat. What I'm doing doesn't matter. What matters is you follow my instructions to the letter if you want to live. What do you want? Finish your coffee but don't hang up. Kleber obeyed her instructions and spent 10 minutes finishing his cups of coffee. After he finished, he listened eagerly to Agatha's next string of sentences. Do you see the post office across the street from you? Kleber looked to his left and saw a post office across the street. It was busy considering that it was a Saturday, so he wasn't able to see through the doors. This is what I want you to do. I want you to go to the post office. Head to the mailbox with the number 013 and you'll find a composition notebook inside. The key to the mailbox will be handed to you right about now. A bystander with a horrible bedhead dropped a gold key down on Kleber's table. Kleber picked it up and watched as the man walked into the street, barely missing getting hit by cars. Now head to the post office. Kleber quickly drops a few yen behind on the table before he heads over to the post office. It took him approximately 30 minutes to wait in line to get in before he made it to the wall of mailboxes. Armed with the key, he opens the mailbox and pulls a composition book out. He closes the mailbox and turns to the front doors. What now? Head to your car and lock yourself inside. Kleber went into his car and locked himself inside. He opened the composition book to the first blank page and found a sheet of printing paper. He knew it had to be significant because composition books had medium-sized sheets of paper with horizontal blue lines running up and down the page. Not only that, but this printer paper had a name on it. "Read the name on the piece of paper aloud to me," Agatha's voice ordered. "Kinzaburo Sokai," he read aloud. Nothing seemed to happen, and then about 40 seconds later, a man collapses on the hood of his car. He jumps in his seat as he sees the man with the bedhead from earlier staring at him before taking out a knife and stabbing himself in the face, mutilating himself. Kleber gasped and looked away and gasped loudly when he heard Sokai's corpse land on the hood of his car, his neck leaking blood like a juice box. Kleber put the phone back to his ear. "What just happened?" "I just demonstrated my power," Agatha's voice hissed. "Thank you very much for being a witness to my power." His eyes widened. "You're Zeke?" "I am." A smile radiated through the phone. "I am Zeke and I need your help." "My help?" "You're going to be my pawn in my plan to defeat Kira." What?" Agatha's voice carried a chuckle. "Don't worry too much. I won't have you do anything too reckless. Your first orders are to keep quiet. Shut up and don't say anything. If I so much as smell a hint of betrayal from you, I will mutilate your face and have you die a slow and painful death." "Yes," Kleber panicked. "Yes, I promise." "Good. Now, I'll see you in the office on Monday." The call dropped and Kleber was left sitting in his car, heart pounding in his chest as he watched one of the civilians who appeared to be a doctor on his day off check on the fallen civilian. He assesses the damage before he calls for an ambulance. Kleber was questioned by the police by what he saw, and he played off his anxiety as being shaken by what he saw. Alley, 1 block away. Iris has done well dropping the envelope off, Knight thought. Angel pocketed his phone as he watched the scene play out before him. He couldn't stomach the idea of someone mutilating himself, so he turned away before he vomited. His father stood behind him and put a hand over his eyes. "It's okay," Knight reassured his son. "You can't handle what you see, then don't look." "How did I do?" Angel asked, opening his eyes to look at his father. He reaches into his jacket pocket to pull out a cherry-flavored lozenge cough drop and popped it into his mouth. "You've done well. I almost thought you were Agatha for a second." Sucking on the cough drop, the small tablet clacking against his teeth, Angel asked, "So what happens now? What's the next part of the plan?" Someone like Kleber is only ever working for someone like Agatha out of self-preservation or out of pragmatism. I doubt he's a real B&D agent, but if there's one thing I learned based on that phone call you had with him, he is weak-willed and easy to control with just the right threat. "So, how does that help us?" "The plan is relatively simple actually. We frame Agatha as Zeke and frame her for calling him today. Using your voice, Kleber will think he talked to Agatha and will hopefully follow the instructions we gave him. After that, once we have Agatha arrested, we're going to let Kleber think he's fine for right now. And after that, we're going to call him and tell him that we're Kira and that if he wants to live, he must do one thing for us. Tear off Agatha Siegel's mask." Angel deduced. Knight smiled. "Correct. We'll have him snap a photo, bring it to a secure location, and once we have the photo of Agatha Siegel with her face torn off, we will have what we need." "Oh," Angel sighed. "That's a good plan, Daddy. But, what if Dash?" "There aren't going to be any flaws in this plan," he reassured. "We will win and still have a week to spare." He smiles widely. "And that's when the next part of our plan to kill the Shinigami King will come into play." Angel looked at him with shocked eyes. "We're going to kill the Shinigami King?" "Yes." Agatha Siegel's rental place. Sitting on the center of her couch, a tray of steak laid before her with several manila folders laid out on the couch next to her lap, Agatha took a swig of Krombacher before sinking into the couch. Looking over all the victims Zeke killed this past week, it's obvious at this point that Zeke is being constructed to make me the prime suspect. The victims all being disfigured and the most recent victims called the Japanese police force to commit suicide on the phone. She took another sip of her beer. "Zeke, German, phone calls to police, disfigured victims. Zeke only showed up after I came to Japan. Yep, Knight Yagami, or Kira, is threatened by me and he created this persona. Based on recent activity, he's trying to frame me so I can't get around him. She smiles. Well, I already predicted something like this would happen. She takes out her cell phone and dials someone back home in the United States. Sonia, she said into the phone with her smile still present, long time, no see. What's this about, sis? Sonia asked. Agatha clicked her tongue. Do you remember the day I told you would owe me a favor? How could I forget, especially when I have the date carved onto the wall in my home? Well, guess what? It's time to cash in that favor. Sonia sighs. Is it the same deal or a new one? The same deal. Sonia grunts. Good, because I've been in desperate need of plastic surgery. Don't worry, I'll pay for your plastic surgery after you bail me out. Understood. I'll text you the details in the morning and I'll have a plane ride to Tokyo all ready for you by tomorrow as well. Without saying goodbye, she hangs up and turns her phone off. I know what your plan is, Kira. You're trying to frame me as Zeke so you can justify killing me. You can't kill me without seeing my real face, so you're trying to get the police force to have my mask removed so you can get a glimpse of my real face. That's not going to work. She turned her phone on and called her old agency. A voice came through asking for her authentication number. Once she was able to authenticate, she was asked where she would like to be transferred and to whom she wishes to speak. Once she answers both questions, a new voice came through on the phone. Agent Kleber, a new voice came back. Agent Reiner Kleber? 11994411, he recited. How is my doppelganger doing? Perfect, but I have a little situation here. And what's that? I'm going to need both the Jack August Kleber and the real Reiner Kleber here in Tokyo by Monday morning. Done, Kleber replied before hanging up. Agatha sets her phone down. I need to devise a plan to expose Kira and I think I have one. It's a little risky but I think I can work with it. September 21st, 2048. Japanese police station. With everything set up into place, Knight, Iris, and Kuroki drive to the police station first thing in the morning and they are greeted by a room full of people with solemn facial expressions. Mostly from the Foreign Secret Service guys. What's going? He asked Kleber, who was leaning on the wall of a cubicle. Kleber looked at Knight. We lost a person in our group, he answered. What do you mean you lost someone? Knight noticed that Kleber was holding a picture in his hands. What's that? Kleber showed Knight the picture. That's Wilhelm, fucking dead. Knight looked at the phone and winced. Damn, I may have made his face look a little too ugly in death. Zeke, he inquired. Dare I say afraid so, Kleber gulped. What's going to happen now? Kleber looked at him with a glare. What the fuck do you think? Zeke is going to be hunted down like a dog, dare I say. Knight grunts. I'm with you there. He holds his hand up. Since we both have something to lose, we should dash. We're already working together. Just stop talking so I can think. Good, I have him on edge. Pretty soon, he'll be my temporary useful expendable pawn. Where's Agatha? The usual, he replied hesitantly. I'm going to talk to her. Yeah, sure. Knight enters Agatha's temporary workspace and watches as she sits down in her usual spot and looks up at him with curious eyes. You look lovely today, Agatha said, her voice slightly different. I would say the same for you, but I don't know what you look like. Agatha chuckles. I understand. You teammated dead, I'm sorry. Not your fault, Knight Yagami, not your fault at all. Agatha leans back in her chair. Is it? Where were you this morning at 6:05 a.m.? Asleep, I don't get up until 6:30 a.m. Do you have a witness to back up your story? Knight glares at her. My wife and children. Wife and children, Agatha repeated. Figures, but you could have easily told them to alibi you. Knight chuckles but his glare remains. Why are you interrogating me, Agatha? Agatha shrugs. Sorry, a force of habit. She coughs and reaches into her drawer and pulls out a cough drop. Sore throat, she claimed. Been yelling all morning. Knight chuckles once more. If you have to yell to get your point across, then you're failing. How philosophical of you. Agatha looks out the window of her temporary workspace and sees the foreign Secret Service agents and Japanese police looking at her. They huddle together and whisper among themselves. She looks out the window to her left and sees Kleber looking at her with an uncomfortable look on his face. Penny for your thoughts? Knight interrupted. Nope. The officers made a beeline for Agatha's office. Opening the office door, Murata and Psycho were in front and Psycho took out a pair of handcuffs. I'm sorry it has to be this way, but we're going to have to hold you for questioning, Murata explained. Agatha tilted her head, the expression in her eyes not changing. And may I ask why? We got a tip from an anonymous witness and from the IT guy. Apparently, your colleague, Wilhelm, came into this very office, accusing you of being Zeke, and then he ends up with a disfigured face. It was never made public that Agent Wilhelm was sent to Japan to investigate Kira, and for Zeke to know his name and face and kill him narrows down the suspect list significantly. And the IT guy? Agatha asked curiously. Apparently, when IT traced all phone calls made to our agents in the last 5 days, one phone call was made to Agent Rainer Kleber, or rather, Jack August. He looks over his shoulder at Kleber. A phone call was made from an unlisted number to Mr. August, and the voice on the phone was the same as yours. Knight internally smirks. Oh, did I neglect to mention that I manipulated someone to steal a phone and then had my son imitate Agatha's voice? Damn, how forgetful of me. Was it now? She popped another cough drop into her mouth. I'm sure you understand why you're a prime suspect, right? Agatha stands up and takes the bag of cough drops with her. Me, a prime suspect, hardly seems plausible. But if it makes everyone's life easier, then, by all means, lock me up. But I reserve the right to take my cough drops with me. Knight narrowed his eyes at her. Strangely, Angel was taking cough drops after he finished voicing Agatha Siegel. Coincidence or something else? Psycho went over to put Agatha in handcuffs. She tugged gently on Agatha's wrists and confiscated the bag of cough drops from her before escorting her forward. Agatha plants her feet on the floor to prevent her from advancing forward. If I'm Zeke as you know it, aren't you worried about what I'll do? How do you know I won't use my manipulation powers to get myself out of prison? The officers looked shocked and some even began sweating. Psycho quickly took out a blindfold and placed it over Agatha's eyes. Nice bluff, Agatha, Knight praised. Psycho motioned for Agatha to walk forward. Agatha complied and walked in whatever direction Psycho steered her towards. Kleber backed away from the approaching Agatha, keeping his eyes on her and never letting her escape his sight. Even though she was cuffed and blindfolded, there was a tiny but noticeable smirk pulling on her lips that almost escaped his view. Knight stood in the doorway of the office and cracked a smirk. Exactly as planned. Now that Agatha has been framed for being Zeke, I just got to get Kleber desperate enough to go after her. He checks his watch. And what do you know, we still have 13 days to spare. Agatha Siegel's residency. Agatha kicked back in her chair as she watched the monitors play out on her screen. Thank God she rented out a place that had a basement, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hide out when the Japanese police invaded her home. The entrance to the basement was hidden under a drawer that barely had anything valuable to lessen the chances of people paying too much attention to it. The cameras she set up were hidden by various one-way mirrors she set up around the apartment. Once the police finished clearing up their search of the place, Agatha put her feet on the desk and began eating away at an apple. So, they're raiding my place. She clicked her tongue. Based on the reports and notifications I got on my phone, Wilhelm is dead and these bastards think I had something to do with it. You wish you did, didn't you? Yeah, I did. But that is beside the point. And what is the point? Kira framed me, and now with me behind bars, people are going to try and peel off my mask, or rather, Sonya's mask. If you let them, Sonya could die. True, Sonya could die, but if she dies and Kira thinks I'm dead, then I can catch him off guard. I still have Reiner Kleber and Jack August to help me out. She turns to another monitor that showed footage from the body cam Sonya had on her when she was arrested. It's good to know we caught footage of everything that's going on. Yeah. Right now, we need to come up with a plan. Now that I'm going to have to pretend that I'm in jail, I think I have an idea. She grabs her phone and pulls out Jack August's contact number. After some pondering, she dialed the real Reiner Kleber's contact number and left a message for him. Keep a close eye on yourself. Sneaky, Agatha, sneaky. With Wilhelm dead and me behind bars, there's only one person left on the German B&D list that Kira will be gunning for. He's probably going to kill him or manipulate him, but either way, I strongly believe that Kira will try something against him. If Kira can kill from a distance, then what's the point of stalking his victims? Because we stalk his victims, we can get a sense if they're being controlled or manipulated by Kira. If there's an irregular pattern to their movements, then it'll be easier to figure out Kira. With Knight. After the events that transpired today, Knight was home and sitting down, ready to relax and laugh his ass off as he finally got one over on Agatha. Soon enough, things will play out exactly as he wants it to, and he'll finally rub it in the Shinigami King's face. Sitting on the couch, Knight called over to Angel and gestured for him to sit next to him. Angel obeyed his father and scooted next to his dad. When are we going to have Kleber rip off Agatha's mask? Angel asked. Well, I considered doing it by tonight, but then it figured we should wait. He smiled. Yeah, we're going to win this battle anyway by the deadline, so my proposal is we just let the clock run out. That way, we can do whatever we want. Are you sure? Angel asked, unsure. I mean, what if something happens? What if dash? Nothing is going to happen, Angel. He patted his son on his hand. I've been through thick and thin before and always survived. But if you make the slightest mistake, the Shinigami King will kill you. How can you dash? I've killed Shinigami before, he said proudly. I've taken out 2 Death Note owners, along with their accomplices, and Shinigami, a serial killer with no name, a reject of Wammy's House orphans, and a couple of 2-bit fatalists with Shinigami eyes. A B&D agent with no face, it's not even a contest. He looks around. Where is your brother? Honestly, the two of you can't be separated for more than 5 minutes at a time. Oh, Angel hesitated, he's, doing homework. Good for him. He pats his son's back. You can go back now to do your homework if you want. March 21st, 2035. Knight still couldn't believe it. He was still having some time coming to terms with the fact that he had 3 children. Almost 2 years ago, he had the most beautiful daughter a man like him could ever have, and now here he was, sitting in his chair in his private study, writing names down in the notebook while he bounced one of his twin sons on his lap. Archer, who he bounced on his lap earlier, was on the floor, playing with his blocks and destroying these ugly dolls with such ferocity. Angel was bouncing on his father's lap, smiling and laughing. Knight kissed him on the temple before turning back to his notebook. He couldn't afford to be distracted. He might accidentally write the name of his son down in the notebook. While he was under 780 days old, the idea of his son's name being in the notebook did not agree with him. And he made a very conscious effort to make sure none of his kids touched the notebook, because getting them to forget about the Shinigami when they're barely 6 months old could be difficult. After a while, Angel got bored with bouncing on his father's lap and reached out for his brother. Knight sets him down and watches as the twin babies in matching baby blue pajamas crawl to each other and smile at each other. Knight smiled at his children before he got right back to killing in his notebook. Chapter 97, License Plate. September 27, 2048. Japanese Police Station. Knight strolled into the police station, not a care in the world, evident by the big smile plastered onto his face. When people noticed him, they asked why he was glowy all of a sudden. Knight just shrugged and responded, "Life's been good lately." And life had indeed been good for him, especially with his primary target in jail and his pawn about to get ready to unmask his target for him. It brought a warm feeling in his chest to him. When he walked to his cubicle, his wife approached him, a neutral look on her face. She pulled out her phone and pretended to scroll through it. "You know, it's almost the deadline for your little part-time assignment." Despite the harsh reminder, Knight continued to smile. "Don't worry, I'll get the project done on time." "You should get it done early," she advised, just in case. "Don't worry, Watashi no Tsuma, I will win." "Will you win alive or dead?" Knight narrowed his eyes. Interesting spin on that question. "I will win." He laced his hands together. "But if it'll ease your mind, I'll get a head start on finishing this project ASAP. He looked behind him into the open common area of the police station, where the sole remaining German B&D agent was chatting with several Japanese police officers. Knight couldn't help but notice that the German agent was now wearing a pair of black leather gloves and he was laughing more jovially. Kleber looked at Knight and waved at him. He made a beeline and stopped 3 feet from Knight's rotating chair. He looked down at the young man and smiled. "Lovely night we're having, Knight?" Knight tilted his head. "Knight? Have you gone senile or something? It's daytime." "Sorry. Different time zones, I'm sure you understand. It's like Australia being 24 hours ahead of most time zones. I've been to Australia, so I have the privilege of saying that I traveled to and from the future." He laughed with all the energy from the bottom of his stomach. After about 3 seconds of laughing, his waves of laughter took a raspy turn and devolved into coughs. He coughed into his clenched fist before raising a finger. He reached inside his jacket, took out an inhaler, and took one major puff before his coughing finally ceased. He sighed heavily before he pockets his inhaler and his smile returned. "Since when did you have asthma?" "Since the day my mom squeezed me out of her vaginal canal." "Must have been a painful and regretful experience for your mother." Kleber chuckled once more. "Yeah, that's why she gave me up for adoption." Knight rolled his eyes. "What are you doing here, Kleber? What do you want?" "What, I can't chit-chat with you for no reason?" "How antisocial can you be, Knight Yagami?" "Very." "What's this prick's game? And what is going on inside his head? Also, he doesn't seem to be the least bit concerned about me." Maybe Iris was right, I should put the fear of Kira back into Kleber. "If you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do." Knight turned in his chair and faced Iris before Kleber spoke once more. "What happened to your smile, Knight?" Knight doesn't give him the amusement of looking at him when he's talking. "Since when did my facial expression become of interest to you?" "Oh, don't flatter yourself, Yagami, I'm just a curious person by nature." Why would Lieutenant Kip Yagami walk into a police station, looking all glowy only for his smile to fade away when a foreigner walks into his presence? Maybe the foreigner is releasing some kind of toxin into the air that makes it painful to smile, kinda like how coughing makes you have an asthma attack. Kleber laughed again. Iris glared at Kleber as he was invading their space before activating her Shinigami eyes. She saw something that made her eyes go wide with shock, had she not had enough self-control to close her eyes in a wincing-like manner. "Oh my god, the name floating above his head isn't Jack August, it's Reiner Kleber. This is the real Reiner Kleber. I gotta warn Knight as soon as I can." Kleber laughed once more. "I like you, Knight, I do. I'm sincerely going to miss you when I leave." "You better hope I miss you," Knight countered. "I've been told I have deadly accuracy with darts." "Hey, my mom didn't miss me, so I doubt you're going to miss me when I'm gone." "Then you better hope I'm in a good mood when you leave, so I do miss you." "We'll see," Kleber chuckled. "We'll see." He laughed once more, which gradually turned to coughs. Kleber takes another puff of his inhaler before he goes silent. Too bad asthma isn't as contagious as laughter, or I'd be helping those asthma inhaler companies make good money. "Yeah, they say laughter is the best medicine, but your laughter is causing you to use up your medicine. If you don't want to go out, coughing and hacking your guts up, you should leave. And maybe lay off the jokes, It's sad when a failed comedian tries to lighten the room with laughter at him instead of laughter with him. Kleber laughs once more, stopping before he had another asthma attack. Well, I must be going. But then again, I look forward to seeing and working with you, Mr. Yagami. Take care of yourself. Same for you, Knight snarked. Be careful when walking out of here, the slightest trip and fall to the ground could suck your breath out before you hit the tile. I always make soft landings. He looked at Iris and blew her a kiss. Knight glared at his prey. I'm going to mutilate him when I kill him. Iris firmly grasps Knight's shoulder. Honey, we need to talk about your project when we get home. With Agatha. Finding his way into the basement, Kleber took a seat on Agatha's leather couch as she finished preparing food for herself and her guest. The platter consisted of steak and fries, a regular food of Agatha. As Agatha sat down, Kleber took careful bites of his food. I made contact with the suspect, Kleber announced. I still don't see what the point was. Agatha looked at him. What has your other half been doing? Jack August has been walking around the police station with his tail between his legs. Agatha smiled. There's your answer, he's still petrified of something going on there and if Kira is involved in it. Kleber's mouth opens. Oh, so this is to shake Kira's confidence in whatever plans he has. Yes, Agatha hisses. Once he realizes that his pawn may be replaced or at the very least, if he hasn't noticed the difference then he'll lose his confidence. Kira is a person who relies on their ability to carry out threats rather than making bluffs. And my protection? Kleber wondered. I'm confident Kira won't kill you. After all, if he kills you, then it will look suspicious. He's trying to frame me as Zeke and if he kills you or your clone, then the Kira suspect list will be narrowed down significantly, even if he makes your death look like an accident. She shrugs. Besides, we already alerted the other foreign agents who traveled with us that if anything happens to us, if we die prematurely, then assume that Kira is someone in the police station. She finishes half of her steak. But moving away from that topic, we should talk about the future. Did you bring the footage? Kleber took out his phone. Agatha took the phone and reviewed the camera footage Kleber managed to capture. It was of Knight's children, Rain and Archangel, walking home from school with a female Shinigami floating behind them. The female Shinigami is trailing the children. She points to the screen. You may see nothing but I can see the Shinigami. It seems like the children are in on it. And if the bodycam footage you have on the police station is any indication. She flipped through the phone's photo gallery before she pulled up the footage Kleber had of the female Shinigami flying behind Iris. It seems that the entire Yagami family is in on it. Kleber flinches. Rules of engagement? There are 6 Kiras, counting Kuroki. If we want to expose them for the killers they are, we're going to put them in a position where they'll be forced to admit that they are Kira. But if what the police reports say is true then that means dash. Kira's power can be transferred to another person. She holds a finger up. First of all, we must figure out how they kill and then we go from there. Once we find out their juicy secrets, then we can follow the path to victory. Kleber nods. Roger that. With Rain. Playground. With no school today, Rain was hanging out with her friends at the park. She sipped limeade from a bottle as she swung on the swing set. Her 3 friends that came with her were egging Rain to jump out of the swing set while it was in the air. No thanks, she declined. If I fly up, so does the soda in my belly. She stops swinging and finishes half of her soda. As she was about to kick her feet out to go up on the swing once more, she spots something in the corner of her eye. A red car with a license plate that read Nyag was parked in the parking lot. Rain finishes the rest of her soda before getting out of the seat and letting one of her friends take a swing on the swing set. She tosses her bottle in the trash before looking to her left where her 2 younger brothers who tagged along with their friends were hanging out on the slides and monkey bar area. Rain walks up to her siblings and drags them away by the hair. Who likes looking at the same car over and over again? She asks. Archer and Angel looked at each other weirdly, a silent conversation going on between the twins before they looked back at their sister. "Not me," Archer answered. "Me too," Angel answered. "Well, if you're getting tired of looking at the same car, let me know, okay?" They both nodded with a grunt. "Color?" Angel asked. "Red." "License plate?" Archer perked up. "Kilo November India Yankee Alpha Golf." They gave a second nod and grunt. After they were done playing at the playground, the three children waved goodbye to their friends before they began their journey home. Rain walked ahead of her two younger brothers and stared ahead. Archer and Angel looked around them as they walked from the park through the city and back home. When they came to a crosswalk, Archer looked to his left and saw a red car pull up to the curb across the street from them. Archer tilted his head when he read the license plate, and when he realized its contents, he hid his face into his sister's back. "Ah," Rain droned, "you love me so much you're using the back of my shirt as a napkin." Angel patted his brother's back. He saw his brother's face and saw the shock on it. Archer silently gestured to the red car, and when he saw the license plate, he bit his lip and shrank back a little. The light turned green and they blended in with a crowd of people walking across the street. "Getting tired of seeing the same thing over and over again?" Rain asked. When the twins said nothing, Rain spoke again. "Cars like that must be a dime a dozen." She takes out her phone and, pretending to call her parents, snaps a photo of the car, but the driver inside was mysteriously invisible. Yagami home. With everyone gathered around after a hard day's work, it was time to discuss important topics before they were too late to do anything about it. The Yagami family plus Kuroki sat at the dinner table, looking at each other nervously as Knight spoke first. "There's been a change in the status quo," Knight announced. "Our dear friend, Kleber, has lost all sense of fear within him. As long as we can still manipulate him, then that's fine, but according to what Iris said." "They brought in the real Rainer Kleber," Iris confirmed. "I used my Shinigami eyes. They replaced Jack August, the doppelganger, with the real Rainer Kleber." "I've been keeping a close eye on everyone," Kuroki chimed in. "I've been watching Jack August with my Shinigami eyes, and he's still frightful and staying as far away from Agatha's prison cell as possible. But with the real Rainer Kleber coming into the police station things will get complicated," Knight said. "We're going to have to pay extra special attention to everything that goes on around us, from the real Kleber to the fake Kleber to Agatha behind bars." "And our stalkers," Rain said. She took out her phone. "Someone in a car had been stalking us from the park and to several intersections." Knight grabbed the phone and looked over the 4 photos Rain took of the red car. He spotted the license plate number and grimaced. "My name as a license plate? What the fuck is going on here?" "I think they're trying to set you up," Archer figured. "I mean, Nyag obviously reads as Knight Yagami, and if Agatha is in prison then she might be trying to frame you or something." "That won't work," Knight cut down. "It's going to take a lot more than a license plate to take me down." He narrowed his eyes. "But what's most suspicious is that they sent someone to stalk the 3 of you." Iris glared at the phone, her open hand becoming a fist. "Did you snap a photo of their faces?" Rain shook her head. "Negative. Whenever I snapped a picture of them, the driver was almost always out of view or out of sight." She rubs her chin. "Maybe they have some kind of special mirrors to make it look like the inside of the car is empty. Kinda like one-way glass." "That won't help them one bit," Iris declared. Knight bit her lower lip. "Gilth, Massey, in the past week, have you been following the children in public?" Gilth and Massey came into view. Gilth spoke first and said, "No." Massey answered, "Yes. But only because you told me to." Knight glared at her. "If what I'm seeing is true, then I'm willing to bet that Agatha became aware that Mom is following our kids and is having one of her colleagues on the outside stalk our children. Son of a bitch. That means she believes the whole family is connected to Kira," Kuroki finished. "Shit," Knight curses. "Fuck. Her knowing that Kuroki and I were Kira was trouble enough, but now that she is sending more of her people after my family, that's bad news." The only person who doesn't seem to be a target so far is Iris. I've seen a few names walking around me, Iris told. Unlike our kid's case and them being followed, these names have been watching me from a distance and leaving after a certain amount of time. More stalkers? Rain asked. Well, this family sure has a knack for stalkers. Massey chuckled. We have to unmask Agatha as soon as possible, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Tonight, midnight tonight, no, at 3 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, we're going to give Jack August the orders to break into Agatha's cell and rip that fucking mask from her face. Then once we see her name and face with the Shinigami eyes, we'll kill her. What about the Shinigami King's challenge? Gilth asked. Fuck the king, I'll find some other way to kill him. No matter what, we have to eliminate Agatha Siegel as quickly as possible. I agree, Iris said. First of all, we need a plan. Knight nodded and thumbed his chin. He took a moment to consider all the factors to his mission and all the things that could go wrong. I'm willing to bet that it isn't going to be easy. Let's say that we have Jack August unmask Agatha in her prison cell and then have him send us a photo of her face to us. If we kill her, then there's no guarantee her employees stalking us won't do anything about it. The way things are looking, we may need to take care of them first before dealing with her. However, there are still other factors to consider. We don't know how many stalkers there are, and that's not even mentioning the fact we don't know their names or face. If we want to take these guys out, we need to get them off our back. How about we frame them? Archer considered. Let's say that we're being stalked by some strange foreigners and that we need the police to keep an eye out for them. There's no guarantee they're foreigners, Rain pointed out. We're only going off the assumption they're non-natives because Agatha isn't a native to Japan. Correct, Iris confirmed. Even so, we could use my voice to frame them, Angel suggested. I could pretend to be one of them and then we can frame them? I'm pretty sure the police will have a plausible reason to put bugs on them. Do you know what our stalkers sound like? Rain asked sternly. When she saw Angel shake his head, she nodded. Exactly, we know nothing about our stalkers, let alone their gender. How about we frame them as Zeke's accomplices? Kuroki spoke up. After all, if we framed Agatha Siegel as Zeke, then we can frame the people stalking us as Zeke's accomplices. Knight looked over at Kuroki and smiled. Perfect. That's the plan. We're going to find out what we can about these stalkers and then we frame them as Zeke. But if we go through with this plan, there are other things to consider, like how we frame them as accomplices to Zeke. My voice, Angel said once more. We can use my Agatha Siegel voice to talk to the stalkers. Again, we need to find out what we can about these stalkers first, and even so, it would be highly improbable for Agatha Siegel to use a phone, even if she was locked in a jail cell, because she would be watched at all times. We frame ourselves as Kira, Iris suddenly spoke up. Her eyes widened and she looked up at her husband. If we framed Agatha Siegel as Zeke, an entity we made up to get her in jail, then we can make it look like a piss-poor attempt that the stalkers are trying to frame us as Kira. Knight smiled. That's an ingenious plan. He laughed loudly. If we make it look like they're trying to frame us to get their boss off the hook, then it'll make them look all the more guilty. He holds a finger up. However, if we're not careful with how we frame ourselves, then we could risk exposing ourselves as the true Kiras. There may be an investigation into us. That means, if we go with this plan and frame ourselves to frame them as Zeke's accomplices, then we have to be very careful. Gilth laughed. This will be a very risky plan, Knight. The slightest mistake will compromise not just you but your entire family. Knight looked at his undead father. I'm well aware of that. He snaps his fingers. But there is one thing I'm curious about. How did Agatha Siegel manage to get her hands on a piece of the notebook? After all, Shinigami can only be seen by those who have touched the notebook. Gilth laughs with a grunt before contemplating his answer. I think I have an explanation. Everyone turned to him and paid very close attention. I heard rumors about it during my time in the Shinigami realm, but I never thought much of it. I figured the Shinigami EES were a separate thing, but just get on with it, Knight urged. There are some humans in the human realm who were born with the ability to see Shinigami. Knight flinches. What? How the fuck is that possible? How can one be born with the ability to see Shinigami? If humans can be born with Shinigami eyes, Rain began, i.e., beyond birthday, Midnight Slaughterer, and Cronus and Oedipus, then it's not outside the realm of possibility for someone to be born with the ability to see Shinigami, even without touching a notebook. But how is that possible? Knight demanded. How is that fucking possible? I mean, with Shinigami eyes, you trade to have Shinigami eyes dash. And beyond birthday, Midnight Slaughter, and Cronus and Oedipus didn't have to trade their lifespans for anything, Iris reminded. If they can be born congenitally with Shinigami eyes, they can be born with the ability to see Shinigami. Even so, something like that requires more research. We'll figure that out later. That's the next explanation you're going to get, Gilth confirmed. After all, it's the only thing I can think of that would explain her unnatural eye at spotting Shinigami. Knight's eyes widened. And why the Shinigami King wants to get rid of her. He chose her for me to kill not only because her face is hidden but because she can see Shinigami naturally. He clenches his fists and ground his teeth together. That son of a bitch set me up. He looks at Iris. Change of plans. We're going to keep Agatha alive just long enough for me to kill her and the Shinigami King at the same time. Don't get all emotional, Knight, Iris warned. If you become too impatient and irrational, you'll make a mistake that costs you your life. Shut up, he hissed. We're going to send a letter to Jack August immediately and we're going to have him break into Agatha's cell within the hour and we're going to unmask that bitch. Iris grabbed her husband's hand. Knight, please, think dash. Knight snatches his hand back. Iris slaps him across the face. Knight looks at her, his cheek burning red with his eyes burning daggers at her. Say your net words very carefully, Iris, or it'll be the end for you. We're going to help you, she reassured. We're going to help you kill Agatha and the Shinigami King, I promise, but we all need to be rational and patient. Please. She grasps his hand tightly. Please, don't slap us or shove us away, please. Knight stared at Iris, regarding her for a few seconds before his expression softened. You have a point. I'm sorry, I lost my temper there. She gently pats her husband's hand. We'll kill Agatha and the Shinigami King, together. Just out of the corner of their eyes, Archer and Angel flinched nervously and clung to each other as the argument began to calm down. Rain's eyes flickered from her father to her mother before settling on the table before her. She looks at the window with a blank expression on her face before biting her lower lip. With Agatha. Agatha picks up her phone and scrolls through the most recent text messages that came from her cronies. According to Kleber, Jack August was seen in the police station the faker was being held at. Agatha smiles and took a sip of beer. Well, it looks like August is going for the throat, she chuckles. He's heading into the prison where the fake me is at. To visit or perhaps, tear my mask off. She strokes her face mask. Go on then, August, peel off my mask and see what happens. Chapter 98, Loved Ones. September 28, 2048. Temporary holding cell. It was early in the morning, too early to be considered morning. It was 2 o'clock at night when Jack August was sneaking around the police precinct that was holding the Zeke suspect in the holding cells. After making regular trips to the precinct using his alias, he had managed to get on the good side of everyone working there, but day and night shifts. It was Procura's orders that he become acquainted with the associates working there and gain his trust so that when the time comes, he could sneak into the holding cells and do his business. That's why he was standing outside of the holding cells holding the Zeke suspect right now. Sonia woke up, not that she had been sleeping much at this time, and quickly adjusted her mask before she spots someone standing at the front of her jail cell. Sonia wakes up and promptly makes her voice deep. Did you get lost during your midnight stroll? August felt his heart pound in his chest. If he was going to do this, it had to be now. I just wanted to talk to you about this Zeke investigation. Of course, that's all anybody cares about right now, Zeke. If I can get her to come up to the bars in front of me, I can snatch the mask off her face. Are you still denying the allegations against you? Sonia laughed. Duh, because I'm innocent. Even so, why would I call myself Zeke? Zeke is a disgusting boy's name. It is, but, dare I say, it's fitting in becoming of someone like you? Sonia laughs. That's rich. Rich indeed, young man. She stands up and reaches under her bed and pulls out a bag of cough drops. Feeling like you have a sore throat? Every day since I was born. So have I. She stands up and walks to where August was standing before stopping halfway. Why are you really here, Kleber? Did your date cancel on you and you came to me for comfort? Hate to say it, but you need to grow out of this little boy phase. August chuckles humorlessly. I agree. He put his hand on the bar. But I wish to stay a little boy just a little while longer. He discreetly reached into his back pocket and pulled out his phone. Without looking, he managed to turn on his camera and waited patiently. Can you come pat my head just like my mother used to do? Sonia pops a cough drop in her mouth and chews it loudly. She contemplates before putting the cough drops down. She moves up to the bars and reaches a hand through them. If my suspicions are correct, then he's going to do what I think he's going to do. Agatha told me if this happens, then let it happen. I don't know what her plan is exactly, but I can't pass up this opportunity. If it means catching Kira, then I will happily oblige. When her hand made contact with his hair, August grabbed her by the elbow, yanked her arm through the bars, nearly ripping it out of her socket, and made Sonia hit her head against the bars. Dazed for a moment, August used his hand that was holding his phone to rip the face mask off of Sonia. He tossed it to the ground before snapping a photo of her face. If you wanted a picture of me, all you had to do was ask. Sonia groaned, her true voice coming through. August didn't seem to notice. Checking the quality of the photo on his phone, he sees no blurs in the image and quickly pockets the device. He yanks on her arm once more, forcing her to hit her head against the bars before he shoved her back. He reached down and picked up her face mask before tossing it back inside. I guess all those legends about you having a mask burned to your face were false, August declared. I should have known. Who in their right fucking mind would not remove a mask burned to their face? Kira is a great incentive not to have a face at all, Sonia hissed. And Zeke, apparently. August turned his back to the bars. See you later, Agatha Siegel. And you too, Rainer Kleber. Now that he had finally fulfilled his end of the bargain, August walked out of the precinct with everyone casting him nonchalantly looking as he strode out of the place. He checked the 2 photos on his phone once more before deciding to send both of them to the new number Kira told him to send them to. Ex-convict's house. Ex-convict Yoshinori Hanjo had received a text message on his phone. Looking down at his phone, he checked the new text message before seeing it was 2 photos. He turns off his phone before he walks out of his home. He walks to his mailbox on the front lawn before putting his phone into the mailbox. He walks back inside where he promptly dies of a heart attack. Another ex-convict named Hiraga Endo was walking down the street 30 minutes later and he reached into the mailbox to pull out the cell phone. The phone did not have any sort of password protection, so it was easy for him to access the text messages. He quickly sent the text messages to himself before he immediately uploaded them to several social media sites using a hashtag or 2 before he went inside Yoshinori's house and promptly died of a heart attack. The Yagami household. Knight had been up for a long time, waiting patiently, almost impatiently for Hiraga Endo's Twitter page to upload. He was getting tired staring at his laptop and he wanted to get to bed because he had work in the morning but was motivated to wake up when he saw his notifications pop up. Endo had uploaded his Twitter page. He had been waiting all night for this notification while sitting in bed. He quickly hits his wife on the shoulder to wake her up. Iris stirs in her sleep before sitting up and sees the light illuminating Knight's laptop to be painfully bright. What? She asked, her groggy voice making her British accent sound thick. We have Agatha Siegel's face. He didn't seem so sure, especially with the fact that he was staring a little too long at the photos. He looked at the picture hard, studying it carefully and noting the features that had been uploaded. The Agatha Siegel in the photo had their mask removed, but there was nothing to indicate that the mask was pulled from her face using force. Agatha's mask was supposed to be burned to her face, yet here she was, having an unburned face that wasn't bleeding when this supposedly burned-on mask was ripped from her flesh. "Use your Shinigami eyes," Knight ordered. "Is that Agatha Siegel?" Iris activated her Shinigami eyes. "No," she whispered just loud enough for her husband to hear. "The name I'm seeing above her head is Sonia Zahn." Knight clenched his fists. "Are you fucking kidding me?" "No," Iris said regretfully. "That's not Agatha Siegel. Maybe she's using an alias and dash. All of the resources Kuroki provided us prove that Agatha Siegel is her true name." Knight gripped his hair tightly. "Fucking bitch!" He gets out of bed, nearly knocking his laptop off his lap before Iris caught it. Knight paced around the bedroom, hands threatening to rip his hair out before he fell to his knees. "Are you telling me that Agatha Siegel had sent in a double on the day she was going to be arrested?" He looked down at the ground. Even though the lights were off in the room and the only light was coming from the laptop, it felt like Knight could see his entire life flashing before his eyes. "We have to find that bitch and kill her immediately." Iris got out of bed and went to his side. "Knight, please, I implore you to take a deep breath and calm down." She carefully wraps her hands around his chest and pulls him in. "It's okay, Knight, I'm here for you." She carefully pried his hands from his hair so she had enough room to stroke his hair. "I'm here for you," she said in a soothing voice. "Whatever you need, Knight, I will help you get it." The fire in Knight was still burning bright and fast, but when Knight felt Iris's heart beat against his chest, the fire in him slowly subsided. He sighed softly before closing his eyes and snuggling into her chest. He didn't know when, but his arms developed a mind of their own when they wrapped around his wife softly and pulled her in. Iris continued to stroke Knight's hair before pulling his head in and letting it rest on the area above her sternum and below her neck. Knight closed his eyes and sighed. Suddenly, it felt like there was someone else in the room with him. He would have guessed the kids or his Shinigami companions, but no. It felt like a familiar presence he hadn't felt in a long time. When he opened his eyes and peered into the darkness behind him, he saw the familiar figures of Mayu and Toma Kamaya standing before him. Both reached out and stroked a hand on Knight's head, both reassuring him that everything was going to be all right without saying anything. "Mom, Dad," he almost purred in his head. "It's been a long time." The two figures vanished as Knight looked up. Iris was looking down at him, still stroking his head, and she quickly bestowed a kiss on his forehead. His eyelids suddenly became heavy and he decided to revel in the warmth of his wife just a bit longer and tightened his grip around her waist once more. The morning after. Agatha Siegel's basement. Agatha Siegel checked her phone to see what her stalker Jack August had to say. According to Kleber and Sonia, August had ripped Sonia's mask off after snapping a few photos. It seems that August finally acted on Kira's behalf. The fact that August ripped Sonia's mask off in the jail cell proves to Agatha that Kira is unaware that she had been swapped for a double. Agatha smiles and takes a bite of her steak. If Kira thinks that I'm in a jail cell, then he is unaware of my current location and status. That part should be obvious. Even if August sent those photos to Kira in some way, then we are still at a disadvantage. For example, we don't know when Kira uses his power or how he uses his power. That means dash. There is no way to positively fake our death to Kira. Exactly. We don't know when or how Kira will try and kill us. If we screw up on faking our deaths, then he'll know immediately that something is up and suspect that Sonia isn't the real me. But we have a head start because he doesn't know where we are. Yeah, that's some positive thinking right there. She takes another bite of steak. Is it time for the next round? Escalation. You know why I love Call of Duty Zombie Mode so much? Escalation. Each round gets harder and harder. Exactly. Once Kira finds out that Sonia is a doppelganger, we're going to have to act fast, and I believe I have a plan. It was still early in the night, but she was sure that Kleber and all her cohorts would see her messages the minute he woke up if she scheduled a text message to go out at a certain time. Morning time. Police station. When Kleber went into the police station, he did so with the utmost confidence in whatever Agatha Siegel was planning. When he walked into the police station, the feeling he felt in his chest could only be described as weightless, like all the weight in his body had vanished and he was floating in the air like a balloon on helium. The atmosphere around the police was the same, but ever since he heard from Agatha that Jack August pulled Sonia's mask off, he felt like he could rule the world. Kira had fallen for the look-alike trick and would be at a massive disadvantage. But if things got out of hand, his face was still exposed, and if Kira really was who Agatha said he was, then he was in trouble. When Knight Yagami walked into the police station just 5 minutes later, something was off. Knight Yagami was smiling, like there was nothing in the world he couldn't destroy. Kleber stared at Knight's glowy smile for about 30 seconds, not realizing he was holding his breath until he started coughing. He pulled out his inhaler and took a big puff. God damn it, he cursed before tucking his inhaler away. He approached the glowy officer as he sat in his cubicle. Knight rotated in his chair. Lovely morning, Kleber? Oh, how the tables have turned, now I am the one who is smiling as he's walking into the station. You look happy. Did you finally win an argument with your wife? Knight chuckled. Oh, I always win, Mr. Kleber, I always win. You're looking down today? Did someone walk up to you with a fantastic four-thing toy and say, it's Kleber ing time? Kleber sighs. Why must everybody say that? I pity the woman who took your father's name. Divorced parents. Dead parents. So we both got deep parents in our family. Yep, we're a couple of fucked up children. He pats his knee, almost like he was signaling a dog to sit on his lap. So, is there something you needed, or did you just come here to spit words at me? Spitting in someone's face is a sin, even if it is words and not saliva. The Kirin made the Christian religion practically non-existent. For good reason, that heaven and hell crap was getting boring. Heaven and hell don't exist. Skeptic and atheist, I like it. Of course, a neo-Nazi like you would. Kleber narrowed his eyes. Oh, that's right, my dear doppelganger Jack August is a neo-Nazi. What would a neo-Nazi say in this scenario? God is poison. Like cyanide. Knight gestures to his desk. Well then, I gotta get back to work. So unless you have something else to say to me, you can skedaddle out of here and find some Christian mint talk you to death with that cyanide god crap. And I will, Kleber hissed. Knight rotated in his chair and turned back to the papers presented before him. Gilth materialized out of thin air and chuckled. He leaned to whisper in Knight's ear. He's seeming a little sour today. Knight nods subtly. 1 hour ago. The Yagami household. So there is a double of Agatha, Kuroki recapped, and her name is Sonia Zahn. Agatha Siegel has a doppelganger working for her, and Rainer Kleber has a doppelganger working for him. For the love of God, how many doppelgangers are there? I understand that there are like 7 or so people in the world who look exactly like you, but dash. It doesn't matter, Knight declared. Our plan for framing ourselves as Kira is going to have to be shelved for the time being. He rests his elbows on the table. As much as I wanted to kill Sonia, I can't do it. If I kill Sonia Zahn, then the real Agatha Siegel will have more freedom to roam around because the police will believe she was killed. He smiles suddenly. However, if I leave Sonia alive, then it works as an advantage in our favor. Because, while Agatha may be born with the ability to see Shinigami, she doesn't know about the Death Note or Shinigami eyes. Iris nodded. If she knew about the Shinigami eyes, then she never would have sent in the real Rainer Kleber, or otherwise, she would have known that we would see his real name. So she knows our identity but not how our power works. We are going to use that to our advantage. Agatha will probably be wondering why Sonia is still alive and will most likely be nervous. She's probably thinking that we're going to do something to Sonia, but in reality, it's the stalkers and Kleber we're going after. Knight smiled. Exactly. Our plan is simple. We're going to use Kleber to find Agatha Siegel's real location. However, if we want to back Agatha into a corner where she has no contingencies, then we need to make sure that all of her stalkers she has on us are taken care of. Rain sat up at the kitchen table. Our plan to figure out their identities is still a go? Absolutely, Knight nodded. Children, I want you to figure out the identities of your stalkers. All of you are smart, I trust your judgment. My mother, Kuroki, suddenly spoke. She can help us. If we have the kids take pictures of their stalkers, the stalkers will get suspicious. The second they pull out a phone, they're going to be on guard, which means dash. Your mother can help us, Iris proclaimed. That sounds like a good idea. If we can get the stalkers into a public place, Rain began, and then have your mother take pictures of them, then we can get a good look at their faces. After that dash. We can control every single one of her minions, Archer smiled. And then we can control Kleber. Knight decided to finish the plan. After we have control over all her people, we send them all to her house and then we have them attack her, force her mask off, and then upload her face to the web. After that, we can kill her. He leans back in his chair, his smile widening. It's a perfect plan. However, if we do this, if we're going to unmask and then kill her, then it needs to be planned on a very specific date. I already have a plan to kill the Shinigami King. Gilth and Massey materialized behind Knight. What's your great plan to kill the king? Massey wondered. Knight looked at his family and told them the plan. Genius, Gilth praised. That is genius. But it's risky. If you're not careful, he could write your name in the death note. Knight stands up. That's why, when this happens, I need you to be up there in the Shinigami realm, keeping a very close eye on the Shinigami King. And if the worst happens... Knight told Gilth his plan for how he could kill the Shinigami King. You can practice on humans in the human world with Mom. Gilth looked at Massey and narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can keep up, Massey? Always, Massey declared. Anything to help our little Nightlight. Knight nods smugly. Good. He turned back to his family. First of all, let's focus on gathering the names of all these stalkers, and then when the time comes, we ambush Agatha. He claps his hands together. Kuroki, how soon can you get your mother to help me? If I told her that today was Tuesday, then she can help me the second before yesterday. Good to know. This is a real game of cat and mouse, Archer said. Tom and Jerry, Rain droned. M-rating version. Sounds fun. Am I going to be doing a lot of phone calls? Angel suddenly asked. Rain looked at him. When you two went dressed as Ghostface 2 years ago, Archer was Ghostface and you were the voice. That was fun. Yes, Iris answered. Angel, you may be doing a lot of voiceovers. A lot of cloak and dagger, Rain added. The genre of this adventure is spying. Espionage. And given all the fakers running around, we might as well be in a whodunit story. But we're the writers in this story, Knight declared. And the writers of their final fates. He taps the death note on the table. We're going to win. As long as we keep our eyes and keep our fingers clean of evidence, we will win. He smiles once more. We always win. Knight kept a close eye on Kleber for the rest of the day. This is going to be so much fun. And I can't wait for this battle to continue. It's been far too long having some kind of challenge to excite me. Thank you for providing that challenge for me, Agatha, but this will soon be the time that you die. He was mentally singing the last part. Meanwhile, Kleber was looking back at Knight and keeping an eye on him. You are going to lose, Kira. Her name may be a coincidence, but Agatha's name is Agatha for a reason. 1 hour ago. Yellow Box Warehouse. Kleber met up with the other 4 men from his team. All 5 men stood near the red door leading into the warehouse and flinched when they saw Agatha standing in the middle of the infrastructure. Agatha looked at her cohorts and smiled. She tugged on her mask before she motioned for the men to come into the building. They closed the door shut behind them and waited patiently for Agatha's words. It seems that everything is going exactly as planned, Agatha declared. Things are only going to escalate from here. My doppelganger may have been unmasked, but for whatever reason, Sonia is still alive. She looks at Kleber. Was the plastic surgery a success? Yes, Kleber declared. The 4 thugs working for us all had plastic surgery to look like the men behind me. But I question why though? Agatha smiles once. Isn't it obvious? Because Kira needs a name and a face in order to kill, he is at a disadvantage because he doesn't know what I look like. But given that sent August after me, his plan is to have someone he is able to control to rip my mask off. That means that every single one of you is a potential puppet for him to control. But, if we take away his advantage, then he won't be able to attack. That's why I had the thugs get plastic surgery to look exactly like you guys. If he kills a person with a suspicious face, then he'll be feeling safe, but once he sees that same face keep coming back to him, then he'll feel cornered. The more he's cornered, the most desperate he'll be. If we keep this up, then this plan will work. If we have him kill the same people with the same faces over and over again, then pretty soon, he'll be too distracted to notice we'll be sneaking more doppelgangers in his vicinity. She arches her back and looks to the sky. This will be the last year of this Kira's reign of terror. We will go down in history as the men who took down the successor Kira. She looks back at her men. Are you guys willing to give your lives in order to take Kira down? Yes, all 5 men declared. Good. Agatha chuckles before looking at the ground, kicking her shoes against a pebble. Let the penultimate act against Kira commence now. Chapter 99, Losing Battle. September 29th, 2048. Downtown, Tokyo. It was times like this when the temperature suddenly took a turn for the cold. It was September, so there still should have been plenty of summer or fall seasons keeping the people warm. Everyone was tugging on their jackets or pushing down on the hairs that the cold made stick up. Rain, however, gave no reaction to the cold. Archer and Angel were feeling a different kind of cold today. As they walked across the street with a large group of people, they stayed close in their social circle of friends. Rain had a soda bottle with her and drank it. She paid attention to the road in front of her while keeping a listening eye on what her friends were saying. There was that red car once more, and she quickly took out her phone. The red car was parked on the curb a block down. Rain made sure her phone was out of sight from the car before she put it to her ear and started speaking. I think I left something behind at the park. A few seconds later, she heard the very faint sound of a camera snapping a photo. It's okay, I have what you're looking for, the voice on the other end came through. Thank you. Rain hangs up. A few seconds later, she gets a text message with a photo attached. She waits until they were clear of the crosswalk before her social group hung out in an alleyway. When everyone was talking amongst themselves, Rain opened the image attachment. The person in the photo had a snapshot taken of them from the side from a distance away. The photographer had to zoom in and make sure the quality wasn't blurry. Rain activated her Shinigami eyes. Fran's friend the Shinigami eyes read. Rain turns her cell phone over before whistling for her brothers. Archer and Angel reunite with her and she shows them the picture. Fran's friend, she whispered. We got the name of one of our stalkers. Pretty generic looking, Archer said. The price of being a red shirt, I guess. I can copy his voice, Angel hushed. I just need to hear his voice. Rain pockets her phone. Now we just got to wait on the other stalkers. Already got it, Archer claimed. He and his brother both pull out their phones. There were 2 guys our friend caught. Rain uses her Shinigami eyes. Adam Brunwald and Clayton Harmon. Those are the names Mom has been seeing following her too, Angel hushed once more. Just one more name and we should be golden, Archer figured. We just need the name of the person that has been following Kuroki. Rain nods. I have faith in Kuroki's ability to sniff out her stalker. Other side of town. Yuri Kuroki took an hour's lunch break to meet up with her mother at a Starbucks restaurant. She had already found a table with 2 chairs and waited patiently for her mother. She took out her phone and pretended to be talking with her mother. In reality, she was looking in the reflection of the cafe's window to try and find any familiar names or faces. When she spotted the familiar face hiding in a car in the parking lot, she opted not to take a photo for the time being. She quickly takes a look at the position of the sun and if there were any clouds. She was thanking whatever deity in the sky that was real that she was sitting outside. I am sitting, facing north, and the sun is currently to my left or west. If I play my cards right then. Yuri, a familiar voice spoke up. Yuri's mother came into view. She had a large digital camera hanging around her neck and she smiled up sitting down. Mom, Kuroki smiled and hugged her mother. Always a treat to meet you. She picks up the camera. Wow, look at this baby. Perfection. Using her body to shield the camera from her stalker's view, she quickly sets a timer before setting it down on the middle of the table and angles it towards the stalker. 5 seconds later, the camera took a photo of the stalker hiding in his car and she was glad her mother had the foresight to disable the flash. Have a seat, Kuroki insisted. Once both mother and daughter were settled down, Kuroki and Ohashi began having a conversation. Hot chocolate? Ohashi asked. That was your favorite growing up, according to your father. I'll have to take your word for it. Is your memory still not back? Nope. As I've said before, if my memory does not come back after a decade and a half then it's gone. This memory loss of mine is permanent. Oh. Ohashi suddenly looked down. Espresso? Kuroki asked. Your favorite, right? Yes. A waitress approached them and took their orders. After waiting for a few minutes, their orders came to them and they began chatting away about generic stuff. How was your day today? Kuroki asked. I took a few field trips here and there. She smiles mischievously. Good. Translation, she managed to snap photos of Rain, Archangel, and Iris as stalkers. She is truly an amazing human being. You'll have to bring me on one of these field trips soon. And since I snapped a photo of my stalker using the timer, we now have the names and faces of all the stalkers coming after us. After they finished their drinks, Kuroki noticed the position of the sun. No clouds made it shine brightly on them. It was now the opportune moment. Would you like to take a picture with me? Of course. The two women stood up and Kuroki used her cell phone to try and take a selfie. They faced west where the sun was positioned and Kuroki pretended that the light was blinding her. They turned around so they were facing towards the cafe and Kuroki made sure that the stalker's car was in the camera before she snapped a photo. Kuroki pocketed her cell phone before waving goodbye to her mother. After she got in her car, she opened her phone to take a look at the stalker's mugshot. Then her mother sends her an image from the digital camera and when she looks at the photo, her jaw drops. She looks over the two photos once more to make sure her eyes weren't betraying her. She sighs heavily, feeling her heart rate spike before she picked up the phone and dialed Knight. She tried to remember code words in case anything went wrong. You couldn't be too careful nowadays with every phone conversation in existence now being tapped by cybercrime analysts. When Knight picked up, the code word came back to her. I was having a lunch break with my mom and they got my order wrong. So I see. Tell me all about when you visit. Kuroki makes a grunt while nodding before hanging up. She quickly looks over the photos once more before she narrows her eyes and starts the car up. Agatha Siegel, mark my words that I will make sure that you are dead. With Rain. When the social circle was walking once more, they headed to the park this time to hang out. Rain checked the reflection in her cell phone to see that the car stalking them had vanished. And then it reappeared moments later. She could see the driver's face in the reflection and barely managed to snap a photo of the car. When she looked over the photo, she blinked thrice. When they made it to the park, everyone was hanging around the swing set while the Yagami children hung around the slide area. Even though they were somewhat too big, they climbed into the big blue slide and stayed in the middle section. We got a problem, Rain told. She showed them the photo. Do you see this man in the picture? It's the same guy you snapped a photo of earlier, Archer said. Or is it something else? Angel asked. Are your eyes telling you something? My Shinigami eyes never lie. This man is a doppelganger of the last stalker. The one walking me was called Franz's friend, and the one in the most recent photo is Foster Forrester. Ew, Archer cringed. What kind of name is Foster? One that Foster's parents gladly gave him to embarrass him. She puts her phone away. Did you snap any more photos of your stalkers? Archer took out his phone. Me and Angel took a selfie, pretending to be the other to fool anyone who might ask. But we caught our two stalkers in the background. Rain checked their names. Sarah Wilbur and Donnie Sanborn. She closes her eyes. It appears that there are a lot of doppelgangers than we've realized. She holds her hand up. I understand that there are at least 7 people in the world who look exactly like you, but this is ridiculous. She opens her eyes. Unless, these guys simply had plastic surgery to make themselves look like one of Agatha's minions. Oh, plastic surgery. Honestly, it needs another name. Why? Angel asked. Why make so many doubles of so many people? To throw us off, Rain said simply, if we don't know who's who, then it'll be difficult to manipulate them. It also makes it hard to find out who is working for Agatha Siegel. Therefore, well, the B&D is German, so obviously the people who are helping Agatha would be German. Then how do you explain the non-German names? Maybe their parents liked English so much they gave their children English names. Unlikely. But one thing we have to find out is if they're people who look like the person they're pretending to be, or if they're people who have undergone thousands of dollars worth of plastic surgery. But that is a mission for another time. Slide down the slide and pretend everything is normal and keep an eye out. Archer slid first. If they keep switching people, then dash. Then we'll get a rough estimate of how many stalkers and doubles there are, Angel finished. He slides next. If there is a third name we see to their faces, we can conclude there is a small army of doppelgangers. But if we see a rotation of names, like Franz's friend and Foster Forrester, then we'll know that there's only 2 of a kind for each person. She slides after them. When they reunited with their friends, they were made fun of for climbing up the slide, but as usual, Rain gave no response. She pretended to look in the direction of her siblings when she spotted the car stalking them. They had been hiding in the slide for about 3 minutes or so. Rain subtly captures another photo before looking at it. This time, the name was Franz's friend. She pockets her cell phone. With karaoke. Well, this is bullshit. 2 people, 1 car, and both look alike. Jesus Christ, how many doubles and doppelgangers does Agatha have up her sleeve? Karaoke pulled up to a curb after realizing she still had 20 minutes of her lunch break remaining. She had to get back to work soon, but she also needed to confirm something with these people that had been tailing her. She waited for the stalker's car to pull up to her before she stared her car up once more. She begins driving with the stalker's car directly behind her. When she saw the light turn yellow, she sped up. It turned red when the stalker's car passed. Crash! The stalker's car collides with a civilian car and both cars are brought to a halt. Karaoke pulls up to the side of the road and gets out of the car. She walks into the center of the intersection where the 2 cars rested. What the shit? The civilian driver yelled as she got out. She was an American with blonde hair and a lot of diamond tattoos on her neck. This is my first day driving in your country and you wreck my car? The stalker gets out of his car, a dazed look on his face. Karaoke brandishes her badge. Don't worry, I saw everything that happened. And I'm sorry that dash. Why couldn't my boyfriend's car get ruined? Why did it have to be my car? Karaoke flinches. She acts her Shinigami eyes. I'll try and remember your name, Nellie Diamond. Karaoke uses her Shinigami eyes on the stalkers. I took a picture of the stalker on the digital camera first, then my cell phone. The name on the digital camera was Larry Cox and the name on the cell phone was Hans Henning. Nice to meet you, Larry Cox. You're paying for my car repairments, bitch, Nellie demanded. I want cash instead of checks. Larry Cox looked at her with an unamused look on his face. We can work something out. Let me see your ID, Kuroki demanded. Larry Cox handed her his ID. She looked it over and recorded as much information as she could on a notepad she took out. Interesting, his name is Larry Cox yet his ID says Peter Saxton. Huh, so not only do the stalkers stalking us have doubles, these doubles have fake aliases. It's kinda like three-way protection. If Kira doesn't know which enemy is the real one, sans the clone fact or the fake ID, then it'll be harder to tell who's who. After Kuroki filed all the necessary information, she went back to her car and pretended to catalog the information. She quickly did a run-through of all information that his real name or alias could hold. After she finished, she turned back to continue the conversation when Larry Cox suddenly pulled out a large wad of yen bills and handed them to Nellie. This should be more than enough to compensate, Larry Cox told her. I wish you will. Nellie took the money and quickly counted it. Did you have to give it to me in broad daylight in the middle of the street? What if someone decided to rob me? There's a cop here, I'm sure no one would think twice. Even so, they'll be punished by Kira should they steal from you. Kuroki's ears perk up. I can always take the money if dash. Nope, Nellie suddenly told. She went into her car and threw the money in the glove compartment. My money now. Are we square? Yes, we are square. She takes one more look at the damage to her car. The front is damaged slightly but still drivable. She points to his car. Your car doors are busted shit. Then let's put all of this behind us and walk away. Agreed. Kuroki narrowed her eyes at the exchange before her. Instead of letting this thing draw out longer than usual, Larry Cox threw money at the problem and managed to get the lady to not press any charges. You're still getting a ticket for running a red light, Kuroki reminded. I'll be sure to dash. Larry Cox handed her money. I'll pay for it right now. Kuroki takes the money and contemplates. She puts the money in her pocket before looking back at her enemy. Drive safe. If I get him to leave, then maybe I can have him followed. Either way, I have all the necessary information to track his car. But since his ID is false, his address is false, but I can still track the car using various cameras set up around downtown. I should probably leave him so I can get a head start so he can't follow me. I could arrest him so I can keep tabs on him at all times, but he'll just be replaced by his double. I could kill him with the death note, but I don't want to do anything without Knight's say. It's better to walk away unscathed and figure out a plan later. Knight told me his plan and he wants people, so we're going to need as many of Agatha's minions as live as possible. In the end, Kuroki drove away after Larry Cox drove away first. The Yagami household. After a hard day's work at the police station, Knight and Iris finally arrived home. They were eager to hear about everyone's day, and Knight could have sworn the life left him when he saw the pictures before him. Is this real? He asked firmly. Rain nodded. Yep, a double of our stalker. I've written their names on the napkin before you. She pushes a napkin toward her father. Figured it would be useful if you knew their names. Knight looked over the names of the people on Rain's phone before looking over the names on everyone else's phone. Wow, Knight gasped. The only thing I can say for certain is that these guys are far more vast in numbers than I ever realized. He looks up. Agatha has an entire army of doubles up her sleeve. He strokes his chin. But to magically have all these doubles on hand, it's obvious that these people have undergone some kind of surgery or cosmetic to look exactly like our stalkers. There may be 7 people in the world who look exactly like us, but the chances of meeting them are extremely slim, so to find a small army of people and everyone who looks like them is way too far-fetched. Especially since they all happen to have German and English names. The only people who might have lookalikes with them are probably Agatha and Kleber, with their counterparts being Sonia and August. They're upping their game, Iris said. Making it so we don't know who is who and distracting us. Knight pulled out his computer and did a background search on Agatha Siegel. With her being arrested, he had access to her record on his computer but could only find out so much. The names of the people she worked with in the past had been redacted except for Rainer Kleber. Then he pulled out his personal computer, logged into Interpol's database, and did a background search on all the names his team had recorded. It was nice that he held onto the computer he stole from Nier all those years ago. He may have had to transfer his data to another computer when the computer was reaching the end of its lifespan, but overall, nice to have stolen a computer with access to all Interpol files. Even though Nier was long dead, he couldn't fathom the idea that he had the entire world police database on his computer. Of all the people that had their names recorded, an estimated 4 of them had criminal backgrounds. Namely Larry Cox, Adam Brunwald, Clayton Harmon, and Foster Forrester. Everyone else had a redacted file in the B&D. When he told everyone this information, everyone's reaction was mixed. At least we know who is who, Angel said optimistically. Fran's friend is the one that's been stalking me as well, Iris told. He was my stalker. Kleber is the one stalking me, Knight said. I already had my eyes on him. But, thinking about it, if these criminals are doubles, then that means we can figure out what their real faces looked like. This is assuming that they had plastic surgery or Hollywood makeup applied to them. He quickly searches up the names of the criminals and quickly discovered their real faces. Each one committed a felony in Germany, yet each one was American, and strangely, they were all charged with the same crime. They all have a drug trafficking charge on their record, and they were all arrested in the same city. Too much stuff to be considered a coincidence. They must have been part of some kind of drug trade, and if Agatha is using these people as her pawns, then that means she's using criminals her agency must have arrested. He does a quick search on the drug trade that went down before the day he visited the Shinigami realm. His eyes widened upon seeing what was on the screen before him. 78 arrests in one case, a huge pocket of criminals all arrested in one afternoon, with Cox, Brunwald, Harmon, and Forrester among them. If Agatha is using this group of arrestees as her pawns, then if I take out everyone in the gang, she won't have anyone to do her bidding. Once her criminal pawns are out of the way, then she won't be able to use any more doubles or clones. We take out the criminals, then we manipulate her fellow B&D agents into turning against her. Only a slight problem, none of the criminals had a photo of their identity in their file. Children, Iris, Kuroki, we have a little homework assignment to do. He told everyone of his findings. If we want to take out all 78 criminals, we need to think outside the box. How can we take out several people whose faces we don't know? He waited for someone to answer. He was about to talk before Archer raised his hand. Nuke the country, Archer suggested. Knight smiles smugly. Tempting, but the Death Note doesn't work like that. His eyes widened. But we're the only people who know that. His smile widens. What say I make a quick phone call to the president of the B&D? We'll say something along the lines of how the B&D is working with criminals and hiding their names, and if he doesn't want things to get worse, he'll hand the names over, and if he doesn't, the president will send nuclear launch codes to the nearest submarine and nuke the largest city in his country. He clenches his fists. I will admit that this wasn't a plan I came up with, it's a plan Dear Mello came up with when he had the Death Note back in 2012. Iris shrugged. It sounds like a good idea. Archer smiled. Did you hear that, Rain? Mommy said I had a good idea. You plan to nuke the country, she corrected, not lie about nuking the country. Whatever. How are we going to call the president of the B&D? Angel asked. If we call him, it'll be traced to us. And not only that, but if we try to use a voice changer, then they'll be able to use a compile of editing skills to find the real voice. Not only that, but if the list of criminals is sent to a specific person, it'll be tracked. Solving cybercrime is sophisticated nowadays, and that's why we have to be extra careful when using the internet. Knight sits up. That's why we'll have you use your voice-changing abilities. Whenever someone uses a voice changer, it is some kind of technology that warps the sound and tone of the original voice. However, in your case, you are using your real voice, no technology involved, so if someone was to use editing skills on you, they would find out that there is no voice changer. Oh, okay. He wipes his head. I'm sorry if I keep forgetting, I get kinda nervous in situations like this. I'll worry about contacting the B&D president somehow. You just get your Agatha Siegel voice ready once more. December 24th, 2043. The Yagami household. I want all three of you to sit down, Knight ordered. When his children obeyed, Knight sat down on the couch with them. I'm going to tell you a secret and I need you guys to promise that you are not going to say anything. Iris sat down on the couch next to her. This is a bad idea, they're not ready yet. For the love of God, they're dash. They have to start early, Knight told. If we want to teach them the ways of Kira, it has to be now. He turns back to his children. Kids. He takes out his death note and has all three of them touch a paper he tore out. I want you to know something, and if you can't handle the truth, you just have to follow my instructions and you'll forget everything afterward. Okay, Archer said nervously. Rain scooted forward, looking timid. What's going on, Daddy? I'm Kira, Knight said before he could hesitate. I'm the god who has been killing people with heart attacks. Angel laughed. Nice one, Daddy. No, I'm serious, Knight insisted. I am Kira. If you don't believe me, then look behind you. The three children turned around and there were Gilth and Massey. They gasped and nearly jumped out of their skin. Gilth waved at their. Hi there, I'm Gilth. I'm a Shinigami and I like barbecue-flavored potato chips. And I happen to be your grandfather. Massey waved at them with a big smile on her face. My name is Massey and I'm your grandmother. Merry Christmas. I'm a Shinigami and I love strawberry sundaes. Normally, I don't like being called grandma because it makes me sound old, but it kinda grew on me. I swear, you three take after your father with his reddish blonde hair. Did you know that your mother and father are Kira? Yeah, they're Kira and they kill people and protect the innocent. Angel smiled slightly. Wow, are you a Grim Reaper? Massey flinches. Yeah. Wow, the last time I saw you, you were scared of me. Angel walks up to them and grabs Massey's hand. Massey reached down and picked him up. Whoa, Rain gasped, you're floating, Angel. Angel laughed before spreading his arms like an eagle. Massey twirled him around in the air before setting him down. Archer grabbed Angel and pulled him behind him, a scared look on his face. I won't hurt you, Ark, Massey reassured. How do you know my name? I can see your name and lifespan floating above your head. Lifespan? Rain furrowed her brows. You can see when we die? When do I die? Massey put her finger to her mouth in a shushing gesture. The minute we know when we're going to die will make it crazy for everybody. Archer looked back to his father. Are you Kira? I am, Knight nodded. Prove it. Knight smiled. With pleasure. Chapter 100, 100. September 30th, 2048. Tokyo, Japan. Agatha Siegel looked at the sky. What is it that makes Knight Yagami Kira? It has to be that monster's following him around. But whenever we look at the Shinigami following him, he is just doing that, following him. Based on a few conversations they seem to be having, the Shinigami just comments on things they're observing around them. So he is just a spectator. Probably. Maybe he is the one who gave Kira his power. Then who gave me my power? God? Who knows? Agatha readjusted her head so she was laying comfortably on the rooftop. As far as the world knew, she was still locked up in the holding cell and she would have taken refuge in her basement, but she wanted to look up in the sky. If Shinigami are real, then does that mean God is real? That's a matter of faith. Besides, would you really want to know if God is real? Maybe, maybe not. If Shinigami are real, then is it possible that the afterlife exists? That's also a matter of faith, maybe. No, it's not. If Shinigami are real, it means there is something that happens after death. When one dies, do they become a Shinigami? I've seen 4 Shinigami in my life so far. I've seen one that is drinking soda, one following the Takadas, and the 2 following Knight and Kuroki. She makes a fist at the sky. If Kira came back then, it means the ugly Shinigami with the skeletal face and red headband came to Earth first. October 27th, 2030. I knew it worked. Knight looks up. He gasps as his mouth is covered with a mouth. His eyes widen as he gazes upon the monster silencing him. He calms down after a brief moment. In front of him was a behemoth of some kind with a permanent grin across its skeletal face, red eyes, and spiky hair that had been tied back by a red headband that matched the color of the tie Knight was wearing. He also was carrying some kind of weapon made of bones on his back. "You don't seem scared of me," the Shinigami said. "Are you not surprised to see me?" Knight spoke when the Shinigami moved his hand away from his mouth. "This is a Shinigami's notebook." Knight smiled. "You're the owner of this death note, am I right?" The Shinigami laughed. "You're smart, just as I knew you'd be. My name is Gilth and I've been watching over you for a long time, Knight Yagami." Knight cocked his head. "How do you know my name?" "At the Wammy House, I am known as K, or Kip as the others call me." "Simple," Gilth said. "I can see your name and lifespan floating above your head, and I must say, you have quite the lifespan, Knight Yagami." "So, this Shinigami comes to Earth, bestows whatever power he does on Knight Yagami, and then he kills Nier. The entire world may not know about it with the exception of some higher-ups in Interpol, but Nier is dead." She chuckles. Nier was by far the only person to succeed the true ill. After all, after he called out Sekira, the Sekira killing stopped. But he truly came up short when he battled Akira. He truly lost against Akira. She laughs louder once more. But if Light Yagami is the original Kira and Knight Yagami is his son and successor, then maybe it was destiny that Nier died against him. Him and the entire task force that battled his father 35 years ago. October 30th, 2030. The door behind them was opened and stood Knight Yagami. The 8 looked at the young boy, who had a grin on his face and was snickering. "Kip," Nier said, "what are you doing here?" Knight continued to snicker. He burst out into laughter. "My name is Knight Yagami." He studied their shocked expressions. "And I am Kira." Thun thump. Dead on arrival, Knight laughed. Shuichi Aizawa and Anthony Carter collapsed to the ground. Knight looked at his watch. "That's for putting my father under suspicion, Aizawa." Thun thump. Kanzo Magi and Stephen Loud collapsed. "That's for switching the notebooks, Giovanni." Thun thump. Hideki-eyed and Hallie Buluk went next. "That's for opposing Kira in general." Tota Matsuda fired a bullet but missed Knight, who didn't even flinch. Thun thump. Matsuda collapsed. "That's for shooting my father." Nier was the only one standing. Nier looked at Knight Yagami, recognizing no emotion in his eyes. "What have you done?" "Nate River," Knight said, "I set this all up for you." Nier looked up at Knight in shock. "You're just as crazy as your dash." Thun thump. Nier's eyes widened in shock. He drops a toy he was holding and collapses on his side. Knight stands over Nier with a maniacal grin on his face. "What's the matter, Nier?" He lifts his foot and smashes Nier's toy with it, not breaking his devilish grin. "The end is near for you." He kneeled and grabbed Nier's hand. "A parting gift," Knight chuckled. He put Nier's hand to the death note. Nier's wide eyes saw the Shinigami standing behind Knight, who had the same grin Knight displayed. "This time, the notebook is real," the Shinigami said. "Nier." "Light Yagami." Nier's eyes closed slowly. "Say hi to Elle for me," Gilth taunted. Agatha stands up and looks over at the edge of the roof. It was a flat rooftop she didn't have to worry about slipping over. When she looked up in the sky, she thought back to something she saw when she was younger. Then 3 weeks later, on November 21st, his first battle against Break, Roach, and Maroon began. I may not have been a big shot back then, but when I saw a picture of those 3 agents years after they had already passed, I saw a Shinigami behind them. Another photo of them I saw had a drinking soda. November 21st, 2030. The screen froze suddenly. The news lady moved off the screen and the camera went black. What the hell is going on? Knight and Gilth asked. The screen returned to normal and a man with sandy blonde hair stood in front of the camera. Hello, Kira. What the hell? I can't believe it worked. It actually worked, the man said. What? Knight exclaimed. Who is this guy? Kira, my name is Break, the man said. I am part of a 3-man team of investigators. My colleagues go by the names of Roach and Maroon, and we've taken it upon ourselves to hunt you down like a dog and sentence you to death, Kira. Knight narrowed his eyes. You're going to sentence me to death, Break? I'm giving you a challenge, Kira. Write my name down. Knight's eyes widened. What? He stammered. Is he asking for a death wish? Break smiled. What's wrong? You've seen my face. Do you need the eyes to know my real name? Agatha walks over to the edge. Being Kira's first opponents, they were also the first ones to die by his hands. And the way they died was not by a heart attack. She is inches away from the edge. Just 2 more steps and I could die the same way they did. December 25th, 2030. There was little that could be done as Break walked with his allies, Roach and Maroon, over to the edge of the tall building. They didn't hesitate as all 3 of them stepped on the edge and jumped off. Break felt weightless from the fall and time seemed to have slowed down just so he could see the ground get closer and closer. A blue aura surrounded him. He closed his eyes just seconds before he touched down. Agatha groaned and stepped away from the edge. She stuffed her hands in her pockets and turned the fire escape down to the floor beneath her and crawled in through a window. When they died, that soda-drinking Shinigami vanished. I don't know exactly what happened, but they just up and vanished. It's possible when Break, Roach, and Maroon died, the Shinigami died. After all, if the reports are true, Break, Roach, and Maroon somehow possess Kira's power. And even though they had Kira's power, they lost. She narrows her eyes. And let's not forget who Knight's second set of opponents were. April 18th, 2031. Minato arrived home early and dropped his suitcase on the couch. Sora had been in the bedroom putting on makeup. Minato found her and gazed at her with a smile. There are people protesting, he said. A war of beliefs is on the streets. Sora side-eyed him before applying red lipstick. Are you proud of this? Anybody who worships Kira is borderline evil. She side-eyed him again. Have you forgotten about the time you were a Kira supporter? He glared at her. Have you forgotten how Kira corrupted our obeison? Sora applied mascara. I haven't forgotten. But this massacre, especially ones that we indirectly caused, I don't exactly feel right about them. It's one thing to kill innocent people, but to catalyze an event that makes people kill each other. Minato put his hand on Sora's hand. Don't forget our mission. We prove to the world that Kira is a scumbag. In the end, once it is proven correct, all those Kira worshippers will change their minds. I wanted to be the embodiment of justice, but justice does not involve wars. Letting 10 innocent people die, then 1 guilty man roam free is true justice. Sora looked at him with her right eyelash having mascara applied. Minato pulled out his phone after feeling its vibration. It was an update from the Kira website he subscribed to that there was going to be a public announcement made by Kira. What's up? Minato chuckled. Get this, Kira is going to make a public broadcast at 11 o'clock today. Sora laughed. What are the chances it's going to be a double? Pretty high. It's clear Kira is going to challenge us. When the broadcast happens, we should give some kind of clue that we acknowledge him and accept his challenge. After all, we made Kira look like a coward by having him not kill Murasaki Kagami, even if killing her was not an option. After an hour passed, they turned on the television and flipped to the channel the Kira website mentioned the broadcast would be on. Agatha was in a commercial building that had been evacuated the night before. Apparently, the place was under investigation for reasons she didn't understand, so she had an entire office to herself. She took a seat at the empty desk in the center of the room and pulled out her phone. She pulled out her phone and looked up Kiri. That whole courthouse incident and the security cameras we saw with how Sora Takana's head suddenly caved in and what happened next. April 26, 2031. Minato tore his hands free from the Kira worshippers and he fires the gun off into the air. He charged down the steps before doing a 180 and aiming the gun at the Kira worshippers. Before he could pull the trigger, he realized he could feel the cool breeze against his mouth and nose and panicked as he knew that his face had been exposed. Thump. Minato's movements froze, arms out with the gun aiming for Murasaki Kagami before they dropped to his side. He put the gun to his head. Bang! May 26, 2031. Sora dropped to her knees, her caved-in head limping forward with blood making a pool at her knees from her skull. Muter, Harmonia Justin hissed. You understand what you did, right? Muter started sweating. You killed a human without using a death note. This calls for extreme-level punishment. He let that sentence linger. Once you've been tortured the worst punishment imaginable, you'll be put down like a dog and the only hope you have for survival is the Shinigami King himself, except he created the law in the first place. He really hates it when Shinigami kill without using the death note. It was them, Muter pointed at Gilth and Massey. It was his hammer. But you were the one who swung it. He interlocked his fingers with his elbows resting on the arms of the throne. Muter, you are hereby sentenced to extreme-level punishment and once you've endured this punishment, you will be killed. Daryl Garoza and Hurt reached for a chain on the backside of the throne and started swinging them in the air like a lasso. Better you than me, asshole. Hurt shouted. You killed Pike and Grim. They launched the chains in the air and they interlocked around Muter like a spider's web. They wrapped tightly around his body, bounding his arms to his chest and legs together. They yanked the chains back and Muter fell on his back and screamed as he felt himself get dragged across the ground like a brick. I was grossly disturbed by what I saw when I saw that camera footage. And it looks like there are indeed a number of Shinigami and they dragged this Muter person away to be punished. Her eyes widened. Wait a second, they said something about a death note. She stands up. A death note? Muter killed someone without using a death note. What the hell is a notebook? I'm assuming it's a notebook of death. The first Curie suspect kill himself rather than using his power to manipulate everyone around him. And the people who screamed they saw the Shinigami said they touched some kind of paper. If Kira is using something called a death note to kill people, then why does he need a person's name and face to kill them? Maybe he has to write in this notebook of death. That's why he needs a name, and as for a face, it's probably because he needs to know what a person looks like because the world is full of people who have the same names as other people. So what if he went up against someone who had no name? Like the Kia killer? January 25, 2032. Knight spread his arms. What are you going to do, Kia killer? Kill me in self-defense? Hate to break it to you, but this is a stalemate. You have no name for the death note to kill, and if I can't kill you then you can't kill me in self-defense. What happens when a positive and negative charge meet? They cancel each other out. He moved to the side of the room to pull out a chair and set it in front of Kudo's desk. He walked around the desk to sink into the chair. Sit and we can talk on equal levels. Knight glared at Survivor and took the seat. They both had their arms across their chests. What do you want? Survivor clicked his tongue. Direct, I like it. He leaned over. I wanted to kill you in self-defense, but I don't have a name, so neither one of us can kill the other. His eyes drift down to Knight's collarbone before refocusing on his eye level. I always thought of Kira as a force of nature, a force of justice, a force of divine retribution, what have you, but now that I realize that you're nothing but a flesh and blood teenager, I'm disillusioned, disappointed, disenchanted. I'm pretty sure if he went up against someone with no name then he would still find a way to kill him. After all, the incident at the construction site proved that people with no names can be killed. What are the details of the construction site? They're kept to a minimum, but what I do know is that all the police officers and mercenaries working the scene there were killed and the Kia killer was among them. February 26, 2032. Hunted convulsed on the ground and turned over on his back, gagging and twitching arms and legs in pain. His head goes limp with his vision beginning to blur. He sighs. He turned his head to his right to see the Belgian Malinois walking down the stairs, looking at him ravenously. Hunted closed his eyes and sighed peacefully. Knight sighs like he's finished a marathon. Good riddance, Kia Killer. I, Kira, am the god of the new world indeed if I can kill someone unkillable by the death note with the death note. Agatha takes out her cell phone and calls Kleber to the room. Once Kleber enters the office, she wastes no time in snapping orders to him. Kleber, I'm going to need everything you can dig up on all those cases involving Kira. That includes the BRM case, the Kiri case, and the Kia Killer case. Kleber tilted his head. What about the Russia and America case? What about them? Well, if I remember correctly, your prime Kira suspect spent at least 2 months in Russia and then another 2 months in America or so. I doubt he was dilly-dallying there. Fine then, I'm going to need those cases too. I already have some intel on the original Kira case from 35 years ago. Whatever you say, Agatha. Kleber turned and walked out the door while Agatha reached for the backpack she stored under the desk earlier and reviewed past information. When it came to Kira's power, details were kept to a very small minimum. However, knowing a keyword about Kira's power certainly helped her in the investigation. She looked up the keyword death, note, notebook, and Shinigami. She found several results from old case files, but a lot of details had been redacted. That is until she got a little creative with deciphering the messages. According to an officer who had been involved in the old Kira case from 2007, they overheard something when apprehending a Kira suspect. The suspect said that they had a special notebook and if one wrote a person's name in it while thinking of their face, that person will die. Not only that, but the FBI came to the NPA to acquire some kind of mundane notebook just after the daughter of the NPA director was kidnapped. Wait a second, the director of the NPA knew about the notebook? She looked up the director of the NPA and found that his name was Soichiro Yagami. And his daughter that was kidnapped was called Saya Yagami. She smiles. Completely forgot about Knight having a grandfather and aunt. Agatha scrolls down the list. It says here that someone named Mello, who was burned to death in a church that would later be known as Church X of Kira, kidnapped Saya Yagami. And not only that, but the SPK, Nier's team, all died of heart attacks. Given the timeline, Kira couldn't have done this, and since the mundane notebook was traded, it was most likely Mello who did it. Kleber came back an hour later holding several manila folders. He dropped them on the desk. Agatha quickly went through the files, which contained tapes and flash drives to certain security camera footage. Notebook mentioned during Sora Takada's death. And the Shinigami being dragged away to be executed. Thank you, Agatha said to Kleber. Before you go, Reiner, I need to talk to you about something. What's that? Kleber smiled. Agatha stands up. I believe know what his source of power is. Who? Kira's. I believe I know where his power comes from. It's a notebook of death, and several sources both from my own and the ones you provided for me always mention at least one tiny detail about a notebook. And not only that, but look back to all the messages that Kira and these other Kira-like beings would send to each other through the media. Kleber looked at Agatha's computer. Exchange notebooks at Note Blue Aoyama, he paraphrased. You have 11 days to bring the notebook to the Ibaraki hospital. You have to bring 5 pages to the Parent Hotel at 2:33 p.m. on April 19th. He licked his lips. Huh, I guess it makes sense. His eyes widened as he remembered something. Oh, and another thing I remember is a hit-and-run in Russia involving Kuroki, our second Kira suspect. You can watch the footage there. Agatha watches the footage on her computer. The 10 Lost Children, huh? March 14th, 2044. Thank you. Alpha Beta bowed dramatically. Now those speech preparations weren't for nothing. She claps her hands and rubs them together like she was trying to start a fire. Let us meet Kira, all of us. Let us meet Kira and show him what the 10 Lost Children can do. Let's show Kira that L was a cakewalk compared to an army of L's successors. Let's show Kira that our combined IQ makes us the smartest beings on the entire planet. She holds her hand up. We are the 10 lost children and we are the smartest beings on this earth. Fuck yeah! Muscular shouted. The Aussie thrust his hand in the air. Yeah! Humble took another bite of his white chocolate bar. Wait till I take down this next generation Kira. Once our mission is complete, we shall be free. Free to do whatever we want. All hail the 10 lost children. Those 10 lost children were also in Japan and they tried abducting some children. Those children were Knight Yagami's children, Kleber told. Adds more fuel to the fire theory that Knight Yagami is Kira. He is Kira, Agatha insisted. I can see the god of death flying behind him whenever I look in his direction, but proving that the god of death exists is going to be goddamn impossible. So finding the source of his power is the next big thing. I will admit that another part of me is curious as to what he did in America for 2 months. Kleber opened a manila folder. This comes in from Tezuka and a couple of other officers. They said that one of the 10 lost children, a guy named Rook, had connections to human traffickers. He was going to sell the 3 children in exchange for good food. And who are these human traffickers? It should be in the manila folder. Agatha looked through the manila folder. Cronus and Oedipus? June 13, 2044. I'm opposed to them fighting, Cronus said. If they have no predetermined lifespan, then I want the opportunity to do whatever I want to them. If we force them to fight to the death, then they'll be deciding each other's fate, not me. If they die, it'll be because of them, not me. If they survive, it'll be because of them, not me. You're overthinking this, brother. I've figured out a way for us both to win. He leaned in close to his brother. To be honest, I made millions of dollars off these cage matches and I've never lost a single one. Everyone in this joint is going to be pissed off at me if I lose for the first time, and they're going to be expecting us to do something about the children. They're kids. And not to mention, siblings. An idea hatched into Oedipus's mind that made him smile. This could work. Oh yes, this could definitely work. Watch I got. We bring the children into fight. A fight to the death with the 3 children. They're siblings, they're not going to dash. Kill each other? Of course not, but that's what this plan is all about. First of all, we bring the 3 kids into the cage and force them to fight, but they won't. After this, you go into the cage and hold a gun to all 3 of their heads. After that, whether you kill them or spare them is up to you, but either way, it'll be the first time in your life that you can decide for yourself with absolute 100% that you killed someone or saved someone of your own free will with no destiny involved. Cronus considered what his twin was saying before asking, and what do you get out of this? While everyone is making bets, I'm going to say, no, not in this one. Everyone else will either not make a bet, but more than likely, some will, and when the siblings don't kill each other, those who made bets on who won or lost will lose the bet. And I will keep all my money and fortune I've spent decades making. They were found dead in the metro, but coroners were able to determine that neither died of a heart attack, Kleber told. Let me guess, Knight Yagami was down in the metro? Yep. August 22, 2044. Saki's Katsuros fell to the ground, his gun firing into the ceiling on reflex, his name and lifespan vanishing from above his skull. Saki's! Oedipus cried. Oedipus wanted nothing more than to be by his brother's side, but it would have been suicide if he ran up to him knowing that there was a shooter out there. He stayed clear of the doorway and hid behind a wall. He drew his own gun and blindly fired outside. You killed Saki's, Oedipus growled. You are going to fucking pay. Even with his brother dead before him, Oedipus couldn't help but wonder if the person who shot his brother dead was really a murderer. In a way, it was always his brother's fate to be shot dead on this very day. In fact, he and Saki's both had the same lifespan floating above their heads, and if Saki's is dead, then that means Maki's is destined to die on the same day. The very thought nearly made Maki's crush the gun in his hand. This was a long time coming, he understood, but his brother always believed in fighting against fate. He had someone dead to fight for, someone fate had been cruel to. Makis didn't want to die, he didn't, but if today was his date of death's destiny, then there was really nothing he could do. Agatha closed her eyes and tilted her head down. She winces sharply before opening her eyes and looking Kleber in the eyes. Kleber laughed as he stared into Agatha's eyes. Did anyone ever tell you have beautiful blue and green eyes? It is such a lovely dash. He started coughing from laughing too hard and took out his inhaler and took a puff. Once he could breathe, he pocketed his inhaler before looking stern. Something on your mind, Agatha? I think I'm going to die, she whispered. All these guys before me, each one was unique and each had their own kind of defense and they still lost. From other notebook owners to people with no names to human traffickers, it is safe to say that I am not going to survive. She looks over at the window somberly. Kira will eventually find my name and face and he will use it against me. I'm going to die sooner or later. She stands up and walks towards the window and looks at the view. All I wanted was to be free of this mask. She touches her burned-on mask. This mask is a fucking curse. I can't go on a date. I can't properly kiss someone, and no one wants to have sex with me. The last person to have sex with me was wearing a blindfold. And I haven't tried on a swimming suit since this mask was burned onto me. I forgot what I looked like until I met Sonia. And I thought I had a long-lost twin brother when I met Jack August, Kleber chimed in. He walks over to her and puts a hand on her shoulder. Everything will be all right, I promise. Whatever you want, if you want to call off this investigation, then we can call this off. Honestly, it's only a matter of time before Internal Affairs gets involved in us investigating Kira. We can't back off, Agatha told. If we back off, Kira will still hunt us down and kill us. We dug ourselves too big of a fucking hole and now, we're going to die. If we're going to die, then why not embrace it? He turns her around to look her in the eyes. If you know the end is near, then that makes every moment around you that much more special. You can feel the wind blowing in your face, the taste of the sweetest water, and the sweet smell of ice cake in the morning. Ice cake? Kleber smiles. Yes, ice cake. Not ice cream cake? No, ice cake. Seriously, am I the only human in this world who likes eating cake that has been iced? He leans in closer to whisper something to her. Plus, if it makes you feel any better, I've always had my eyes on you. I'm a butterface. The last guy that slept with me only did it because he said that my body was hot and that my face could use some adjustments. He pulls her in for a hug. I don't care that your face is ugly. If I have a few grains of sand left in that hourglass, then I would happily spend them with you. He strokes her hair. If you want to continue your fight against Kira, then I will help you. If you want to remove your mask, I will help you. If you want to have sex with me, I'll help you with that, gladly. Agatha carefully strokes Kleber's hair and leans into his shoulder. She wrapped her elbows around his neck and pulls him in. Call me crazy, but I think I have an idea. I love ideas, especially when it starts off with call me crazy. Agatha laughs. You're probably going to hate me for this, but I think it is essential that we go at Kira, hard, starting tomorrow. Really, this could be interesting. What have you got in mind? She told him what she had in mind. What do you think? Kleber smiles. I'm reluctant because I want to live, but I will do it. We may lose the battle, but we will get the last laugh because you and I will have our happy ending. We will. He lays his head on her forehead. How many men do you want? 100. Coming right up. As for the sex, let's wait until we complete our plan. Ah, yes, I couldn't agree more. Yellow Box Warehouse. When Agatha and Kleber arrived at the warehouse 30 minutes later, preparations had already been made. The 100 surgeons in the room had on their masks, gloves, and personal protective equipment as they were about to get down to work. We made a reservation for 100 doppelgangers. She clapped her hands. It's going to be an all-day job, but if you work hard enough, you'll get what your money's worth. We are the best of the best, one of the plastic surgeons said. Ever since Kira made an appearance, plastic surgeons suddenly had plenty of customers and became an in-demand job over the years. These guys have decades under their belt in rearranging and reconstructing people's faces together in under 1 hour. Agatha smiles. Kira, you may win, but you're going to lose as well. With Knight Yagami. Holy shit, Knight cursed under his breath as he looked at the photo album he dug up. I can't believe it's almost been 18 years. I'm turning 35 in a week or two. He didn't know what made him nostalgic. Maybe it was everything that was happening around him that made him look through his photo album. All those years ago when he fought various types of adversaries, but one adversary in particular that stood out to him was the Kia killer. There was nothing too complicated about him. He was just a regular human being who made his reputation all by himself with no supernatural powers involved in any way. He had to work extra hard to kill him. He sighs when he closes the photo album but has a change of heart when he heard his children snoring in their bedroom. He flips through his family album and gently caresses the pictures of his children as infants. Did you ever think that Knight Yagami would be a father and husband and start his own family of Kiras? Knight asked aloud. Gilth materialized behind him. Can't say I did, no. But I gotta admit, it's impressive. You've taken it a step further than what your mother and father did. They barely made it to the engagement phase of their relationship. I've certainly come a long way, Knight declared. But, there is still one more destination to reach. It's not the destination that's the most important thing in life, it's the journey. From killing BRM all by yourself to getting yourself a girlfriend to take on Kiri and the Kia killer, then having your family assist you in taking out the 10 lost children and the Shinigami twins. Given how long it took me before I faced another adversary that challenged me on a grand scale, this might be my last battle for a while. He sighs. I will admit, I'm going to miss this, the thrill of the next battle and the interesting stunts I could pull off to outsmart my enemies. He closes the photo album. If this is the last time things are going to be interesting, then let's end things on a high note, Gilth suggested. I agree, Knight smiled. No matter what, Kira will win. Agatha Siegel's grave has already been dug, all she has to do is get buried in it. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.